So welcome back to Kart Chasers live coverage of Sunday here at KA1 Circuit Whiteland. KA100 Masters on the track and ready to go for their second heat of the day, getting started on their warm-up lap. If you weren't joining us for the free coverage earlier on, howdy folks, my name is Nadine. Alongside me, Caleb Vieska in the booth here at KA1 Circuit Whiteland. Caleb, not a lot of racing action we saw throughout the day yesterday in KA100 Masters. It was more of a fight between Randy Klemek and Jacob Neary. Hopefully, though, we see a little bit more battling up front between Adam Kreppen and Brad Britton. They are pretty similar on pace, difference being Kreppen just had that consistency that Britton was struggling with yesterday.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, again, we talked about it yesterday. It was all about Adam Kreppen. Brian Britton tried to take the fight to him, but wasn't close enough. Let's run you down your starting grid order. Adam Kreppen, Brian Britton going to share row number 1. Randy Klemek and Jacob Neary on row number 2. You go back to Nathan Williams and David Galonia on row number 3. But a little bit of a difference here today. It looks like Brian Boley will indeed be joining us today. So we saw him sit out yesterday. We were mad at him for it, but he's on the racetrack now. Some changes to that kart. He said they just weren't going to have it ready in time, and they do now. So Brian Boley going to be joining us for his first time on the weekend. Going to slot back into position. I believe that was just before the commitment cone, or right at it, it seemed like. So that may be under investigation later, but that's not a job for me. We're just going to call this race. Into the tram lines we go for the first time on the Sunday. Green flag in the air, and we are racing in KA Masters. A good start for Kreppen. Able to get through around the outside. Looks to go Klemek. Able to get around Britton, and Britton falls back to third. Boley holds on to the 5th spot.
Randy Klemek getting a good jump there after not sure what happened on the warm-up lap for the 409 AMK Race Products machine. 14 laps for the second heat, so we're actually having less laps than what we did for the first heat yesterday. So that's going to be a little bit easier for these drivers, especially in KA100 Master. The thing now for Randy Klemek, you can see there on screen, is you don't want to let Adam Kreppen get away. If you get to his rear bumper, you just have to try and race him, because over the race duration of 14 laps, he is going to beat you unless there is some sort of mechanical issue on that 437. So if you're in that spot, Caleb, of second and third, really, the second you get to that back bumper of Adam Kreppen, you just have to go.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Klemek. He was pretty quick at the opening stage of this race. That first lap, he looked pretty good, and again, he just lost a little bit of touch, it seemed like, in turn 15 and 16, where Kreppen was able to get ahead. It seemed like he just rolled off that little bit better compared to Klemek. So again, just some work to do for them. And looking out of our window here, you know, Klemek looks really quick, and just I don't know if it's set up or what it could be for Kreppen. Again, we're super early in the second of the heat races, but for Klemek, it's definitely a good turnaround to the day he had yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Randy was battling for that third spot yesterday. He's now got a bit of a gap between himself and Jacob Neary, a huge gap, because I don't think Jacob is out. Jacob is out there, just has a little bit of a timing scoring issue with that transponder being shown as last, so gonna have to hand score them. Luckily for race staff, only 7 carts out here, so not too difficult of a job there. Out in front, Adam Kreppen still leading the way. It was just under a second last time by as he went purple, but Randy Klemek holding off the challenging Brad Britton in second as they head their way into 12 for the third time this race.
Battles for second and fourth, again, pretty close with Neary, Boley, and you look at Britton, Klemek. Again, the two of them going around and pushing each other along. So no moves as of yet for the drivers in second and third, fourth and fifth. But again, Kreppen just starting to pull away from this Masters field. Here we go, pass for second. Brad Britton looked on the inside of Clemec, hand in the air. I think that's issues for the driver who was in second at the start of this lap. And that's going to be an early end to that EOS machine's second heat race. Unfortunate end to it all for Clemec. Showed promising pace early in this one, and it's all come undone here at the end. Unfortunate there for Clemec. That's going to be some work to do before we go into main event racing action. There's Boley, there's Jacob Neary. And again, though, those drivers are now, Boley now inherited that third spot, Neary in fourth, and for Brad Burton gets released in second so he can stretch his legs. But, I mean, that race was the best that we had, and with Clemec out of it early, that's, you know, going to be an unfortunate end to this one.
Yeah, unfortunate for Randy Clemec there. On screen, you see Brian Boley, a driver who I think a few of us thought would be a bit further up the field, but like we were saying, new track, new kart, new team for him this weekend. Got to give him some time to get used to things. Running in third right now, so a good starting position for the final, hopefully for him. Of course, didn't run that first heat as well, so he's going to be a bit further back than what he would want to be, should say, for the main event starting grid. Still though, Adam Kreppen leading the way, Brad Britton, Brian Boley, Jacob Neary, and David Galonia, your top five. Pass four position there between Galonia and Neary side by side in a 13 and 14. Neary is going to hold off David Galonia. First bit of racing we've seen really since Randy Klemick and Brad Britton going at it. Adam Kreppen still leading the way though. 3 laps to go in KA100 Masters. So 2 laps to go in KA100 Masters. Surprise, Adam Kreppen still leading the way from Brad Britton, Brian Boley, Neary, and Galonia. Not a lot has happened since the word go, has it, Caleb? Adam Kreppen just continuing to be ever more consistent throughout this race. Really the closest battle we've seen all weekend is this battle between Neary and Galonia on track, but that is about a mile away from the front of the field that is led by this man, the 437 of Adam Kreppen. New livery for him on his killer chassis this weekend.
Apologies for that. Just a little bit of technical difficulty up here. I dropped something, and definitely you guys definitely heard that. So apologies on that. But Adam Kreppen, like you were saying, Nate, has been super commanding all race long, all weekend long as well. And I think this weekend he showed why he's undefeated 8 races consecutively. He's picture perfect at Route 66, picture perfect in the heat races, starting on the pole later on today for the main event. Coming across in second, Brad Britton, back to Boley, to Jacob Neary, David Galonia, Williams, who finished 6th, and Randy Klemick in 7th. But that's it for our KA Masters pickup getting set to go underway. We'll be right back with more racing action.
So welcome back to the action as the final couple of karts getting cleaned up from the KA100 Master Race. 206 Sportsman on track next and ready to go. Dominic Gaddis will be leading them to the green as they start to roll off with Will Fightinger alongside. Then Austin Taylor and Arlo Barr round out your front two rows.
Go back to Dragunov and Johnson on row number 3. Styles and Diesel Maxwell on row number 4. Heinzen, Laser on row number 5.
Behind them, Gross, Fox, and Danny O'Gara. The top kart driver will be starting from the rear of the field after a disqualification in last race. He's going to have to do it the hard way again now, Caleb, to try and get himself further up the grid into a good starting spot for the main event later on today. They file their way around and get ready to go for the start of this second heat.
Yeah, for O'Gara, I mean, he's done it once. He did it yesterday, just has to do it twice here today as well for Fox. Again, you think about how his heat race went yesterday. An early DNF, couldn't even take the green flag yesterday. He's hoping for much better luck today for the 222. And a couple of more getting set to go out. 206 Sportsman coming your way here. They're lining up. Dominic Gaddis, Fightinger, going to lead us on to the main straight here in a couple of moments and to the green flag.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone getting close to the formation cone, which also works as the no scrub cone as well. Everyone lined up well before then, though, so we are looking set to go. Is going a little bit quickly in the back end of that field, doing a little bit of bumper cars and probably going to engage some pushback bumpers. Gaddis telling the entire field to slow down. They head their way into the tram lines for the first time today. Green flag in the air for 206 Sportsman. Danny O'Gara already making up a couple of spots there. Gaddis getting a good jump from the word go. Fightinger and Taylor are right behind there, Caleb, as they're continuing to make their way through the back end of the track. Like we saw so many times yesterday, though, the leader out to a big jump already. Should say, too, as well, Daniel Dragunov getting a good jump.
Yeah, that's a monster start for Dominic Gaddis to start this race off. And again, right behind him, Fightinger, and a couple of more sliding in a line, but for Gaddis, again, a lot of laps for him around this place. Look at Austin Taylor on the inside in a turn 12. Lick the stamp and send it already up in a third. What a move there, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a huge move. Look further back, though, up 6 positions already. Danny O'Gara is on the back end of this lead pack and on the back end of the 237 machine of Styles. We'll see if he makes any moves in the turn 2. He does, late on the brakes. It was a late move, and O'Gara gets it done. Styles is going to fight him back, though. They have to be careful to not let Daniel Dragunov get too far away. O'Gara retakes that position, put the top kart machine into the top 5.
That kid is on a mission here, Nate. I mean, he did it yesterday, got it taken away from him over in post-race tech, and now he definitely has a fire under that seat to get up to the top step of the podium here in heat race number 2, putting him in the best starting spot possible going into the main event. Daniel Dragunov next on the list for Danny O'Gara, looking on the inside in a turn 12, sideways, under braking. He's able to get clear in turn 12.
Danny O'Gara is on a charge at the moment in this 206 Sportsman field to try and make up for that disqualification earlier on yesterday. He's already on the back end of Austin Taylor and Will Fightinger in the second and third spots. The MPG Motorsports duo are going to look back and see a bright blue top kart coming their way and trying to get onto the top 3. O'Gara looking to the inside and outside of Austin Taylor, unable to get it done there, Caleb, as they head their way into turn 6.
Yeah, this time by, again, for O'Gara, going to have to be a little bit more patient with 2 drivers, again, that he's driven alongside for his time here at MPG and his time here at a K1 Circuit Whiteland, now on a different chassis with different colors for Top Kart USA, also based here at a K1 Circuit Whiteland. He's looking to chase down 2 of his former teammates, 2 of his good friends, looking on the inside for Fightinger. He's able to go through with help with Danny O'Gara. Austin Taylor falls back to the 4th spot, and now they have Dominic Gaddis to chase down. He's about a second and a half away from this field. It may be even bigger now with the battling that did occur early on in this lap. We look at the gaps now, 1.3 in between Dominic Gaddis and Austin Taylor, and we'll see if O'Gara wants to lead his group up there or if he wants to be the one that's pushing.
What we're going to have to be mindful of is how high the tire pressures on that top kart machine are, because of course if you're starting through the rear of the field, you're going to want that grip right away. So Blake Deester and the top kart crew might have set those a bit high, so we might see him fall off later in the race. If he does, a pretty much last to second or wherever he may finish will be good for points. But the way that top kart is driving right now, it seems like it's going to sustain its pace throughout the rest of the run. That being said, though, Daniel O'Gara having a little bit of issue getting past Austin Taylor, not cutting through the field as smoothly through Taylor as he has been the opening couple of laps.
Well, they're closing in here, Nate, as well. I mean, for Feidinger and for Austin Taylor and Danny O'Gara, my apologies. They're closing in on Dominic Gaddis. It was at a second and a third last time around. Now it's at just over half a second. So for Austin Taylor, Feidinger, who's in tow in that 4th spot, and Danny O'Gara, they're starting to reel in Dominic Gaddis just about halfway through this race. We're on lap number 5, so we're not at the halfway point yet, but again, these kids are really rolling at this point and starting to close in on Dominic Gaddis, who again had a really good start. But in 206, it's all much different than on the 2-cycle side of things. Because of the draft, because of the pushing, these motors do work better whenever you are pushing and whenever you are behind somebody. So for O'Gara, definitely closing in. You see that gap get even closer this time by. I think they'll be within striking distance in about 2 laps time.
Absolutely. O'Gara has been all over the back bumper of Austin Taylor in pretty much every braking zone. So the top kart isn't losing any pace. I think he's just wanting a drafting partner to get up to Dominic Gaddis. If it was just him trying to close that gap, it would have been difficult, and you can see now they are reeling in the race leader and the former class champion in 2024. Dom Gaddis is going to have one of his MPG Motorsports teammates and his friend Danny O'Gara on his rear bumper in a few moments time, and you can add Will Feistinger to that list as well as they make their way out of turn 8 onto the backstretch here, Caleb. They are all within drafting distance of each other now, and the race for the win is on.
This race is definitely starting to heat up here as now Austin Taylor on the rear bumper of Dominic Gaddis. Once we get to the stripe this time by, we're going to be 7 laps into it, halfway through with 7 more to go. And Austin Taylor just a car length away now from Dominic Gaddis. Had a little bit of a better run. We'll see what O'Gara decides to do, because they did lose about a car length that time by. He's going to push. O'Gara happy to work with his ex-teammate and Austin Taylor, good friend, and now Feidinger back into the fight here. So 4 drivers within the mix, 3 MPG Academy drivers and 1 Top Kart USA drivers. It's the battle of the teams that are based here at a K1 Circuit Whiteland.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, another team based out of K1 Circuit Whiteland. The chassis that Daniel Dragunov is on down in 6th. That's New Gen Motorsport, not having the showing they would have wanted so far this weekend. The other team, AMAX Racing, further down the pack with Diesel Maxwell on that. Battle for the lead, though. Austin Taylor taking the lead away from Danny O'Gara, who's made his way past Dominic Gaddis as well. So now a big reshuffling at the front of the field. Austin Taylor now back, tapping the back of his helmet saying, let's go and get away from the rest of the pack. Danny O'Gara seems like he's content on doing so, Caleb.
Yeah, from last to first, challenge accepted for Danny O'Gara. He sits 1 spot away from that top step at the moment in this heat race. Sits in that 2nd spot. Austin Taylor up at the front, still holding on. And again, for Taylor, spoke to his dad yesterday saying they missed a little bit of pace, just had to find some more again for today in heat race number 2 and for the main event later on today. And they've definitely found it, because his kid is leading this field away. That 204 definitely within good speed. Issues for one driver, the 222, unfortunate for James Fox. A double DNF in heat racing action. DNF'd, couldn't get it started. A DNS actually in heat race number 1 and heat 2. Not going to be able to close this one out. Unfortunate for O'Gara's teammate under Top Kart USA. But for O'Gara, still sitting in 2nd. Lap number 9 underway now. Does O'Gara have a look on the inside into turn number 2? He's through. Danny O'Gara, it's the lead of the race, side by side, further back. Looking on the inside, Taylor Gaddis side by side for a moment there. And again, just have to be careful, boys. You can't let Danny O'Gara get away with half of this race left.
Absolutely. The MPG Motorsports drivers are going to have to work together throughout the remainder of this race because O'Gara already has a couple of kart lengths on them, and he only just took the lead away from the MPG trio. Taylor, Gaddis, Feichinger are going to need to really work together. That's exactly what happened. Austin Taylor back to the point of the field, takes the race lead away in the dying moments of this race. Still a few more laps to go, but we're definitely in crunch time of this second heat for 206 Sportsman. Across the timing and scoring loop they go again. Austin Taylor's again grenading the back of his helmet, saying to Danny O'Gara to try and get them further up the field and not have to battle with the two MPG Motorsports drivers behind him. I don't think Danny O'Gara got the message though. Side by side, up and over the curbing into turn 4. O'Gara gets away with it, and they are still right on top of each other. You can throw a blanket over them as they head into turn 8, Caleb.
O'Gara trying to set up that over-under, especially there in turn number 3 and 4 to try and get that run on Austin Taylor, and just didn't have enough room. Went over the curb, got unsettled a little bit, is now settled back in the second. And Taylor, again, still trying to negotiate with O'Gara here and tell him to continue to push him forward. But, again, if you're O'Gara, you really have to think. You know, I said it yesterday, pass or be passed in this class, especially in 206. And you have to think, when does Dominic Gaddis want to go for second? And that would be a chance that slips away from Danny O'Gara here in this one. Still, they're pushing each other along. O'Gara not going to have a look just yet. Still staying in line. But again, we saw him try and set up this over-under through this section here the lap prior. Nate, nothing yet from O'Gara. Again, sitting in line, learning, seeing where he's stronger than Taylor. And just a game of cat and mouse here. And O'Gara definitely hunting down Austin Taylor right now.
Haven't seen a lot of passing into turn 7 this race. It's definitely a hot spot for getting that move done. It's a late and desperate dive that you have to make. You have to be committed. And I'm sure we'll be seeing that with about 3 or 2 laps to go in this race. Gaddis and Feichinger are starting to fall off ever so slightly as Austin Taylor and Daniel O'Gara have started to get along a little bit better, haven't been fighting too much at the front end of this field, but of course that draft just reels them back in to the fight for the lead in Sportsman. 3 laps to go, this time by in the penultimate race of the weekend for these guys. Out of turn 2, again, 2 very different lines from O'Gara and Austin Taylor. Like Caleb said, trying to get that over-under done through 4 and 5, just been unable to get it done. Into turn 7, 2 different lines again between Taylor and O'Gara. Austin Taylor holding on for the time being.
Yeah, O'Gara just kind of setting it up here, trying to get a good enough run to try and get to that rear bumper here. Is it going to be turn number 12? Or is he going to wait for turn 2? Again, 2 good passing zones for O'Gara. We've seen him pass there already this race, but he's going to wait. He's going to give it some time. Can't give it too much time because this time around, fellas, it's going to be 2 laps to go. And officially crunch time for these young drivers here. O'Gara still waiting, still holding. This time across the stripe, 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go, and O'Gara just needs that last little push from Gaddis. He's got it. This time around, looking, fading to the bottom of the racetrack. O'Gara's able to get clear, side by side in between Gaddis. Taylor coming through. Here comes Feichinger on the inside and up in a third. Gaddis falls back to 4th.
Like we were saying a couple laps ago when they found themselves in this situation, the MPG Academy drivers need to work together so Danny O'Gara doesn't get too far in front. They just have to push Austin Taylor up to the back end of that 201 Top Kart machine to make sure all 3 of them have a chance at this race win. Of course, big points on the line to determine the grid order for the final, the trophy paying race. Later on in the day, O'Gara finds himself in a comfortable position, a position he's found himself in time and time again here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. Out of the penultimate corner, he's going to see white flag in the air, this time by with 3 hungry MPG Academy drivers right behind him.
Yeah, already Austin Taylor looks to have a good run. O'Gara fades to the bottom of the racetrack. Taylor around the outside. Can he set something up on that Top Kart USA driver? Nothing yet. Here comes Feichinger looking on the inside. He goes through for second. He's going to get clear and going to take the fight up to O'Gara now, slot him back in the line. Austin Taylor to 3rd.
Austin Taylor down to third there. Not the jump he would have wanted out of that past couple of sections. However, Danny O'Gara has a little bit of breathing room that is going to get demolished between the turn 8 and turn 11 complex. That is the straightaway, and all the slipstream effect is being used there. Goes to the low line. Does Danny O'Gara defends the position through 12. A little bit of contact between the MPG Academy drivers. That's only going to open up the gap for Danny O'Gara. A race that he wasn't able to win after post-race tech yesterday. He's going to win on track today with the pushback. Danny O'Gara wins Heat 2 in 2:06 Sportsman.
What a drive by that kid, and what a way to answer the call as well. You get DQ'd yesterday for an honest mistake, and then today you're told that you have to do it again. You have to go from last to first, and he gets it done. Take a bow, Danny O'Gara. That's going to be a really good start for the main event later on today. He's your winner, and technically perfect in the heat racing action. Feidinger across the line in second. Dominic Gaddis to Austin Taylor and Daniel Dragunov, your top 5. You go back to Arlo Barr in 6th, Red Johnson in 7th, Clayton Stiles to Christopher Heinzen, Diesel Maxwell, Bo Laser, James Fox, and Colton Gross, your 13 drivers. Pickup getting set to go underway when we come back. KA Senior, it's the racetrack.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a
KA100 Sr taking it to the track, a stacked field of senior drivers ready to go and to bring the action. Brandon Lemke will lead them away from his old rival Alexander Kardashian, Ian Quinn, Austin Olds, and Eli Fox, your top 5.
You go back to Cash Perkins, the rookie, starting on row number 3 alongside Eli Fox. McPherson on row number 4 alongside Cale Zimmerman. Chaz Variale, Shane Reddy, your top 10 starters, your top 5 rows.
Nathan Trapp and Adam Maxwell find themselves on row 6, 7, going the way of Clayton Slifer and Charles Roque, and Mason Surgener starting in 15th.
Yeah, Pint and Pole starting 16th, Klemek back to Baker, Goldberg, Zimmerman, and more, getting set to take the green flag here today. And again, that's your 10 rows, your first 10 rows here today. 20 drivers plus, actually. We're about the 26 mark here today at Route 66, heat race number 2. It was all about Brandon Lemke in heat race number 1. Again, learning from experience, just looking at what kind of transpired yesterday. Got to set those differences aside early, boys. Got to work together, or else the Wisconsin Wonder Kid's going to run away just like he did. Ian Quinn right behind him now, so a little bit of more experience up at the front with Quinn Olds starting alongside each other. And again, kind of characteristic here, a crawling pace to the tram lines here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. The two of these veterans of the field love to bring it nice and slow into the tram lines, and Brandon Lemke is going about half a mile an hour into that inside tram line, looking for the green flag. And the first time of action for KA100 Sr. We go green in KA Senior. Into turn 2 we go. Lemke and Ian Quinn get the jump on the inside lane. Kardashian getting moved back a hole. Shamazo going around. Goes Cash Perkins. A 360 save for the Franklin Motorsports driver. How on earth did he keep that going in the right direction? But out in front, Caleb, it's the same old story. Brandon Lemke out to a huge lead.
But a much better start and a much better story for second on back. Austin Olds still fighting there side by side with what looks to be Cale Zimmerman. The two of them trading spots back and forth and still continuing to fight. But up front, Brandon Lemke holds on to it, but Ian Quinn, Alexander Kardashian, this is the closest that they've been, I think, to Brandon so far this weekend. Again, Kardashian had that opportunity to go on Ian Quinn early on in this one and just slotted back in a line, let Ian Quinn have the position, kind of got loose into turn number, on the exit of turn number 2, and was able to hold on to it. So we'll see how it all goes down, but again, still a lot closer and much closer today than what they were yesterday at this early into the race.
Yeah, absolutely, but still, they got to be careful because that's already up to a second between Brandon Lemke and Ian Quinn. Ian Quinn, Kardashian, and Austin Olds, I think, are all on pretty much the same page. I say that Kardashian obviously didn't see what happens when you battle on the first couple of laps because he is gifting this win to Brandon Lemke right now. Not sure what the 955 is thinking there. He doesn't really have the pace to be able to close in on Brandon Lemke alone. That only breaks up the likes of him, Austin Olds, Ian Quinn further back, Shane Reddy making a move on Eli Fox, who is right behind Cale Zimmerman, who put that Kart to the table yesterday to try and figure a few things out. That 906 Cosmic Kart piloted by Cale Zimmerman is on fire today so far. Yeah, much better start for Cale, and again, he went from 13th to 8th yesterday. Spoke to him a little bit yesterday, and he was like, you know, we're focusing on KA this year, and it's been a good learning curve for me to try and get there and to try and get up there with the guys that are racing up at the front. He's definitely doing a good job of it. A couple of more movers. Eli Fox able to go on Shane Reddy, it looked like, and he was able to get clear. More action further back. McPherson side by side there for a second. Slots back in the line. Yeah, Quinton McPherson getting the move done on Adam Maxwell. He's right there on Shane Reddy and Eli Fox as well. A little bit of a battle pack starting to form there. No battle pack, though, for Brandon Lemke out to a lead that was 1.6 seconds last time across the stripe. More battling happening even further back there, Caleb. That gap increases last time across the line, but still, you have to keep an eye on this mid-pack battle that we've been looking at with McPherson. He's starting to heat up his lap times at 50.041 for Austin Olds, fastest lap of the race. And again, him and Alexander Kardashian starting to work together, trying to close down their gap to Brandon Lemke, which now sits at 1.633 in between your race leader and the drivers in second and third. Ian Quinn back and forth. And again, just doesn't have the same speed, unfortunately, that the drivers ahead of him do have. And for Cale Zimmerman, again, a 50.715. So there's a big split, a big cutoff in between the drivers in first, second, and third, back to fourth. And you look at the lap time that Lemke just set, a 49.774, the fastest lap of the race. This kid's not slowing down anytime soon. Absolutely not. Honestly, just looking forward to the final at this point because these KA100 Sr drivers at the pointy end of the field have seen Brandon Lemke take a walk away from the field on the opening lap, and you have to think it's going to get a little bit messy in turn 2 on the final later on in this Sunday for the opening round of the season. Still on screen there, Alexander Kardashian and Austin Olds running second and third at the moment. Lemke went purple last time by. We'll have to see when they cross the timing and scoring beacon to get an idea of where they are comparatively to each other. Brandon Lemke comes across the line, resets fast time, and opens that gap up to 1.7 seconds. So Alexander Kardashian and Austin Olds are going to need to find something to be able to reel in the 901 Millwright driver.
Yeah, definitely going to have to find something and find it fast, because we're just about to get to the halfway point this next time around. We're going to start lap number 7 with 7 more to go for Ian Quinn, Kale Zimmerman. Again, you look at their lap times, just a 49.9 for Kale, a 50 flat for Ian Quinn, so they're just about half a 4/10 off compared to your drivers that are inside of the top 3. And for Brandon, again, just fast, wicked fast so far in this race. Here we go. Moves further back. Look at this battle here. The 941 in that mix. That's Adam Maxwell with a driver that just passed him, which looked to be Slifer in the MPG Academy machine, if I'm not mistaken, or that could have been Mason Surgener.
Mason, yep.
Mason Surgener, indeed, with a rolled up black flag, I think, going to Mason Surgener.
Yeah, obviously not what you want to see, because officials will keep a keen eye on you. Also happening himself and Alex, so thinking, all right, let me give it a go to try and close up that gap to Brandon Lemke. Don't think they'll be able to do it, because we're already about halfway through. Well, we will be halfway this time across the stripe for KA100 Sr. But Caleb, if you're any other driver in the front end of this field, obviously the thoughts are going through your head of how do you take down the 901 of Brandon Lemke at this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard, right? We talked about it yesterday. The starts are super, super hard, especially, whenever Brandon's starting on the inside, you're starting on the outside. Not letting him get away is key number 1, and I think they did that. They played it nice at the start. Kardashian let Ian Quinn ahead and let him lead a couple of laps, and that unfortunately just hurt them a little bit, because Brandon just, obviously the clean air and no side-by-side action for him, let him run away, let him get ahead of the field, and let him stay there. And for now, Olds, I mean, he has really good lap times compared to Brandon. He's about 2/10 slower, I guess you could say. But again, he did have to make a move this lap prior. So we'll see what he has. We'll see if he can knock on the door on Brandon Lemke. Then you look at this group further back here as well. This is all the midfield scrum. And these guys, battled it out hard at the start. They were really going back and forth, a lot of side-by-side action. You have obviously Surgener in there, Shane Reddy, McPherson as well, with Eli Fox just kind of leading them away.
Yeah, absolutely. More battling happening behind. Shane Reddy getting his way past Quentin McPherson for that 7th spot. Shane Reddy had a bit of an issue yesterday. As you can see, they're still battling on track between the two of them, as Reddy had that issue like we were saying yesterday, where he was losing power, it looked like, in the final couple of laps. What happened is the axle key snapped on his brake rotor, and the rotor friction welded itself to the axle. They got that all squared away for the Reddy Racing camp. Of course, a driver who's been running with Brandon Jarsacrack Racing on the national scene. Huge leaps and bounds for Shane Reddy this year, but he's got Quentin McPherson hounding him and Cash Perkins on his way as well.
Yeah, all these drivers going side by side. There goes Maxwell as well on the 970, I believe that was. That were going side by side there for a second. Maxwell indeed was able to go either on Clayton Slifer, if I am not mistaken, and made that move. Cash Perkins, the 963 Franklin Motorsports Merlin, side by side there. Maxwell, Slifer. Maxwell looking to set up an over-under. He's able to get ahead and through once again, and they're starting to lose touch with Cash Perkins right behind them. Nathan Trapp in the 921 car, not too far back.
Yeah, Nathan Trapp not too far back. Just a couple days ago was testing a Formula SAE car for his local college. Now finds himself at the wheel of a Hotes Driver Development Prepared OTK, a new team for Trapp in 2025. And he's had, again, another driver that's been leaps and bounds faster than what he was in 2024. Finding a lot of time and being comfortable with that Hotes Driver Development Camp. Quentin McPherson, big mistake from him. He is slow at the apex of turn 2, getting going again. Not sure what happened to the Millwright driver there. Must have been a mistake, but we saw pretty much the exact same thing from him, Caleb, in Heat 1 yesterday. It's not been the weekend that McPherson would have wanted.
Yeah, definitely not. Unfortunate from McPherson, especially at this stage of the race, right? He was in 8th, running well inside of the top 10. Would have been a good average finish for him, especially going into the main event. That's going to end early here in this one. A little bit of an update on the lead for those of you wondering. 3 seconds in between Brandon Lemke and Alexander Kardashian. Lemke continuing to extend that gap, continuing to pull away, just hundredths better and more consistent than his competitors. Austin Old still in third, back to Ian Quinn, Zimmerman, back to Eli Fox, Shane Reddy, Perkins, Maxwell, and Slifer still in your top 10 as we follow along that battle that's just on the edge.
Yeah, Nathan Trapp losing a lot of time further back to the battle on screen. Lane Gibbs, the 944 MPG Academy Kart, getting by, so it must have been a mistake or something from the 921 of Nathan Trapp. Coming across the line shortly for the 2 to go signal will be the driver that these two are trying to catch, Brandon Lemke. Alexander Kardashian opening up the gap a little bit to Austin Olds as they will now see the 2 to go signal this time across the stripe. But still, that gap continuing to open up between Lemke and Kardashian, even if they get a good jump at the start of the final later on today. It's going to be a big question mark if they can even sustain the pace of the 901.
Olds and Kardashian still in line. Ian Quinn kind of get left to the wayside there further back. Just on the edge of the top 5, sitting 4th, but nothing yet. And with, again, the 2.6 in the air the last time around, this time the white flag for what's going to be, a busy year racing for him is, getting set to go back to Trackhouse Motorplex next weekend. And this is the best preparation that he can get, right? A track that's as physical as Whiteland and a track that's going to get him ready with a field that's as strong as any other. He's getting himself ready at a place where, would have been a return of the top step for him last year at Trackhouse to the top step of the X30 Pro podium. And again, just got taken away from him at the last second after post-race penalties. And here, this weekend, hasn't made a mistake and hasn't put a foot wrong. Brandon Lemke is getting set to take away heat race number 2, Nate.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke has been perfect this weekend so far. It's just one more race to go for the Wisconsin Wonder Kid. Checkered flag in the air for Lemke. He takes the win over Alexander Kardashian, Austin Olds, and Ian Quinn. And then Cale Zimmerman running out your top 5, but just barely for Zimmerman with Eli Fox and the New Gen team closing in on that 906 machine. Further back, you have Cash Perkins making a recovery drive after that 360 spin at the start of the race. Then Shane Reddy, Anna Maxwell, and Lane Gibbs rounding out your top 10 for the second heat of KA100 Sr. There you can see your unofficial results on screen. You can pick out your favorite driver from there as we will be getting set for the next class on track. As we have a couple pickups, maybe I think we're actually clear on track, so we should be rolling into 206 Jr on deck shortly. .206 Jr on track now for their second heat of the day. Brady Shaw taking a dominant win yesterday to put himself on pole for this opening race of Sunday for the opening round of Route 66 Sprint Series here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. There you can see your starting lineup. Brady Shad will lead us to the green with Sam Tutwiler alongside him on row number 1. Then row 2 is Jack Fieber, Christopher Yotze.
You go back to Carson Benjamin, Braden Domont, Starting on row number 3, Porter Trudell, Colin Eddy on row 4, Theodore Gaffer, Ethan Leroy on row number 5.
Further back, Alyssa Eddy, Lucian Laser, Joseph Wilson, Nolan Wade, Case Reth in your top 15.
You go back to Evan Patton, Benjamin Hoy, and it says Sam Tutwiler at the back, but it looks like he's up there at the front. And indeed, I think he starting second here for Sam Tutwiler, starting alongside Brady Shad. So, yeah, that is correct. Benjamin Hoy starting at the rear of the field, getting set to take this green flag. Shad, Tutwiler, again, these two shared a couple of moments, very few moments yesterday, I should say, and we'll see.
Got that going for us, but that's going to be race over for a couple of drivers. Evan Patton, one of the AMAX machines involved in that. Further up and at the pointy end of the field, Brady Shaw didn't get as dominant as a jump as he got yesterday because Jack Fieber is right there on the back end of the 365 Millwright Racing machine. Sam Tutwiler was struggling with too much grip in both of his 206 and KA100 Jr carts yesterday. They seem to have found a little bit of pace overnight, Caleb, because Tutwiler is not letting him get away to the extent that it was yesterday. Speaking of which, Jack Fieber, what a run it's been for his opening couple of laps, is on the back end of Shad.
Yeah, really good start to this race there for Fieber to put himself in prime position to try and take the fight to Brady Shad, who, again, nobody's really challenged him up at this point, up to this point here, Nate. And now Fieber getting a lot closer. That gap at a car length going in to the Daytona banked corner. And here goes Fieber. He's now on that rear bumper, and I don't think Brady Shad knows it as of yet. And Tutwiler back to, it looks like Yahtzee, that's right behind him. Again, those two drivers are working quite well together at this point of the race, and I think it looks like they're starting to close down to your two leaders here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that gap is starting to close. Sam Tutwiler getting all the way down in the seat to try and find any little bit of time that he can muster to close up to Brady Shad and Jack Fieber. Shad going purple last time across the stripe. It's a little under 0.3 of a second, the gap between the Millwright Racing driver and the Burrell Art pilot in second, that being Jack Fieber, as they come out of turn 8 onto the backstretch yet again. This is only going to help Jack try and close in with that huge slipstream effect you get on the back straight here. Yahtzee and Tutwiler just need to stay nose to tail for the rest of this race, essentially, to be able to close in to Fieber and Shad. But it's looking like Fieber's not going to let him get away too much here, Caleb, and he might be able to bring the fight to Brady Shad later on in the day.
Not much for now, a car length and a half, and Fieber again closing in, and I think this is where you close down, you open back up, and you can't really make that move due to just gearing issues here for Fieber, which is what I'm thinking it is. And we'll see. Fieber still, again, just very close throughout this back session, and then it looks like Shad is just better on the exit of 16 and pulls away just that little bit on Fieber onto that front straight.
Yeah, and one thing to add there, going into turn 14, that Rhino liner at the apex of the corner, both Fieber and Shad having two very different approaches to it, but it seemed like it worked out for Fieber last time because he went purple last time across the stripe and is holding with Brady Shad as they make their way through the back section of the track. Fieber could be looking at a first win in Route 66 competition later on in the day if he can hold this pace throughout the final. But of course, we still have more than halfway to go in this race and a long final later on in the day. That being said, though, Fieber looking strong as ever as he has been this weekend and really in the past couple seasons.
Yeah, and for these two further back, for Sam Tutwiler, Yahtzee, and again, the two of them really good friends off the racetrack and sharing the track here this weekend. Just single file, still in tow, and just don't have an answer at this point. Again, they're trying and setting in personal best after personal best of 56.465 for Yahtzee the last time around, and a 56.2 for Fieber, a 56.26 as well for Brady Shad. So just 0.2. That's what the Steel Motorsports machines are really missing at this stage compared to that Coyote that's out in front, and to Feber as well that sits in second.
Yeah, absolutely. It just seems like they're missing something right now, and that's not really an easy fix to find, especially when the gap is this big. But you never know, Mark Steele will have something up his sleeve to try and get these two further up the grid and battling for a race win that Jack Feber continues to do. Reset fast time last time by. We'll see what he does this time across the timing and scoring line as they cross. He does not improve. Brady Shaw does though, excuse me. So up to 0.2 of a second last time across the stripe. It seems like Jack Feber is close enough to make a move, but might just be waiting his time at this point. Big jump over the curb there.
Oh, wow.
Brady Shaw in turn 5. New leader, Jack Feber. That was a really uncharacteristic mistake from Brady Shaw there, Caleb.
And what a way to take advantage for Jack Feber. I was just about to say the battle further back as well with Colinetti, Trudell, Domont, and a couple more was starting to heat up as well, just on the edge of the top 10. And then just then, Feber answers the call, gets up to the point of this race, and now 2 car lengths separates that Coyote machine of Brady Shad, the Steel Motorsports Burrell Art out in front.
Yeah, Burrell Art lead the way at the hands of Jack Feber. Halfway to go this time by, and Feber went purple as well. So it was 2.5 last time across the stripe. We'll see if Brady Shaw decides to go by at the first time of asking, or the first opportunity he gets to potentially retake the lead from the 381 Burrell Art. He finds himself trailing at the moment. Back on to the back straight we go yet again in the second half of this race. Through the bus stop there, a very bumpy section of the track, and then through the Daytona banking into hard braking zone of 12. A lot of Rhino liner has been added to that track since we were last here, adding even more grip to that uphill on camber corner. That's most likely going to be probably a lift for some of these 206 drivers later on in the day. But Caleb, it's still Jack Feber leading the way, and that gap is starting to close down ever so slightly between himself and Brady Shaw.
Brady Shad retakes the lead of this race, goes back up to the point. Bieber back to second. Yahtzee, Tutwiler, no movements for them. Third and fourth. And again, that could be the best opportunity for them to get up there and try and close down their gap to your 2 leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. If they see more of this battling, they could be well within a chance to be able to close in. It's going to take a lot more battling than what's happening right now, and probably for them to do it on the old section of the track where you lose a lot more time if you do go side by side with your opponent. At the moment, though, it doesn't seem like it's enough. Feber is right on the back end of Brady Shaw and is really pressurizing them, though. It's going to be 4 to go at the line next time by for 206 Jr. Heat number 2 through turns 14, 15, and 16. The final few corners on the track they go through. Across the timing and scoring line, Shad looks like he'll reset fast time, go purple, 2.5 clear of Jack Feber, but that 2.5, you are still well within drafting range, so no need to worry for Jack right now. Just has to wait for potentially another mistake from Brady Shaw, or to really size him up in these next couple laps to know where he can make that move for the lead.
This time by on the back straightaway, Shad still leading us away, but that gap again closing back down. And this is good because compared to what we saw yesterday, Nate, I mean, it was just Brady Shad. It was just him out in front, and everybody else was fighting for what seemed like second on back. And then you have, 3 good battles going on here. You obviously have this battle here, the battle for second, and then the battle further back with Alexa Colinetti and a couple of other drivers in that mix. Trudell in there, Domont, looks like Benjamin could be another one of those that's in that mix. Gaffer, I think, just at the edge of it, but that group starting to battle, and here's the battle for the 3rd spot. Looking on the inside, and there goes Sam Tutwiler on Christopher Yahtzee. So they trade that position up to the last of the podium places in this heat race. And again, just seeing where they can start, where's going to be the best starting position, especially going into the main event later on today. The battle for the lead, nothing yet, but the next time around, 2-6 in the air with 2 laps to go, Nate.
Absolutely, and Fever resetting fast time like we said earlier on the lap. I think he's got something for Brady Shad, and he's just waiting for the final lap to show it to him as they'll be making their way out of the final 3 or so corners for Shad. He'll see 2 sticks in the air this time by crossing the line, and we'll have to see if he starts to go defensive.
Ooh.
He will on Jack Feber. They'll go side by side for a bit at the apex of the corner through turn 2, making their way through 3 and 4. No moves being made yet by the 2 of them, but it'll be interesting to see what happens through here. Turn 7, Shad goes defensive, and then how does Feber play the game down the long back straight and try to take advantage of the slipstream?
We'll see what he does here. Still single file for Brady Shad. Feber into the Daytona corner and to the bottom of the racetrack for Brady Shad. Feber looking to set something up here, getting creative with the Coyote, the driver out of Millwright. And Feber, he's going to have a nose, a look into turn 14. Nothing yet. Still single foul. Turn 2, like we've said, turn 7 and turn 12, probably going to be the best passing zones and best passing opportunities for Feber. Looking, Shad, nothing defensive for now. He goes to the bottom now. Feber looking on the outside. And again, this corner, it's quite easy to try and set up an over-under. Here goes Feber, still looking on Shad. Nothing yet going in a 6.
Nothing yet from Feber. Wait for the dive from Feber into turn 7. As Shad covers him off, looking over his shoulder is Brady Shad and Yahtzee and Tutwiler, who are starting to battle. This is not the time to do it, guys. You have 2 battling at the front of the field. You could be catching up to them, but you're battling for 3rd and 4th at the moment. Back to the battle up front. Shad goes defensive and white lines into turn 12. Into the old section they go, side by side through 13 and 14. Shad on the inside line goes defensive into turn 14. I don't think it's going to be enough for Jack Feber to get a run out of the final couple of corners. Give it to the Millwright man of Brady Shad, taking the win in 206 Jr. Jack Feber, a hard-fought 2nd place finish, and Sam Tutwiler, Christopher Yahtzee, and Carson Benjamin rounding out your top 5 in the 2nd heat of 206 Jr.
Yeah, and I feel like could have been more as well for Sam Tutwiler and Yahtzee, right? I mean, they were 3rd and 4th, and there was all that defensive, maneuvers by Shad. That should have been the door opening for Tutwiler and Yahtzee to get themselves into the mix. But again, just not enough for the 2 of them. And for Brady Shad, that was a masterclass in defense. So he definitely deserved that 2nd heat race. That solidifies him for the pole position moving on later today, just after the lunch break. Here, a quick pause in the action with some pickup getting set to go underway. When we come back, Micro Swift takes the racetrack.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez, who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stand. If you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
So welcome back to Micro Swift action from the Route 66 Sprint Series here at KA1 Circuit. Whiteland, Austin Taylor will be leading us to the green with Dylan Braun, Bo Wyatt, Liam 4, Lawrence Jorgensen, your top 5 starters here in the Micro Division.
Go back to Harrison Apel, Bella Brinkham, Grant Heckman, Diesel Maxwell, Cameron Apel, and one more, which is James Fox in the number 12 Top Kart USA machine. 11 drivers getting set to take the green flag here today in Micro Swift as they get set to go to the commitment cone and get all lined up to get this one started, Nate.
Yeah, a couple of stragglers at the back of the field. James Fox just on that number 12 Top Kart machine, getting all lined up and ready to go at the tail end of this field. A little bit of a quick crawl for these Micro drivers. McGallagher, our flagman, already telling him to slow down. Into the tram lines they go. Will be green on the first time of asking. Into turn 2 they go. Austin Taylor leads the way from Dylan Braun, the 2 MPG Academy drivers leading the field in the early stages of this race, and the 2 OTK drivers of Bo Wyatt and Liam 4 already battling away in that 3rd spot. As one driver late on the brakes, I think that was Lawrence Jorgensen who got by Liam 4. That was a dive and a half by Lawrence Jorgensen to get by in turn 7. The AMAX driver who finished 5th last race, having to defend from Liam 4 again, and holds on to that 4th spot for the time being.
Bo Wyatt, the driver there in 3rd, the 41. Still following in tow, there's Liam 4 and a couple of more as well. Liam 4 fell back to 5th at the start of this one. Jorgensen, like you said there, Nate, he's up into 4th there, sorry. And now a couple of more movers for Jorgensen. Going back at it, 4 now, up into the 4th spot. He was able to get clear in turn number 2.
Yeah, Liam Forworth using that experience to get by Lawrence Jorgensen in only his 2nd year of racing in the non-kid kart divisions. Lawrence has been learning a lot over the past couple of years and gaining that momentum and that speed. This was his first race last season and just didn't have the luck on his side. Has been building the pace ever since then. There you can see that number 7 LN kart leading Bella Brinkman. Both of those drivers actually making their debuts in the Route 66 Sprint Series last season. So nice to see them battling away for the top 5. Bella Brinkman, though, big mistake out of 15 and 16. Going to lose a couple of spots and lose the tail end of Lawrence Jorgensen's kart in that battle for what will be a podium spot come the final. Dylan Braun isn't letting Austin Taylor get too far in front. He just set fast time, 7/10 in front is Austin Taylor, but that gap is starting to close here, Caleb.
Yeah, that gap's starting to close. Look at that move, almost there. It looked like that driver wanted to have a look inside of turn number 7, thought better of it, got back into line. That was definitely a close look there, Nate, as we take a look at our gaps here so far. Austin Taylor, again, quickest on the racetrack for a second there. Dylan Braun actually took the fastest lap of the race the last time around. He's about 7/10 back from your race leader. Bo Wyatt in 3rd now, about a second back from that. And then 4 seconds for Liam 4, the driver in 4th that we were following around there for a bit.
Yeah, and how about this? Dylan Braun is starting to close in on Austin Taylor even more. 7/10 of a second last time across the stripe, comes down to 4.5 of a second. So these guys are going to really be going at it at this stage of the race. Already one retirement, the number 18 driver pulling into the pit lane. I'll get an idea on that later as we continue to see Austin Taylor making the rounds in front, but Dylan Braun really closing in at this point.
The gap out in front staying consistent in between Austin Taylor and Dylan Braun. Austin Taylor retook the fastest lap of the race last time around, 7/10 in between them. Those two drivers. Bo Wyatt back in 3rd. He's about a second. He's about 1.3 back from the driver in 2nd. Liam 4 back to Jorgensen. Not much change has occurred. Again, everybody just a little split up at this stage of the race here, Nate. The closest battle that we do have is just further back, near the back. Looks like Maxwell pretty close with either Fox or I think Heckman, 2 of the drivers that are not too far away from each other there towards the back.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of battling happening further back in the pack as well. Should say, Dylan Braun just took even more time out of Austin Taylor's lead. Bo Wyatt is also starting to close in for this lead. So in a class that we saw absolute domination from in Austin Taylor, not the case today, fortunately for those watching and for the drivers who want a chance to try and get a race win. Austin Taylor probably gonna have to work a little bit harder for this race win this time around. You can see more karts going through the chicane there at the back straightaway. Very bumpy and difficult to get that all set up and ready to go. Looking back at the front end of the field, Austin Taylor leads the way and Dylan Braun closes in even more. It's 0.3 of a second this time by between the pair of them. The MPG drivers really starting to close in on each other as we get to lap 7 of 14.
A little bit of an update here on the lead. That gap now closed down in between Austin Taylor, Dylan Braun, and again, for those of you at home, we are looking into that audio you guys were talking about, so apologies for the quietness on the airwaves there for a second, but this battle for the lead starting to heat up. Austin Taylor, Dylan Braun, a lot closer this time around. It was at 0.2 of a second a couple laps ago. A lap ago, I should say. It's about half a second now this time around.
Yeah, the battle for the lead starting to heat up. Dylan Braun losing a little bit of time last time by to Austin Taylor. Just unable to hold that pace consistently throughout the run. It does bode well, though, for Dylan Braun's chances later on in the day come the main event where we start handing out trophies and deciding who's going to be standing on the top step of the podium. The big points race, of course, for the weekend. You can see there the two MPG Academy drivers. Best of days is Diesel, and hopefully they don't get too hindered when they catch up, and if they catch up the back end of the 14 machine. There you can still see the lead starting to shrink yet again for Austin Taylor. 0.3 on the dot last time by between the two of them. You can throw a blanket over these two as they're pretty much glued together, front to rear bumper at this stage. Down the back stretch they go, Caleb, yet again. 4 to go next time by across the stripe, and just waiting for Dylan Braun's move for the lead.
Nothing yet. Still a car length in between Austin Taylor, Dylan Braun. Just not enough. You know, it just needs to really be consistent, needs to dial it in here to try and make a pass for the lead on Austin Taylor. And again, that gap opens back up on the start of lap 11. So back to about 0.4 of a second here, Nate.
Yeah, back at the end again, it's just like that accordion effect that we talk about all the time. It starts to get closer, it opens back up again. I think once we get to the back end of Diesel Maxwell, it's going to close back up again, and even more than it already is. I don't think it's a dirty air effect or anything. It's probably just this track is really difficult on these kids to on a physical level, so they're probably struggling a little bit, but kudos to them for racing so close to each other. Bo Wyatt isn't too far out of this either. lap traffic now for the leaders to have to try and negotiate. This is going to be crucial times for Austin Taylor, who gets by in turn 14 and leaves Dylan Braun behind Diesel Maxwell, as it'll be a couple laps to go at this rate. That is huge for Austin Taylor's chances. Dylan Braun just now getting by Diesel Maxwell. That is an unfortunate way to lose this one for Dylan Braun.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Braun, and again, not out of time yet. Again, right, a lot can happen with 2.5 laps to go in this race. Really has to dial it in, really has to hit those marks if he wants to close down his gap.
So 2 to go, this time by from flagman Mick Gallagher. Sticks in the air for Austin Taylor and Dylan Braun. 0.6 of a second last time across the stripe. Dylan Braun is starting to slowly reel back in Austin Taylor to potentially get this race win, but he's going to need a couple of monster laps to be able to do so as they head their way back down the back straightaway for the penultimate time in this Heat 2 event. Through the Daytona banking they go yet again. Dylan Braun just unable to make any real leaps and bounds over the past couple of corners to really close in to Austin Taylor in the lead. White flag in the air this time by, for the Micro Swift drivers. 14 laps almost complete, as that is about the same gap between the two of them, Caleb. About 5.5 tenths between Austin Taylor and Dylan Braun.
Yeah, and it's just really been back and forth throughout this one. They've kind of, closed down the gap, gotten close to each other, gotten on that rear bumper. I catch you here, you catch me there, and then it's just been all about Taylor, right? Has kept that gap, has managed it consistently, and has been able to stay out in front, and it's looking pretty good here. Only a car length in between himself and Braun. I don't think Braun's going to have enough to try a move. Not close enough in a 12. This time buying a 14 and 15. Still Taylor out in front, holding on to it here in Micro Swift. He won heat race number 1 in commanding fashion. He's going to go back-to-back in heat racing action and solidify the pole position going into the main event. Austin Taylor 2 for 2 in heat racing action.
At Dylan Braun right behind Bo Wyatt, Liam Ford, Lawrence Jorgensen rounding out your top 5. We're going to catch our breath a little bit before we get set for the biggest class on the weekend. 206 Masters coming at you.
Welcome back here to Route 66. It's time for 206 Masters to take the racetrack. Let's run you down your starting lineup. It says Tom Harleman at the top, but he's starting at the tail end of the field. Again, joining us late this morning. Mark Steele, Jamie Bradford starting on row number 1. Kyle Landon, Scott Hamble on row number 2. Chris Linden and Troy Toney back to row 3. Matthew Burpo, David Galonia on row number 5. You go back to Dakota Pesek, Austin Fairfield, Lucas Rennick, Eric Spilling, Jeremy Moe, Chad King, Jared Spensel, Danny Cutshaw, Alex Cooper, Melvin Godsey, Michael Schaefer, Gabe Villapando, Joe Stevens, Tommy Stevens, Jesse Bullock, Wesley Bullock, Jason Irvin, Brian Williams, Wilbur, Richard Lemasters, and starting Shotgun Charlie on the field. Tom Harleman, your 30 drivers here this weekend. Mark Steele, an over-under move, but put him up at the top and put him starting on the pole for heat race. Heat race number 2 on what was
out of the start boxes. I assume that's what happened from those guys, and I don't know by the way they're racing if they understand that was waved off. So corner workers gonna have to be throwing yellows to make sure everyone's on the same page there. Caleb, just a little bit of confusion for these Masters drivers at the moment as we'll be trying again in a couple of moments time. Of course, this will be counting as a lap, so 13 lap 206 Master Heat 2.
Yeah, we wait for it one more time. Another try, usually better on the second try. Didn't look too bad. I think may have punched off just that little bit too early there for Mark. And now Jamie, Bradford, Steele side by side, and again this field lined up here once again.
Yeah, looking to get it on the second time of asking. 29 carts being set into the grid, getting past the commitment cone and the no scrub cone for this second heat of the day. It looks better this time around. There's a couple stragglers at the back end of the field. That might have been what called that start off as well. Looking for it on the second time of asking from Flagman McGallagher. Green flag, and away we go for 206 Masters. A big jump from the inside lane of Mark Steele to get that lead away and early from the rest of the challenging packs. They're going 3 and 4 wide, further back in the pack through turns 3, 4, 5, and 6 as they go single file through turn 7. A pretty clean start there, Caleb, for the amount of carts we had and from what we saw yesterday. That being said, Mick Gallagher flag
board out, but yeah, there it is. That's the driver there that's lost the side pod early on in this race. A little bit of an old school look to the left-hand side of that new gen machine, but that's going to be an early end for that driver. Nothing changing. Up front, still Mark Steele, Jamie Bradford, Scott Hamble, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, battling going on at the front end of the field between Steele, Bradford, and Hamble. Second and third place, they're going for a little bit of a side-by-side action out of turns 3 and 4. They go back to single file racing for the time being because they know how dangerous it is to let Mark Steele try and get away from the rest of the challenging pack. A little bit of a bubble starting to form there between second and third, though. Looks like Scott Hamble must have had some sort of mistake that didn't quite catch. Further back, though, Kyle Landon, Chris Linden inside that top 5 with the help of Matthew Burpo and Galonia Pesek behind. This battle pack for the lead is really starting to grow here, Caleb, as we have about 7 or 8 carts in this fight for the win.
This is 206 racing, right, Nate? I mean, this is exactly what you expect to see when you see these Briggs & Stratton engines hit the racetrack. A single file line, a train with very little passing, but a lot of action within it. Looks some passing further back here as well. Looks like Galonia looking on the inside, able to get that move done. He's up another spot on Matthew Burpo, it seems like, on the Kubica cart.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of battling happening back there, and it's starting to separate the two packs a little bit. Chris Linden now, the final cart inside that top 5 battle pack. David Galonia going purple last time across the stripe in P7, but starting to lose a little bit of time to Slinden in front, but a big move and a sideways move from Mr. AMAX 641 of Scott Hamble there, holding on for dear life to that Coyote machine and not losing a ton of time to the leader of Mark Steele. That's really impressive to see coming across the time and scoring beacon yet again. We'll see if anyone resets fast time. Troy Tony down in P9, his fastest card on track, and is closing in on this battle for lead. Caleb, I think we're about to have 10 carts or so in this battle for the win later on.
It's close, and obviously Scott Hamble got the move done there on Mark Steele in a turn number 2. You saw that move in 12 that he had on Jamie Bradford. Scott Hamble wants control of this race, and he wanted it now. He got it in turn 2. Mark Steele falls back to 2nd, but look at this pack. You have Pesic at the back in 8th. He's closing in. Tony not too far back. Mo's close as well. This group is about to be 10 carts long, with more and more starting to join the fight, starting to close in on your leaders.
Jeremy Moe with that unmistakable minion suit down in 10th really is starting to close in on these leaders as well. Right you are, Caleb. Through 14, 15, and 16 they come. All this action, and we're nowhere near the halfway mark. Steele is going to relinquish that lead. There you can see to Hamble, who also goes purple last time across the stripe. That's always dangerous when a driver is able to take a lead, make a couple of passes, and go fastest on the racetrack. A little bit of a gap starting to form there, Caleb, between the top 3. So 4th on down are going to have to stay vigilant and not battle too much. Wait for these top 3 to really go at it and get their way to the front end of this field.
Yeah, Galonia also made a move this lap before. He got it done in turn 14. He was able to get clear. He was up another spot, side by side further back. Burpo, Pesic still battling it out for what seems to be that 7th spot. Hamble still in control of this race. Single foul all the way back. And Pesic, Burpo not letting this one go. Burpo looking on the inside, Pesic on the outside. And it looks like Tony, the 624 goes around Pesic, makes contact. Having to avoid that was Mo. And it all comes undone for the group that was starting to close in on your leaders here.
They were all working together so well, and that is when the pin on the grenade was pulled early on. And almost halfway to go in this 206 Masters Heat 2 event. David Galonia down in 4th, goes purple last time across the stripe, and he's going to be reeling in that second battle pack of 4th, 5th, and 6th with the caboose of Chris Slinden up into that lead pack. The top 3 are going to have 3 more carts added to this lead. Scott Hamble losing a little bit of time down the straightaway to the likes of Mark Steele and Jamie Bradford leading this pack. He loses a ton of time, almost 3 or 4 cart lengths down the back straight alone. He has to make up all that time in the corners, and Caleb, you know how frustrating that is when you work so hard to close that gap in the corners, then the second you get to the straightaway, you have to wave to your competitors goodbye.
Here we go this time around, halfway point, 7 laps to go left in this second heat race for 206 Masters. Mark Steele leads this field away with Jamie Bradford. They took that away from Scott Hamble the last time around. Galonia looking to provide some help here for Mark Steele. Obviously the 2 of them on that Steele Motorsports chassis by stealth. And again, Kyle Landon couldn't do much to help Mark, and he fell back to 5th, joining him just right behind is Slinden. Burpo just on his lonesome with no help in 7. I think that's where he's going to end up. He's going to need a lot of battling out of your top 6 drivers. But for Mark Steele, Jamie Bradford, the amount of battles these 2 have shared have definitely been outnumbered. And there goes Galonia looking on the inside of Hamble, side by side on the exit of 12 and a 13 we go. Galonia trying to provide some help to Mark Steele, but can't get ahead of the Coyote machine just yet.
Whenever you send it up the inside of a driver in a turn 12, you have to be fully committed, because if you do not clear them by track exit, you have 2 right-handers that put you on the outside of one of the slowest corners on track. More battling happening now. Mark Steele taking that lead and holding on to it by Bradford. That gap is really starting to close. P3, Hamble, Galonia, and Landon all going at it now. Same with Chris Slinden in there. Huge gap starting to form there, Caleb, as it looks like.
In a turn number 2, so those drivers were able to get through and get clear. Hamble now falls back to 5th with Slinden just right behind, and Matthew Burpo brought right back up into the mix on that Kubica cart. He's now has new life in this one and going to be in drafting range. Here's Mark Steele. Here's Jamie Bradford with lap traffic just ahead of him. Again, drivers that were that made contact early on in this race. And they're all able to make it through quite cleanly. A couple of more, again, having to move to the wayside. Everybody gets through, and it looks like your top 6, your top 7 are now within the same zip code here. Your top 6, your top 7 are now within the same zip code here.
Think we should have clear track till the end of this one. No more lappers. Should have clear track till the end of this one. No more lappers to try and get by. There we pick up Mark Steele and Jamie Bradford, your race leaders thus far. David Galonia has been fastest on numerous occasions, and he seems like he's closing in on that second place cart of Jamie Bradford. Then behind him, Landon, Hamble, and Slinden all in that fight as well. Matthew Burpo has closed up a gap after making some contact with a few other carts a few laps ago in turns 13 and 14. Down the front straight and into turn 2 they go. Jamie Bradford has been playing nice so far with Mark Steele. Hasn't tried too many moves for the lead, but with about 3 to go, next time by, Caleb, you have to think Jamie Bradford has to go for it at some point. Yeah, you're going to bring the rest of the field into it, but at some point you have to go for that race win.
Yeah, for Jamie Bradford and for Mark Steele, I mean, two very good friends. I talked about it yesterday in the morning sessions. Bradford was going over, looking at Mark Steele's data, looking at what he was doing, looking at the times. And again, those two have been have worked together for quite some time now. And, just the respect that they have for each other, the battles they've shared on the racetrack. Again, they show it time and time again, session after session. And now there's a new factor into the mix. That driver in third, the 691 Steel Motorsports machine, David Galonia, about to arrive on the scene here. He's been rolling so far in this one. Didn't have the best progression he would have liked in heat race number 1, but in heat 2, he's definitely come to life here. Going to provide some support for Mark Steele, who's been almost a team manager for David Galonia. We'll see what he can do. Look in, turn 7, sliding back in a line behind Bradford.
Galonia not able to do anything that time by. Like you said, Caleb, he might be lining up a move in the next couple of laps into turn 7, a late lunge to try and get by. He's been on fire so far in this race. Kyle Landon, haven't talked a lot about him, but he's in the fight for this as well once these three start to battle, and it will happen because Galonia is fast and he's going to want to do something with it. Sticks in the air this time by for our race leaders. Mark Steele will see that first as he comes across the timing and scoring line to lead yet another lap. 2 to go this time by for our race leaders. No one going purple. A lot of people improving, including P2 Jamie Bradford. Galonia does not improve on his fight. Battle for the lead. Here comes Jamie Bradford to the lead, and Galonia's gonna go through. From first to third goes Mark Steele. Kyle Landon brought into it now. Galonia goes defensive on Mark Steele into turn 7. On to the back straight they go, and this whole race has been shaken up here, Caleb.
Yeah, Galonia took advantage. Bradford into turn 7. What a move to get that one done. Now Galonia next to try and get there, to try and get ahead of Jamie Bradford. Going into turn 12, does Galonia have a look on the inside? Looked like he thought about it. He definitely had to think about it. Just didn't think he had a good enough run. And again, that corner comes at you fast as well on the exit of the bull. So we'll see when Galonia decides to go. Turn 2, going to probably be the best passing zone for Galonia this time around. White flag in the air, last lap. We saw an over-under by Mark Steele in heat race number 1. Can he go back-to-back with that? Can he try and set something up on his teammate and a longtime friend in Jamie Bradford? Here goes Galonia on the inside. What about Mark Steele? What do you got for us? Nothing yet. Still side by side in between the two of them. And here comes Mark Steele. Back-to-back over-unders. I said it earlier. He's able to get it done. 2 for 2 in over-unders in this section.
Mark Steele gets it done, and he has breathing room going down the back straightaway with a hungry pack of 206 Masters wanting to take that race win away. And it's only heat 2. We got a final coming up later today and a battle for the win. At the moment, Landon up the inside of Jamie Bradford's going to get the job done out of turn 12. But Mark Steele, a master class of driving, is going to hold on. His drivers on back, keep battling for position. Hamble getting by Galonia now as well. Into the grass goes Galonia, but your winner in 206 Masters, Mark Steele, gets the win in heat number 2, followed by Kyle Landon, Jamie Bradford, Scott Hamble, and Matthew Burpo, your top 5 in a crazy 206 Masters heat number 2. And I cannot reiterate this enough. we still got a final to go of this, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to miss that later on in the day after lunch break. Caleb, what a run it was for them. We said it was going to be exciting after what we saw today. I cannot wait for the final now.
Yeah, how about that? I mean, checkmate for Mark Steele, right? He's out there playing chess. Everybody else playing checkers. 2 nice over-unders. He gets it done. And Mark Steele doing Mark Steele things. So that was a good one to see in back-to-back days. To start off, the mornings we've had some races with really good action. And it always seems to be 206 Masters with the best action. So what a start to the year. What a start to the class. And welcome, because I think they're going to be staying for quite some time. A quick break in the action here. Some pickup, I believe, getting set to go underway. We'll be right back with more.
Simon Klein, your top 5. Then Daniel Dragunov behind them. Baldock, Suka, Styles, Jakowski, Wiley, Johnson, and Heinzen, your 13 drivers in Miami Mini Swift today. Sessions are starting to close down before we head for a lunch break. And for the main events, just a couple more heat races to go at this point. 206 Senior and KA100 Jr will follow, but the final race for our cadet drivers in the heats, looking at slowing down heavily, is Dominic Gaddis. None of them are happy with the pace as they head into the tram lines for the penultimate time of the day. Flagman Mick Gallagher already telling them to slow down. They're going a bit quick for liking. Into the start box they go. Green flag in the air for our Mini Swift drivers. Looks like Cameron Johnson gets a great jump over Dominic Gaddis, who just did not get the jump out of the box there, Caleb, at all. Already a huge run for Cameron Johnson out of the first opening couple of corners.
Yeah, and a big difference from yesterday, right? Cameron Johnson wasn't firing early, and then in this one, heat race number 2, he's firing on all cylinders on the first couple of corners of this one. Cameron Johnson, your leader on that Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Dominic Gaddis in second, Danny O'Gara up in a third, and everybody else falling suit into line. Feidinger just right behind with Simon Jack Klein sitting in 5th.
Yeah, Johnson, the complete opposite, like you said, from yesterday. That Merlin Kart has fired off early, but Dominic Gaddis is holding with. Same too with Danny O'Gara, who finds himself now in 3rd. Johnson, Gaddis, O'Gara is your top 3. This should get spicy towards the end of this 14-lap second heat race of the weekend for our Mini Swift drivers. Cameron Johnson getting a good start for the FMS driver, something he struggled with over the past couple of years of just being elbow out and getting your way through the field on that start phases. Seems like it's starting to click for the 110 driver, and it's obviously helping him, but what isn't helping is the fact that Dominic Gaddis is closing in fast on that MPG Academy machine.
Dominic Gaddis having a really good run here again last lap. Not too bad, but Simon Jack Klein with issues goes around in turn number 14. Klein was sitting in 5th. Not going to be happy with that. Just an unfortunate mistake there. In turn 14, going to put him at the tail of the field. He's going to have a lot of work to do to try and gain those spots as best as he can. But we look back on your leader, Cameron Johnson, getting reeled in by Dominic Gaddis. O'Gara sitting in 3rd. He's starting to close in here, Nate.
Yeah, starting to close in. So Cameron Johnson, hopefully for him, is going to have something later on in this race because Gaddis is closing and closing in fast. Same too with Danny O'Gara, starting a little.
The last time they went around, and it's he's starting to just chip away at it. At this stage of the race, we're only, in lap number 4. We got a lot more to go, 10 more to go once they cross the stripe. So it's a long game, right? If you're not in it at the start, you can definitely get there in the end. We saw it yesterday with Cameron Johnson struggle a little bit super early, but how about this? A big battle further back, a couple of moves being made. Styles, Wojciechowski in this group as well. I believe that was him. Indeed, moving up to 7th.
Yeah, absolutely. Another driver in that as well was Slayton Baldock, who hasn't been having the weekend he would have wanted, would much prefer to be a bit further up the field would Slayton, but maybe with a better start in the final after a decent run here. That could move him further up the grid. More battling happening. Daniel Dragunov holding off the challenging company that he fought around. The challenge from Danny O'Gara, however, seems to have halted because he has fallen back well and truly from that lead pack. Cameron Johnson resetting fast time last time across the stripe for the FMS driver. Dominic Gaddis has not let him get too far away, though, as we now have 2 MPG Motorsports karts closing in on the race leader of Cameron Johnson. Will Feitinger in that 3rd spot, closing in. Purple lap time for Will and 7/10 away from a race lead.
We're almost at that halfway point here, Nate. Again, just still waiting for them to fire off here. Johnson still out in front, and again, a huge difference compared to what we saw yesterday. And again, that battle for 3rd changed a little bit. O'Gara back and 4th. Not enough. Feitinger up in a 3rd, a 52.694 for him, gaining some time, but still Johnson able to stay ahead. And we saw this as well out of our mini swifts yesterday. I mean, they weren't really able to get all too close to each other yesterday. Just struggled with it a little bit. And we're seeing a little bit of the same thing here today, right? You're not seeing Gaddis all over the bumper of Cameron Johnson. You're not seeing Feitinger up there as well. Even O'Gara, when he was setting fastest laps early on in this race, he wasn't up there and wasn't on the rear bumper, but now he's just kind of falling back, sitting in 4th, can't close in. For the likes of the 2 MPG drivers, Feitinger is starting to get close to Dominic Gaddis, so we'll see if he's close enough to make a move as this race continues to go down.
Wonder what's going on to Danny O'Gara, who is really just starting to fall off. Whatever change they made to that top cart did not work out in the slightest. They're going to be going to the wrenches to try and fix whatever is going on with Danny O'Gara's machine. Finds himself 1.8 seconds back, but for a driver that was well and truly in the mix for a potential race win, it feels like an eternity. And now Slayton Baldock, the 178 machine, will be closing in on 4th position. Pass for the race lead. Dominic Gaddis takes it away from Cameron Johnson as they just received the halfway to go signal at the start finish line. Cameron Johnson now having to do the chasing. It's a little bit of roles reversed from yesterday as Cameron Johnson retakes it in 7, side by side into turn 8. Crossover move from Gaddis doesn't come to fruition. Down the back straight they go. Cameron Johnson will lead the way by about a couple inches over Dominic Gaddis as he is glued to the back bumper of Johnson into turn 12. They're going to hold position for the time being, Kayla, but it seems like they're not going to be working together anytime soon. The racing has started early.
Yeah, already starting to battle for the lead of this race. To me, it just seems like O'Gara is just a little too stuck to the racetrack here, Nate. You see him kind of hopping around in a couple of the corners. I think that could be one of the issues there for O'Gara, but for your 3 leaders, this is good. This is good for him, right? To see the battling up for the top 3, to see them kind of go at it, that's exactly what he needs to try and close down his gap that now sits at about 2.6 seconds to the lead of this race. But Slayton Baldock starting to close down his gap, setting in some personal best lap times as O'Gara falls back into the 53.2s.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on the diagnosis there, Caleb. That top card is suffering from a severe rear-end hop right now from the couple of corners that we've been watching, especially in the low-speed hairpins. Back up front, though, Cameron Johnson, new lid, new graphics for 2025, debuting them here at Route 66. Leading the way over the 2 MPG Motorsports machines, Dominic Gaddis glued to the back end of that 110 Merlin. Across the stripe they go. Just a few more laps to go. At this rate, you see there Slayton Baldock sizing up a move on Danny O'Gara. O'Gara going way wide in turn 2, and Baldock potentially a move there in turn 3, unable to get that done, and he will have to wait for another corner to try and get by the top cart. Almost did it there in turn 7 as they'll make their way onto the back straight. Front 3 have really start to spread out now, not enough to where we're gonna call it early for Cameron Johnson, of course, because with that draft, Dominic Gaddis is already on the back end of Johnson yet again there, Caleb. So the 2 of these guys will be going at it for the next couple of laps. It'll be interesting to see if Gaddis waits for that final lap or if he pulls it early.
We'll see, but we're going to find out pretty soon. We're getting close to the end here. Already the start of lap 11. Again, not much left in this one here, Nate. We're just at about 4 laps to go, 3.5 laps to go in this one. Cameron Johnson fell short to Dominic Gaddis, the driver who now sits in second. It'd be a second and a first, and a second and a first. That would be, I think, going down to the qualifying to see who has the better average overall, to see who's going to start on the pole for the main event later on today. And again, Johnson just has to hold on to this to really take it down to the qualifying session. So we'll see how it plays out. Doing a good job of it so far, and nothing yet from Dominic Gaddis. Going to have to wait a couple of more laps. And nothing from Feidinger either. He's starting to fall off as well, as you know, just really, yeah, for your top 2, I mean, they continue to set in personal best lap after personal best lap. And for the likes of Feidinger, O'Gara, Baldock just not able to improve this late in the race.
Yeah, Baldock also getting by Danny O'Gara a couple laps ago, so move that bright green nitro kart up into 4th. Front of the field, you see Cameron Johnson continuing to maintain that gap of about 2/10 in the technical stuff between himself and Dominic Gaddis. The only issue, though, is that when they get onto this back straight, Gaddis is able to close on in on the FMS driver and have a bit of a reset button almost, as might see a dive in a turn 12. He does. New race leader Dominic Gaddis. Really, 12 is the only place Gaddis is going to be able to make those moves, because the rest of the track, Cameron Johnson is just too much of just having miles ahead of the rest of the field. 2 laps ago, this time by, sticks in the air as they cross the start-finish line. Dominic Gaddis leads this race over Cameron Johnson. Will Feidinger in that 3rd spot, going purple last time across the stripe. More battling on the horizon, though, for this front 3, as we have a potential lap kart that might throw a wrench in things. Cameron Johnson to the lead, side by side at a turn 8, leads the way for the moment. Gaddis is all over the back bumper of the 2 of them, going through the Daytona corner yet again here, Caleb. Low lining into 12, and the battle is surely commenced at this point.
Yeah, definitely has kicked off. Feidinger still sitting there in 3rd. Johnson in the lead of this race. More drivers starting to try and join the mix. Slayton Baldock's not too far back. Clayton Stiles is starting to catch up to Danny O'Gara, as well as Eric Wojciechowski. Here he goes, bottom of the racetrack. Cameron Johnson defending from Gaddis. Feidinger looking for anything that he can get, trying to pick up the crumbs whenever these 2 start to fight. And again, they've already started, so for Johnson, just has to hold on for 1 more lap. 1 more lap to go, with lap traffic starting to, looming in the background here, Nate.
Yeah, looming in the background. Cameron's going to have to be looking forward and back on this final half a lap now. Defend into turn 12 is what Johnson is going to have to do. That's what he does. Side by side in the braking zone. Crossover from Gaddis. Unable to get it done, and he's going to be on the outside line going through 13 and 14. Cameron Johnson does it.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
206 Sr on track and ready to go. Jerry Fandry and Adam Maxwell on that front row. McPherson, Reddy, Kraus, Zerves, Gaffer, Klein, Mann, and Underwood. Your top 10 as they are getting all formed up at this point, being told to slow down that pace ever so slightly. Jerry Fandry will be setting said pace as they head their way into the start box here. Caleb, a lot of awesome battling we saw yesterday in this class. Hoping for the same again today as they make their way into the tram lines.
Yeah, yesterday was about Fandry. Maxwell couldn't even challenge him yesterday on his Coyote machine, but here we go, getting set to go into the tram lines. Little bit of a quick start, and I think we may have one straggler, so we'll wait for it. This time by tram lines we go. Green flag in the air. We're racing in 206 Sr. A monster start for that inside line. Fandry to the lead, McPherson up to second, and in the third, Adam Maxwell slots in a line. Max Kraus, the other Fandry Daniels TB kart, slotting in a fourth. Shane Reddy into fifth, side-by-side action, and a clean start for 206 Sr.
Adam Maxwell up the inside of Quentin McPherson into turn 7, moves him back to where he started, and McPherson will have to do the reset button to try and get by. Adam Maxwell 4 wide, going further back in the pack out of turn 8, looking towards the front end of the field. Jerry Fandry leads the way on board his TB kart. Adam Maxwell, Quentin McPherson behind, then Max Kraus and Shane Reddy, the two senior rookies, big off in the wall at turn 11. That's one of the TB karts who is stuck in the barriers outside of the chicane. We'll give an update on that driver.
587 of Vasquez.
That is a hard lick into the wall for Vasquez as they're going to get to work on getting that track all ready to go and barriers repaired. Back up front though, Jerry Fandry, the other TB kart in this race, leads the way. McPherson though, of the inside of Adam Maxwell into turn 7, gets the job done, and now he is opened up his opportunity to try and close in to Jerry Fandry out in front.
Yeah, Maxwell and McPherson definitely fighting for this one here early. And again, they've been trading that spot a couple of times already. It was Maxwell, then it was McPherson who went up to the second spot. And again, just big goal in mind, right? You got to chase down Jerry Fandry and his TB kart. He's been running away, and he's going to have some help here shortly. Max Kraus starting to join the mix on his rookie season, rookie debut at Route 66. Starting to close down that gap. Zerves up to 5th with Underwood not too far back. And again, we're starting to close down the gap. This train, I think, is going to be very similar to what we saw in Masters here if we see another pass being made inside of the top 5.
Absolutely. One thing, I'm actually going to take that back. Quentin McPherson up the inside and takes the lead away from Jerry Fandry, who has Adam Maxwell around the outside. Max Kraus is getting brought into this. This is only going to help Jerry to have a drafting partner and a friend to try and get himself back up to the pointy end of this field. It's TB Kart versus Coyote at the front end. Braden Zerves also starting to close in on this as well. Shane Reddy and Oliver Gaffer bringing that second group up to the front end as the top three are already starting to separate a little bit from Max Kraus, who does gain a ton of time in turn 14 there as well. One thing to know, Wyatt Leslie is up about 11 positions from starting from the back. He was involved in that huge wreck yesterday earlier on at the front straightaway. Had to go to the table and reset that kart. Leslie is flying at the moment as Zerves sets fast time.
Yeah, Zerv's definitely starting to roll here. He sits in the 5th spot. The TB Kart's the next two, just right ahead of him. And again, here, Nate, kind of from what we've seen, right, this is a lot different than what we saw yesterday. It was all about, Fandry, Maxwell running away with the field. And we've seen a lot of drivers put their differences aside early on in this race, work together, and this is why you're seeing the likes of McPherson up there. You're seeing the likes of Max Kraus and a couple of more that are working their way up there, right? So you're starting to see, okay, Fandry was a quickest driver yesterday. It's the same thing that we've seen throughout all the classes. So if you want to take the fight there, you have to work with somebody. You have to, put everything aside for the bigger picture at the end of the weekend. So now it's on Fandry now, right? You have to stay there. You have to get up there. But we're super early in this race, and from what it looked like, especially in that opening lap, it looked like there was a lot of sliding in that TB kart. So if that's anything that we've seen so far, that's a good sign, because you know and you're expecting him to be good in the closing stages of this race.
And I think the drivers that are in front of him right now will know how loose that kart was at the start of the run and have it in the back of their mind that that TB kart is going to be on rails towards the end of the race. On rails right now, though, Adam Maxwell leads the way on the timesheets. He's second on track, fastest on track, though, at the moment, going purple last time across the stripe. No move from him being made at the moment, though, as there you can see your top three of McPherson, Adam Maxwell, and Jerry Fandry, the top three. Max Kraus struggling to hold with that front three, as we saw just like yesterday. He's kind of goes into a no man's land in the middle of this race. He's getting tracked down by Braden Zervis, Shane Reddy, and Oliver Gaffer. Gaffer and Reddy actually swapping positions that time by, so now Gaffer is leading the train between himself and Reddy to close in on Braden Zervis.
Those gaps opening up just a little bit. Max Kraus starting to lose touch in this race, a 56 flat. And again, everybody else still improving here. A 55.8 for Fandry. He's starting to come to life, especially as we get to the halfway mark here in a couple laps time. Wyatt Leslie up to the top 10 with the fastest lap of the race, a 55.594. He's 0.3 quicker than your leaders. So if Leslie can, make up a good number of spots in about half, in the back half of this race, he can definitely be a factor. Having a look at the leaders now, Maxwell starting to lose touch with McPherson.
Yeah, absolutely, and Wyatt Leslie never makes it easy for himself. He seems like he's always having to fight his way through the field when it counts. One of these days, hopefully, he'll have a good run through the heats and he can challenge for a race win. At the moment, though, it seems like a top 5 will be a bit of a shout in the final if he can continue on with this pace. Front end of the field, there you see top 3 leading the way. Max Kraus in a league of his own right now, just a bit of a no man's land. And then Zerves, Gaffer, and Reddy. Should be noted, though, Leslie set fast time yet again, last time across the stripe for these 206 seniors. Adam Maxwell, though, looking to the inside of Quentin McPherson, gets the job done at turn 12. New leader, give it to Mr. A-Max himself. Adam Maxwell leads the way, but not for too long, because Quentin McPherson up and over the curb in turn 14 to take the lead. Contact between the two of them. Adam Maxwell and Jerry Fandry are not happy with each other. Side by side goes Jerry Fandry. He's going to put the bumper to Quentin McPherson at the apex of turn 12 there, Caleb. New leader, Jerry Fandry, after all that battling going on.
Yeah, and you saw it there from McPherson. He definitely wanted to lead this one. He wants to lead it again in a turn 7. Looking on the inside. He's through. Fandry to second. Here comes Max Kraus. Here comes Braden Zerves and company.
The rookies are looking on, thinking, please battle more, as Kraus, Zervis, Gaffer, and Reddy are all new to this class, and they're bringing it to the best of the best in 206 racing in the Midwest. McPherson leading the way, and we are just getting halfway to go this time by, even though the battling has well and truly commenced at this point. Wyatt Leslie making another move on one of the Bobby Krug VLRs too. Who's to say Leslie can't do a last to first at this rate, Caleb, because if they continue to battle the way they have, Leslie's going to be in with a shout here. He currently finds himself 8th on track, 4.2 seconds back, but with the way they've been battling, he is in with a shout here.
Yeah, he's starting to gain some time. Like you said, he's up in an 8th now, and again, you know, it's very easy to get hot-headed in races like this. It's very easy to want control, to try to be selfish, but fellas, we got a whole half of the race left. You know, we still got an entirety left of this race. You know, it's super, super long. There's so much room for mistake, and you just can't make one. You really cannot afford one with the main event, with the opening round. You talk championships, you talk points. This is what it's all about. It's all about consistency and putting yourself up at the front, and McPherson has done that so far in this one. Fandry's up there, Maxwell's up there, and I can see signals out of the AMAX team. I think they want him to try and make a move up for second here shortly.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Love when mechanics are telling a doing the go signal or that, and it's, you know, I'm trying my hardest out here. What do you think I'm doing? But Adam Maxwell surely has a game plan here to try and get by Jerry Fandry and Quentin McPherson out front. The challenge from Zerves, Gaffer, and Reddy has kind of stalled out at this point. A more battling Jerry Fandry getting by Quentin McPherson for the race lead. That's going to allow Max Kraus in that 4th spot to slowly get back in to this battle, making their way through the bus stop yet again. 5 to go next time by Jerry Fandry leading the way from Quentin McPherson. A dive and a half from Adam Maxwell in turn 12 to get by into second. McPherson wants help from Max Kraus. Kraus gives him the bumper going into turn 14, and it seems like after a little bit of a lull in the action, it's all kicking off yet again as Zerves, Gaffer, and Reddy are closing in on this battle for the lead.
Yeah, everything's starting to close up here. You look at Fandry, he's been given a huge gap with just right behind him, Adam Maxwell up in a second. McPherson fell back to 3rd, and then you go back to the driver in 4th, Max Kraus, Zerves, Gaffer, Reddy. Wyatt Leslie has now joined that party, and at the back of their bumpers here shortly. Kraus, nothing yet out of him. We haven't seen much. He fell off a little bit early, and now he's been given new life with all the battling that's gone on for the lead of this race. It's been Fandry, it's been Maxwell, it's been McPherson. They've gone back and forth all race long, Nate, and we're about to get to 3 laps to go this time by, and this is the biggest gap I think that we've seen so far today.
Kraus might have something for McPherson in the next couple of laps here. He was sizing up a move through the Daytona banking and potentially into turn 12. It seems like that 514 TB cart with Max Kraus behind the wheel has some legs down the straightaway that he might want to show off into turn 12. Speaking of legs down the straightaway, Adam Maxwell, who we saw down the back straight, was just able to close in cart length by cart length on Jerry Fandry yesterday. Closed in a ton on Jerry down the front straightaway. It is going to be game on going into turn 12 and a couple of corners time. On to the backstretch they go. Potential lap traffic looming on the end of the straightaway for these drivers. 3 to go at the moment. Sticks in the air next time by as you see Adam Maxwell slowly starting to gain his way towards the back end of that TB cart, the 577, with Jerry Fandry behind the wheel. McPherson is there as well. Kraus again is starting to fall off, and nothing from the pack of 3 rookies in 5th, 6th, and 7th at the moment.
Yeah, nothing yet out of the rookies so far. 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go. This is it to see who's going to start on the pole position. At the moment, it goes to the way of Fandry, a little wide in turn number 2. Does that give new life to Adam Maxwell? We've seen moves in turn 7. McPherson has rejoined the party in 3rd. He's going to be close, and I think he's going to want to get up to the front as soon as possible. And look at McPherson on the inside of Maxwell. couldn't get it done, wasn't deep enough on the brakes, slots back in a third.
Two Coyote drivers of Maxwell and McPherson need to work together, and they need to be smart to not let Jerry Fandry get too far away. And here comes Max Kraus again, who's just barely at the end of this battle for the lead. They're going to need a little bit more as Max Kraus if he wants to be in this battle. Jerry Fandry going up and over the curbs there in turn 12. That wasn't a great run for him, as Adam Maxwell is all over the coattails now. White flag in the air, this time by for Jerry Fandry and Adam Maxwell, who will battle it into turn 2. White lining as Jerry Fandry takes the inside line, holds position for now. Slow Kart on the exit. That's not what you want to do when you see the blue flag is stopping on track. Back up front though, Caleb. Jerry Fandry holding on from Adam Maxwell, who's fighting Quentin McPherson into turn 6. That's a late move for McPherson, and Maxwell will hold on for now.
Yeah, Maxwell holds on. They just got to be careful with how much they fight. Fandry's been quick, especially this late into the race. He's given a good gap to the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody else following in suit. Max Kraus side by side with McPherson into the chicane. He's able to get through. He's able to get third. How about that for the rookie? Takes the spot from a veteran driver in this class. Maxwell's up to second. Fandry still holds on with help on its way. One more corner to go, one more section. Fandry holds on, slows way down. Max Kraus looks on the inside. He gets through for second. A 1-2 for Fandry Daniels Racing.
How about it for Fandry Daniels Racing on their debut in Route 66 competition? A 1-2 in the second heat, and Kraus found something in those final couple of laps. It was a game of bumper cars between Fandry, Maxwell, and McPherson that final lap. Fandry, though, takes the win. Max Kraus in second. Wyatt Leslie had some sort of issue on that final lap because he dropped hard throughout the field. There you can see unofficial results. McPherson in third, Adam Maxwell fourth. Oliver Gaffer came out of nowhere to steal fifth away. Then Shane Reddy, Braden Zerbs, James Mann, Dean Underwood, and Owen Oler, your top 10 in 206 Senior.
How about that for a heat race? It was announced like a main event because it looked like a main event there, Nate. We still have, another one coming here. KA Jr. getting set to go out onto the racetrack, but 206 Senior, 4 more laps of that. Yes, please. I'll see you later on today. That's it, though, for 206 Senior. We'll go quiet on the airwaves and get ready for KA100 Jr.
So welcome back to the final Heat 2 of the day. KA100 Jr. set and ready to go for what is their second race on the weekend. John Antonino Jr. leading us to the green. Benham Abernathy in second place. Then you have Brady Shaw, Austin Dromoliv, and Landon Boer inside your top 5.
Ryan Moore, Tucker Trebe in 6th and 7th. You go back to Jackson Baldus on row number 4. Brandon Siraki, Tyler Johnson, your top 10 starters, your top 5 rows. Theodore Gaffer back to Pearson Golseth, Jordan Laffin, and Lucian Laser, your top 7 rows, your top 14 starters.
And you can go through the rest of the field there on the side of your screen. Pick out your favorite driver. John Antonino and Benham Abernathy had a battle and a half yesterday to figure out who would be leading us to the green today. Brady Shaw and Austin Dromoliv were there or thereabouts, but just didn't have the raw pace that we saw from John Antonino Jr., didn't we, Caleb? The MPG Motorsports drivers have been so fast in KA100 Jr. over the past couple of seasons that we've gone here. They're looking to make it 3 in a row for race wins in the KA Junior class.
We'll see what it looks like this time by. It was close at the end. Obviously, lap traffic was a factor yesterday. Could it be a factor today for John Antonino, for Benham Abernathy, for Shad, for Dromoliv, who gets set to take us to the green flag here? This is it for heat racing action. After this, lunch break, main events, and some hardware for these young guns. Antonino on what's his first Route 66 start this weekend for Benham Abernathy, who's looking to get a championship. Green flag in the air. We're green for KA100 Jr. Everybody side by side throughout the field. Antonino out ahead with a good start. Benham Abernathy slots up in a second. Side by side further back looks to be Shad, who gets up in a third.
Yeah, Shad up into third there. Benham Abernathy thought about a move into turn 7 on John Antonino Jr. Couldn't get it done, and they're already starting to space out. Landon Boer in 4th. Austin Dromoliv inside your top 5, and the rest of the field are very close and on top of each other. There you can see Benham Abernathy, Brady Shaw, Landon Boer. The drivers, they'll be trying to find some pace on John Antonino's level, but at the moment, the Hotes driver development pilot of Benham Abernathy is holding with Antonino in the opening stage of this race.
Not too big of a gap there in between those two drivers. One of the Top Kart USA drivers out of this race early, but Benham Abernathy looks to go through. He's cleared to the lead of this race for the Hotes driver development machine up in front. Antonino to second. Shad Boer looking, trying to close down their gap to that top 2. Dromoliv, Baldus up in a 6th. That's a good start by Jackson Baldus to get himself into the mix. And up in a 6th, Johnson, Siraki, 8th, 9th, respectively. Your top 10 rounded up by Tucker Trebe.
Yeah, a huge start from Baldus there to get him inside that top 6 battle. Is going to need a little bit more pace to be able to find himself on the podium, or a little bit of luck with drivers battling in front of him, because come time for a KA Junior main event, it is all going to break loose. You see John Antonino trying to dime in the corner a bit too much and not track out as much as you normally would, getting it all sorts of sideways on exit of turn 2, allowing Benham Abernathy to have a little bit of breathing room as they head on to the back straight. 2 fairly different ways of attacking a corner there on turn 8. Antonino really eating up all the curbs on the inside of the track there, but doesn't seem to have worked out for him too much, as that gap between himself and Abernathy is still there.
Yeah, speaking of Antonino yesterday during the cookout, Nate, he was just telling me that it was super physical out there. It was a very bumpy racetrack, and the Rhino Liner made it super, super grippy out there, especially. And again, they've been dialing in at it, chipping away at it. And today for Buddy Antonino, I should say, again, that's what everybody under MPG calls him. Billy Vincent, Chase Jones, everybody for Buddy Antonino Jr. Again, trying to go back-to-back in heat races here today and try and hold on to that pole position and keep it away from Benham Abernathy at this stage of the race. But they're going to have company here shortly. Brady Shad's close. Landon Boer, unfortunately, starting to lose touch with your top 3.
Yeah, Landon Boer unable to do anything on these opening couple of laps. Too spectacular to hold with the top 3 that has a new leader. Big move to the inside for John Antonino Jr. to take the lead in turn 12. He now has the hold on the field that is no longer, because Benham Abernathy and Brady Schad take it right back in turn 14. Schad with a bold move to get himself into second. Even bolder move to take the lead. New race leader, the Millwright pilot of Brady Schad, leads the way over Benham Abernathy, John Antonino Jr., and a driver who we said was almost out of it just a couple laps ago. Landon Boer is now in the race battle for the lead, and Benham Abernathy back up the inside. These KA Junior drivers, it's only lap 5 and they're going at it like it's a final. Almost 3 wide down the back straight on exit. Benham Abernathy will lead them through the Daytona banking there into turn 12. No moves being made from the top 5, and Asan Dramalev is in the fight now.
How about that? The technical card about to join the party here. He's in 5th. Schad wanted that lead as soon as possible and then got it taken right away from him by Benham Abernathy. This time by, we start lap number 6, 5 laps down, and we see what it looks like. They're battling like we're almost at the closing stage of this race, and we're not even halfway through yet. We're a lap away from it here, Nate. But again, some great action here in KA Junior, which is why they have him at the end of the run order here this weekend. Looking on the inside, Dramalev gets through on Landon Boer. He's up in a 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. KA Jr. always provides here at K1 Circuit Whiteland, and hopefully it'll be a good main event later on the day to close off our opening weekend. On track now, though, Brady Schad seemed like he might have had something for Benham Abernathy in turn 12, just wasn't close enough to make a potential move. John Antonino Jr. seriously feels like he's falling off. He's having to attack the curbs left and right. You almost wonder if that Kart is starting to tighten up on that Kart Republic, and he's having to take some alternate lines to make it fast. Brady Schad going purple last time across the stripe. Antonino Jr. did improve on his personal best last time by, but is a few tenths off of the pace of Brady Schad. That top 5 battle well and truly on now in KA Juniors. They head their way onto the back straight.
Onto the back straight this time by Abernathy, holding on to that lead. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Brady Schad. Here early on in this one, Nate is able to hold on to it. Antonino in 3rd. You go back to Dramalev. Hasn't able to make too much headway so far, being in that 4th spot. We'll see what it looks like this next time around. It was at about just under a second. We'll see if he's gaining time this time around, and I think he just staying the same lap time, personal best, but not really closing in at this stage for Dramalev. Really going to need a huge battle out of your top 3 to get himself well into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Both 4th and 5th right now, like you said, is Dramalev and Boer. They're going to need more battling going on. I think the top 3 have got it out of their systems for the moment. Benham Abernathy will rocket his way down the back straight after setting purple time last time across the stripe. That being said, Brady Schad isn't letting him get too far away. Antonino up the inside of Schad for 2nd, and he now has 1 Kart in between him and the race lead. Benham Abernathy is holding strong at the front end of this field. That 1 pass, Caleb, did allow 4th and 5th, to close in. Potential rolled up black flag for someone further back in the pack. We're going to close in on the race lead as Antonino Jr. goes side by side with Benham Abernathy, retakes the race lead. Abernathy and Schad go side by side through turn 5. They're still going side by side. They need to be careful not to allow Antonino to get too far in front. Abernathy holds on to 2nd, and now Schad has to defend from Dramalev in 5th.
Schad had a huge jump over the curb on the, I believe it was turn number 6 or on the exit of 7. I'm not quite sure which one it was, but that was a huge jump for Brady Schad. He holds on a 3rd. Dramalev now into the mix with a car length away from himself in that Millwright Raceway OTK. Getting a lot closer to each other for Antonino and for Abernathy. I think this is probably the closest race the biggest gap we've seen so far this race in between the top 5, where Antonino's finally able to stretch his legs just that little bit compared to Benham Abernathy and to Brady Schad, and as well as Dramalev was not too far back for Boer. Again, that pace just lacking that little bit to get himself further up into the top 5.
Yeah, having to rely on other drivers battling for position in front of you to stay in the mix is never a good feeling, especially when you start to drop back like this and have to hope for them to do it again soon so you can be in the mix. There you see Brady Schad running in the middle of this top 5 group in the 3rd position. Held the race lead for a few moments earlier on in the race, but it relinquished it to Benham Abernathy and John Antonino, who have been at the pointy end of this field throughout the entirety of it, as Antonino continues to lead the way from the rest of the challenging pack. Schad, though, did go purple last time across the stripe. We're on lap 11 of 14 laps. They're starting to count down here in KA Junior. Some serious points are on offer for a heat race victory, and of course points that will go towards where you start in the final, combined with your heat 1 finish and your qualifying order. So yeah, it's a heat race, but they definitely want championship points that go along with it and to be starting further up the field on the final grid.
I tell you what, Nate, Brady Schad is definitely moving on lap number 10, set the fastest lap of the race. A 49.497 for Schad. He was 0.2 quicker than your leaders. He's starting to close down that gap just a bit. Stayed the same this next time by. How about Dromaliv now? Trading fast lap after fast lap, side by side for the lead. Antonino, Abernathy on the outside. Can't get clear that time around, but the pressure is definitely on for Buddy.
Absolutely. He made a bit of a mistake there. Side by side for the race lead. Abernathy on the high side. Schad tries to go lower. And now Schad's going to help Abernathy. On the back straight we go. Benham Abernathy and Hote's driver development has lap traffic in front of him as he's retaking the race lead. Sticks in the air this time by 2 to go when they reach the start-finish line. Antonino looking left and right out of the final couple of corners before the back straightaway to find a way past. Unable to do so. Should be said, Asa and Dromaliv going purple last time across the stripe. There's the 2 sticks in the air as they cross the timing and scoring loop. Into turn 2 they go, and this is where the white lining starts for Benham Abernathy. Lap carts get out of the way, thankfully, so that is not going to hinder this battle for the lead as they head their way into turns 5, 6, 7, and 8, the final few corners. Before we go on to the back straight, Benham Abernathy really low lining it this time to hold off Antonino. Asa and Dromaliv up the inside of Schad, who gets the crossover and will have help from Landon Boer down the back straight, Caleb. That's allowed the front 2 to really walk away from the rest of this field, but you know they're going to start battling. You know they're going to start white lining. It's going to still be a top 5 battle for the win.
It's a 1v1 to the white flag, this time by Antonino was the winner in heat race number 1. It's 1-0 to his way. Abernathy looking to take one back here in heat race number 2. Last lap officially underway. Schad, Dromaliv, and Moore still fighting there for that second position. Look like Dromaliv on the inside of Landon Boer. That's releasing Brady Schad in 3rd. Nothing yet from Antonino. No response to Abernathy for now, but he's getting close. Definitely closing in this time around. Low for Abernathy, high for Antonino. Look on the inside for turn number 8. He gets clear on the inside. Here comes Brady Schad side by side with Benham Abernathy. It's close. Schad gets moved to the wayside. Abernathy goes through and up in a second. That's going to give the gap to Buddy, and that's going to be it. Antonino fought tremendously in a turn number 8. Got his elbows out, got the move done, got to the lead, and for Abernathy just trying to hold on and save a second place finish here. Checkered flag in the air. It's perfect for Antonino in the heat races.
John Antonino with a big win and some big points towards his final score when it comes to calculating where they start in the main event. Benham Abernathy second, then Schad, Dromaliv, and Boer, your top 5. Jackson Baldus, Tucker Trebe, Sam Tutwiler, Tyler Johnson, Brand Saraki, your top 10 finishers. You can find your favorite driver in the list there. Of course, results are unofficial, pending post-race technical inspection, but how about a way to end our heat races? And now we'll go racing for the real deal. The main events will be on after lunch break, but Caleb, it's been an exciting morning of racing thus far. Just talk a little bit about some of the highlights from your morning so far.
I mean, talk about 206 Masters, right? level of intensity, the level of racing that we saw out of them, that was amazing. You look at 206 Senior, some great racing action, as well as this, right? You look at KA Junior, back-to-back days where they give us some great racing action in heat race number 1, and this was awesome. It was clean, it was good, and it was a good thing to see. And you see the respect as well throughout the paddock in between them as well, which is to me one of the coolest things to see here this weekend. We'll be back with more, Nate. It's been fun. We have another round of races to go through. We start at 12:30 with main events live here on Kart Chaser. We'll see you in about an hour.
Well, it all comes down to this. It's main event time for the first round of the Route 66 Sprint Series here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland. Leading off with the KA100 Master Class. Adam Kreppen will lead them to the green with Brad Britton, Brian Boley, Randy Klemek, Nathan Williams, Jacob Neary, and David Golonia. There are 8 karts scheduled to take the green here in KA100 Masters. Caleb Vieska alongside me in the booth for these main events. We are ready to go here, Caleb. Adam Kreppen has been perfect so far this weekend. You think we might see a little bit of an upset here in this main event?
I don't know. I mean, you were saying he's been perfect for the past 2 years. Unbeaten, 8 straight main events under Route 66 competition. It's going to be hard. Nobody's really challenged him to this point. Britton's been close at times. Klemek was close for a second to that unfortunate DNF, but a new factor. Looks like one of the Burrell Arts, David Golonia, going to join the field here in this one as we get set to take the green flag. It all comes down to this for the opening weekend. Green flag in the air. We're racing into turn number 2. Brian Boley to the lead of the race. Kreppen goes back to second, and this is exactly what we asked for. We have a race in our hands.
Absolutely. Brian Boley wants to make a stop for this run for 9 in a row run for Adam Kreppen. Going into the weekend, I was talking with some people thinking this is the weekend that Adam Kreppen's reign on the Masters class could come to an end. Brian Boley has been slept on all weekend long. An incredible start for the MPG Motorsports driver, and he leads the way in the opening lap.
What a start to this race, and again, it looks like he may have a little bit of a scuff on that front bumper from the start, and that was a wild one for sure. Klemek is back in third. You go back to, looks like Britton is the driver in third. Golonia is already up to fourth, so not much movement, not much changing. Something either flew onto the track or fell off of somebody's cart just on this front straightaway.
Yeah, not sure what that would have come off of, but looking at the gap, 7/10 is what Brian Boley has to work with and what Adam Kreppen has to chase down. Further back in the provisional podium, Randy Klemek, Brad Britton, and David Golonia will be the drivers. They'll be honored at podiums as things stand, with Brian Boley standing on the top step. But of course, this is only lap 2 of 18. It is a grueling main event here at K1 Circuit Whiteland, especially for these Masters. Talking to Adam Kreppen earlier on in the week, he said he feels confident in himself and the machine underneath him. The biggest challenge is going to be the length of these races as he is closing in on the race lead, as we see Randy Klemek and Brad Britton battling it out for third further on back. There's your race lead and the battle for it there, Caleb.
Yeah, already Kreppen starting to close down that gap, and again, Boley's just been struggling with the high grip here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. I mean, we talk about the Rhino Liner, we talk about it all, and he's been one of the biggest drivers to have struggled with, especially in this class. They made changes, a complete change in a complete, I guess, well, yeah, change for them. You know, before heat race number 1, they weren't going to have the kart ready. They missed it. You know, the first heat race he was standing by, and then did heat race number 2, obviously today, and the first time we saw him under racing action, and then in the main event. But again, that kart just doesn't look settled, especially in turn number 14. You see a lot of hopping, a lot of moving, but he has a really good exit on the exit of turn number 16, where he's able to stay ahead of Adam Kreppen. And there you see it. Boley, still your leader, just 2 car lengths in between the two of them. But again, Kreppen definitely hot on his heels here, Nate.
Yeah, a kart that doesn't look too nice to drive at the start of a run can only mean 2 things. 1, you went the complete wrong way on setup, or 2, this is going to be an incredibly fast kart towards the end of the run, and we'll have to wait and see what Brian Boley has underneath him. No driver has beat Adam Kreppen in a main event in Route 66 competition in the 2 years that he has run. Like we've said, he's been perfect 8 for 8 thus far. He's been almost had perfect seasons, sweeping weekends and week out from qualifying on pole, getting heat race victories. I think he's only lost about 2 or 3 heat races in that time, Caleb. It just shows how dominant Adam Kreppen has been, and now finally has a worthy opponent in Brian Boley leading the way.
Boley still holding on strong. You look at the lap times of 50.535 He was a tenth slower than Adam Kreppen that last time around, a 50.476 for Adam Kreppen. Randy Klemek, again, he's about 3/10 off. You go back to Britton, who's also just running the same lap times as Klemek. Britton actually now able to get ahead of Randy Klemek this time around. So that spot's going to change here just a bit. You look at Galonia, not too much going on for him, but still single file through. And still Brian Boley, the driver, out in the lead of this one here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Bowling doing well at the moment. Brad Britton, though, doing even better. Purple last time across the stripe. He's 2.1 seconds back from Adam Kreppen and Brian Boley at the moment. So potentially, if Britton can hold that pace, we might see a three-way battle for the lead in KA Masters, and who's to say he won't bring Randy Klemek along with him. Down onto the back straight yet again for the 6th time this race. Of course, an 18-lap main event on schedule here for the Route 66 Sprint Series first weekend of the 2025 season at the beautiful K1 Circuit Whiteland, a weekend that started off pretty rainy and miserable as the sunshine beating down on the track. The clouds have gone, and what is a very enjoyable April day for teams and drivers. Britton unable to respond to his own fastest lap last time by. Boley, though, doing a personal best and improving upon that gap between himself and Adam Kreppen. So race update with the halfway to go signal for these drivers. Brian Boley leading the way over Adam Kreppen. That 4.5 gap continuing to hold out in front. Brad Britton has stalled his charge towards the front in third, 1.9 seconds back. And Randy Klemek and David Galonia rounding out your provisional podium with Jacob Neary and Nathan Williams in 7th.
David Galonia into the pits here early. Not going to close this one out. Going to finish 6th overall. Nathan Williams as well, a DNF for him. So unfortunate, 2 drivers out of this race early. Going to pack up just a little bit earlier. Galonia still having one more shot at it. 206 Masters coming up for him later on today. But the battle for the lead, not much change. Nate updated you guys. And again, Boley holding strong. Crepin, not much. Britton, Klemek. They're about a second and a half away from each other, so we watch on and wait. Oh, wow! Crepin up on 2 wheels in turn 2. And I think could be a little stuck to the racetrack at this stage of the race here for Adam Crepin, driving through it in 3/10. The gap in between them, Britton not too far back either.
So a DNF there for one of our KA100 Masters drivers. That's Nathan Williams out in between turns 13 and 14. Another driver will be added to that DNF list. Lap 14 of 18 here for KA Masters. Still, nothing has changed. Brian Boley leading the way. Adam Crepin in second. Brad Britton running in that 3rd spot.
Watching on here still, Brian Boley, your leader, and that gap is opening up just that little bit more. Adam Crepin stuck onto the racetrack right now. We were talking about it off the air here, Nate, but you look at him in turn 14, 2 wheels up in the air, and again, just very, very stuck there for Adam Crepin. 2-6 in here this time by. Brian Boley extends his gap and just what was, a high grip racetrack for Brian Boley at the start of the weekend has now fallen back into his favor. And for Crepin, what was, a good start, a picture perfect start just hadn't been challenged, and Boley out of nowhere, and now Kreppen falling under fire to Brad Britton here shortly. And this could be the end of a streak that's gone on for about 2 years, 8 races long at Route 66. Nate, you've been a part of it all, and you're saying you can't remember the last time in KA Masters where you didn't have to make an Adam Kreppen graphic.
Man, it's been a long time. I honestly make them before the weekend at this point. And now, as we get the white flag, 1 lap to go, Brian Boley and MPG Motorsports leading the way. MPG has always had the mantra of defending the house here whenever we go to KA100 Circuit Whiteland, and it has been a run and a half as Brad Britton actually getting past Adam Kreppen there. So Kreppen down into 3rd. A good run from Brad Britton to track down the reigning 2-time series champion. But as they head their way on to the back straight, Brian Boley not making a Route 66 appearance before, and on his debut weekend will be looking to take the win at home for MPG Motorsports. Coming out of the final of couple corners now, it's been a flawless race for him out of turn 14, and for the first time in 2 years, the evil empire falls. Brian Boley wins in KA100 Masters. Adam Kreppen will get down to 3rd, and Brad Britton will hold that 2nd spot. Randy Klemek and Jacob Neary are on the podium, and then Nathan Williams and David Galonia, your 2 DNFs from KA100 Master.
What a race. What an end, especially to a reign that's gone on for a long time. But Brian Boley, new on the block, he's your winner in KA100 Masters. More racing action set to come your way next. 206 Sportsman takes the track.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Welcome back to Route 66, 206 Sportsman on the racetrack now. Dominic Gaddis, Will Feidinger, Austin Taylor, Barr, your first 2 rows. You go back to Daniel Dragunov, Johnson, Danny O'Gara starting 7th after a DQ in heat race number 1 and going back to win it in heat race number 2. Styles starting 8th next to Heinzen, Maxwell, Laser, Gross, and Fox, your 13 drivers getting set to take the green flag in 206 Sportsman. We get set to get it done again. Gaddis has been quick. Feidinger has been fighting there all along. And one driver goes around at the back of the field. Looks like one of the new gen machines maybe that has gone around. They're going to try and get him going again, but not sure if the green flag's going to fly, and it's not. Yellow flag up. One more go around.
Yeah, that would be Bo Laser, who had that spin at the start there. We'll be going again to try and get 206 Sportsman underway. 17 laps now, as that will count as a lap off of their full race distance. So they'll have to reset those nerves down the back straight, get themselves back into the mentality of being ready to go for this long main event, even though we do have one less lap than prescribed. For these Mac Paving 206 Sportsman drivers making their way through the banking there, one of the more iconic corners in American karting, up through the hairpin of turn 12, and now getting all set and ready to go, Caleb, for their second attempt at this start. We've seen some brilliant racing from these guys and girls so far. We'll have to see if it continues, because we got 3 MPG Motorsports teammates that don't always work the best together from what we've seen so far this weekend. We're about to get the answer in a few moments' time.
Here we go. Attempt number 2 to get this one started. Get set to go into the tram lines. Gaddis, Feidinger, Taylor, Barr, your first 2 rows. They're going to lead us away. O'Gara, all eyes on him as he tries to work his way through this field again for the 3rd time this weekend. We're green. Main event time for 206 Sportsman. Gaddis off to a great start. Feidinger slots in line right behind him. Everybody single file. Not too many moves being made here early on. O'Gara, I think, makes up 1 or 2. He's up in a 5th, looking for 4th inside. He's able to get clear.
Gets it done, and now Danny O'Gara just has 3 karts away to try and get what was a kart that he wasn't even supposed to be racing this weekend to the front of the field and stand on the top step at his home track. Through the banking they go. How about Daniel Dragunov as well, getting a good start from the 5th spot. He's now up into 3rd, sitting well inside the provisional podium spots as things stand. So we got 3 MPG Motorsports karts, a top kart, and a new gen. It is a all Whiteland based podium as things stand.
Look at it now. O'Gara definitely has a good run on the exit of 16. He's looking in at turn number 1. Not enough. Here he goes. Inside clear once again into turn number 2. Danny O'Gara up to 3rd. Austin Taylor losing a couple of spots. He finds himself further back. He's actually in 2nd. My apologies. Feidinger was a driver who lost a couple of spots at the start. He's back in a 5th. And again, just not the best start for him to start this race out. Next up for him is going to be Dragunov, who's a driver just ahead of him.
Yeah, like we were saying, Dragunov had a really good start, losing that spot to Danny O'Gara, but has one of the fastest drivers in the field to tow off of to bring him up into this fight for the win. We honestly can see Daniel Dragunov and a couple others who haven't been in race winning contention potentially take the win at the end of the day. That being said, losing the spot to Will Feidinger in the MPG Motorsports machine, the number 210 car coming across the line and down the front straight. Bit of a battle pack starting to break away between Dominic Gaddis, Austin Taylor, and Danny O'Gara at the front of the field, the 2 MPG Academy machines, and the Top Kart USA entrant with O'Gara behind the wheel. A little bit of a gap forming between 3rd and 4th, but like we've seen all throughout this weekend, just because you're a couple of seconds back does not mean you're out of race winning contention.
Yeah, this is obviously a long one. We talked about it earlier, Nate. 18 laps total. We just started lap number 3, and again, we have some movement. Looked like Taylor wanted to take a peek in a 12. Not going to get it done. And this is really where the race starts to kind of slow down a little bit. It starts to come back to you, right? I mean, you had the opening laps, and then it's all about patience from here on out. It's making the right moves, getting yourself in a good position for the majority of this race. If you look at any of the national races that we've been to throughout the year, or in the past as well, at Cup Karts North America, which is, you know, the biggest 206 racing series in the U.S. and possibly in the world, considering of what they've had in the past years. But you look at that and you're going to see a lot of pack racing, a lot of train racing, and you're going to see very little to no passing, as here goes Danny O'Gara. And that's, you know, a well-timed move that's not going to lose them all too much time. It's just about leading and trying to gain some more time. What will lose you time is going side by side through a section like this, like Austin Taylor tried to go through. He's going to slot back in a line, but this is all about just, it's a game of follow the leader. In all honesty, it's a game of follow the leader, seeing who's better leading, seeing who's better at catching, and seeing who has better control of this race to not bring more drivers and more factors into this race.
Absolutely. You have to be very smart and calculated about your moves to not lose the driver in front of you and not to let drivers get away as well. Danny O'Gara seems to be a master of that. Same too with Dominic Gaddis. Whiteland really produces some smart drivers when it comes to racecraft, because it's not easy to get past here at K1 Circuit Whiteland, so you have to be fully committed and know when the right time is to make that move, and it certainly shows from the young drivers that we've seen come up through the ranks that call this place home, are able to get it done on the regional and national level throughout the United States. On to the banking they go once again for Dominic Gaddis, leading the way over Danny O'Gara. These two battled it out all season long in 2024 to decide who would take the championship in 206 Sportsman. Ultimately, it went to the way of full season rookie Dominic Gaddis taking a championship in his rookie season, not only in Route 66 Sprint Series competition, but in karting. It was an incredibly impressive run for him, and to see him thrive at the national level too. Got a top 10 at the SCUSA Winter Series at Orlando Kart Center this year as well. He's going to be a driver to look out for when he heads for the junior ranks.
Again, he's going to have some time until he gets there, right? So one more year of racing, maybe another or a couple of races as well after this. But for these young guns, I mean, you've seen the development of them, how they've grown, how they've learned, especially us. I mean, we've been fortunate enough to be a part of the Indy Karting Challenge now week after week, and we've seen the races just go week after week, right? Dominic Gaddis, I remember when it was just a plain white helmet going around this place, battling with the likes of Danny O'Gara, who was moving back and forth from MPG to Top Kart on 206 and in the Micro Swift class. So seeing these two drivers battle it out once again at this racetrack on, you know, going this direction as well has been the coolest thing, I think, for me to see. Now in regional competition, now for the two of them, obviously racing for a regional race win here this weekend. Further back, Feidinger looked like fighting it out. One driver goes around there towards the back. We'll see if we can put a number on that. One driver went around, able to get back going again, but something changed in that mid-pack, and I think it was Feidinger that was the driver that unfortunately went around there. Either Feidinger or Taylor, the two of those drivers were in that mix. I think Taylor's still out there on the racetrack, and I think indeed Feidinger with that front NASA panel that's just flapping in the air at the moment as he goes by the banked corner now.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate for Will and the MPG squad, but MPG have a few more karts in the race, and yeah, it's just flapping all over. That's going to be a meatball flag at least this or next lap for the 210. If that gets stuck in between one of the wheels, that can spell danger for Will. They get a good look at it next time across the stripe. Head flagman Mick Gallagher reporting that one in, and surely we'll see a meatball next time across the stripe, because obviously for driver safety too, you don't want that hanging off, but also worker safety on the side of the track. If that comes off and goes towards one of them, that's not going to be a very pleasant sight for them. Just so for safety all around of those on track personnel, that kart will most likely have to come off. Back at the front of the field, though, Dominic Gaddis and Danny O'Gara leading the way, a sentence we've said so many times over the past couple of years at Route 66, and especially at IKC events and here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. Coming around to take lap number 9. It'll be halfway to go next time across the stripe for these two. They're still glued bumper to bumper, and Austin Taylor is going to need a miracle to be able to close up to these guys.
Yeah, there's a big support group here for both of these drivers. Obviously, for Danny, both of his parents here, I believe siblings for him here this weekend, a whole family affair. And for Dominic Gaddis, the same. You know, big support group for these two kids out of Indiana, trying to get a regional win at home in front of home crowd, in front of family watching on from wherever they may be as well here this weekend. But again, being patient, real patient here for Danny O'Gara, pushing him along. Not much further back either. Everybody else kind of pretty much split up throughout this field, and we watch on for Danny as well, the weekend that he's had. I mean, you talk about how it all started, right? You look at the qualifying session, they couldn't make it out onto the racetrack, and he was, you know, obviously upset about it, but there was a task at hand in heat race number 1. He goes from last all the way to first. Here he goes from second up to the lead of the race, and here comes Taylor as well. He's going to join this pack up in a third, but again, talking about Danny's weekend, from last to first in heat race number 1, he gets that DQ on an honest mistake, forgot a pushback bumper bracket, and now in heat 2, last to first again, starts in the middle of the pack here in the main event, goes all the way up to the lead, and is now starting to extend that gap away from his MPG Academy friends in Austin Taylor and in Dominic Gaddis. Now the two of them fighting, and Gaddis with issues. Gaddis, something's gone completely wrong for the MPG Academy machine. The 257 out of this one early. Unfortunate for Dominic Gaddis that he was having a great drive up to this point. It's going to be an early exit for that driver.
The reigning series champion out with issues at the halfway point of the main event. That's never what you want to see. Should be said, though, that we further back in the pack, you still have Taylor, Dragunov, Barr, and Johnson is your top 5. Will Feichinger is being allowed to continue with a front fairing that is being held on by a single bolt. It's we'll see if he's able to hold on to that place and really that piece of body work as well. We'll have to see if that one stands, but hey, we're the commentators. We're going to do our job and let the race officials go to work on that one. Lap 11 of 18, and Danny O'Gara passes the stricken Kart of Dominic Gaddis for the first time. Probably a little confused as to what's happened to his friend Dom, and now it's between himself and Austin Taylor. There you see Will Feichinger with his front fairing off of the Kart, and it's just looks like it's actually being held in by 2 bars at the top of the steering column, and it just looks like it had some sort of coming together and it's bent up. But still, Caleb, that is rubbing against the tire on the front left. That's not going to be helping out your performance at all, and not to mention the fact that it comes up and is blocking his vision. Doesn't matter though, because Feichinger gets past Styles.
How about that for Feichinger, continuing to make up some moves, already up at a 6th. And what a no-quit attitude, especially from these young guns. I mean, anybody else would have pulled into the pits, but this kid's not going to stop until the wheels fall off of that thing. So, again, good to see he's still going, Ed's still holding on, and he's still going around and already continuing to make moves. Feichinger up in a 6th now, able to get ahead of Styles. And then those two drivers going to battle it out just that little bit. We're starting lap number 13. My apologies. This time by with just 5 laps to go.
Yeah, 5 to go. This time is not a whole lot happening up front because Danny O'Gara has about an 1.5 acres in between himself and Austin Taylor. Still not enough to, let's say, give up the race lead, as Feichinger is getting past for that position. That will move him back into the 7th spot behind Styles for position there, as those two will continue to battle on. O'Gara leading the way, looking further back. It looks like Dragunov and Arlo Barr having a battle for that 4th spot just up the road from here, going through turns 12 and now into 14, 15, and 16. There they are as we pick them up on the camera. The new gen driver and the FMS Motorsports pilot battling it out for the final 2 spots on the podium. They're both on the podium right now, so you wouldn't expect something too silly at this stage, but never know, they might have a little bit of argy-bargy later on in this session.
Side by side here further back, Dragunov able to get through what looked to be maybe some lap traffic there that he was able to get through on. And right behind him, Barr just not too far back, but indeed that looked to be Laser, the driver they were able to get ahead of. And there's Diesel Maxwell. And another driver just battling it out at this point, right? I think that's Gross, if I'm not mistaken. The driver in 10th and 11th going back and forth and back and forth. And again, Diesel, I think one of my favorite personalities, especially up here in the Midwest. It's always great seeing him at the racetrack.
Absolutely. Everyone loves Diesel and the AMAX from the AMAX Racing crew with the Mohawk on this weekend. It's a great look for Diesel, making the step up from Kid Kart to the cadet classes this season in both 206 Sportsman and Micro Swift Racing. Laps are starting to count down for our leaders. We'll be getting 2 to go in a couple moments time, actually, as we're on lap 16 of 18. So next time we see Danny O'Gara across the timing and scoring loop will be that 2 to go signal. That being said, he does have these two of Maxwell and Gross in front of him. Just a couple of seconds there, you can see the top kart machine of Danny O'Gara closing in on some lap traffic, so he'll know he has a lot of room to work with and won't push the issue too much.
Can't talk about enough about that kid in the lead of the race right now, Danny O'Gara. I mean, the adversity he's faced this weekend, right? I mean, he answered the call late to drive this 206 package, and then obviously the qualifying session didn't go his way. Heat 1, unfortunate DQ, and then Heat 2, you know, it doesn't even faze him at this point. He's made, I think, more passes than anybody else here this weekend. 2 laps to go for Danny O'Gara at home with Top Kart USA. This has been a weekend to remember. And again, and I'm sure for anybody's coaches, they should be proud of the work this kid's done as he's now catching up to some lap traffic. Just has to get through it. Diesel, Maxwell, and Gross side by side still. O'Gara just has to thread the needle here. He's already able to get ahead, stays ahead. Maxwell next up for him. And we'll see if O'Gara can get through. If he's held up any bit, he's able to get clear. So that little bit of luck that Taylor needed isn't going to get it, unfortunately. He's going to have to deal with Diesel, Maxwell, and Gross here in a couple of moments.
So it's going to be white flag in the air, this time by for Danny O'Gara. 1 more lap to go to get it done here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland. Heading into turn 2, once again, Austin Taylor is going to have to deal with a little bit of lap traffic in front of him, the same that Danny O'Gara did as well. But like Caleb was saying, you can't say enough about the talent that Danny O'Gara has had and that he has produced and shown week in and week out of Route 66 Sprint Series competition. Down the back straight for the final time, not this weekend, but at least in 206 Sportsman, a driver who grew up racing at this track and knows how to get it done, and he's showing yet again for Top Kart. It's a home victory for Danny O'Gara, and one that they are certainly going to celebrate into the night, and it's not done because they still have more racing in Mini. But on the final couple of corners, it's going to be a home victory for Danny O'Gara and Top Kart USA. O'Gara wins in 206 Sportsman. He starts off his championship campaign in the best way possible, from last to first to last to first and back into first. Danny O'Gara is excited about that one and takes the race victory.
Danny O'Gara, take a bow. What a weekend, what a race. There's been, tears, and there's definitely going to be joy here today for Danny O'Gara and his family. He's your winner for the opening round of Route 66 206 Sportsman Racing action. Austin Taylor across the line second. Daniel Dragunov, your podium. Arlo Barr, Rhett Johnson, your top 5. Wolf Eidinger fought all the way to the end with that broken panel, able to save a top 10 finish up into 6th. Back to Styles, Hines, and Fox, Maxwell, Gross, Laser, and Dominic Gaddis. Unfortunate DNF for him here in this one. Some pickup getting set to come our way. We'll be right back with KA100 Sr. Don't go anywhere.
Brandon, Why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the US and the two-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
It's main event time for KA100 Sr and Brandon Lemke v. Alexander Kardashian. You get to see it one more time this weekend. They're getting all formed up and ready to go. Ian Quinn, Austin Olds, and Eli Fox is your top five with Cash Perkins, Cale Zierman, Quentin McPherson, Shane Reddy, Adam Maxwell out on track and ready to go one more time this weekend for our KA100 Sr, the stars of the Route 66 Sprint Series, the best drivers in the Midwest getting set to do battle here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. Looking to the inside, we see Brandon Lemke going into the tram lines. Nice and slow crawl for the 901 Millwright Racing driver. Green flag in the air. This time, Alexander Kardashian gets a good start from the outside lane. Ian Quinn on the inside, unable to follow through. through. Lemke once again gets the start of a lifetime, but it's not as good as the first two races because Kardashian and Quinn are right there on the back end of the 901 Millwright driver. Eli Fox and Austin Olds also following in suit, but it's already a gap between first and second between Brandon Lemke and Alexander Kardashian, Caleb.
Yeah, what a start to this race. And again, kind of seeing a little bit of what we saw earlier on today. Lemke in the lead of this one. Kardashian a much better start this time around. Ian Quinn as well. And how about Eli Fox getting himself inside of the top 4? This is the highest he's been all weekend long. So he's definitely had to do some work to get up to this point. So for Eli Fox, a busy schedule for him tonight. Is going to go race on a dirt oval later on in the night. But again, Route 66 main event action all on his mind. Austin Olds right behind him in 5th.
Yeah, Austin Olds is one of those drivers who I think we were expecting a little bit more from. He got a win here in junior a couple years ago. Just hasn't had the overall speed of Brandon Lemke and co. That being said, up the inside for the MPG Academy driver to make it a 4th place result so far. Eli Fox getting demoted, and then Cale Zimmerman with the help of Adam Maxwell, getting pushed to the back end of Eli Fox as well. Out in front, though, Caleb, the gap isn't as huge as we thought it would be between these two. Cale Zimmerman getting passed by Cash Perkins there for the inside, the top 10 in that battle that always is in KA100 Sr. Crossing the line yet again, Brandon Lemke leading the way going purple, but only 2/10 is behind Ian Quinn, at least on timing and scoring. Alexander Kardashian actually being in that 2nd spot, but that gap is starting to grow now, Caleb.
Yeah, that gap definitely starting to grow here at this stage. Lemke still out ahead. Kardashian just there in 2nd. You look at Ian Quinn, he has the 2nd fastest lap of the session, and he finds himself just into the 3rd spot there for Quinn. So we'll see what he can do, if anything. And again, him and Kardashian, they've been, elbows out racing, especially at the start of these races, right? You look back to Heat 1, they wasted a lot of time at the start of the race, and then heat race number 2, they kind of put all that aside to try and get up there to Brandon Lemke, who's just been on an absolute tear so far this weekend. And again, you look at the gap already this early in the race. We're only 3 laps in, and Lemke is a second quicker than a second ahead of Kardashian, a second ahead of Quinn, and then Austin Olds with the fastest lap of the race, trying to salvage something here at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Austin Olds, you can't ever count him out. He's running in that 4th spot. Slowly starting to reel in another driver whose team calls this place home. Steel Motorsports with Ian Quinn driving on board that machine. A huge mistake by Ian Quinn makes him look behind and have Austin Olds right on his tail end going into turns 13, 14, and 15 now. Brandon Lemke still out leading the way, a sentence we've said far so many times throughout this weekend. The 955 EOS driver behind him that won last year, it looks like it's going to be hard for him to try and double down. The 999 machine getting a meatball flag last time across the stripe. We'll figure that out in a few moments time, but we're going to focus towards the front end of the field. Ian Quinn versus Austin Olds. Up the inside goes Austin Olds, gets that job done, and that's Austin up into 3rd now. Ian Quinn still on that podium. Eli Fox, the final driver on the podium as things stand. But as it looks like right now, Caleb, Cash Perkins, Adam Maxwell, and Shane Reddy are closing in on the new gen driver.
Everybody's starting to gain some time there. Eli Fox just hasn't had the pace. He had a good start to get himself up in a 4th, but now Cash Perkins, how about a couple of hungry young guns starting to close down the gap. Here comes Cash Perkins. He's getting closer. Maxwell's not too far back in the 7th spot. Shane Reddy's in 8th. And they're all starting to close in on Fox like we mentioned earlier. And now Austin Olds starting to pick up the pace here. He gets himself up in a 30, and Quinn falls back to 4th. Losing touch with Olds at this point. He was losing time to Kardashian as well, who's not gaining anything on Brandon Lemke. 10th after 10th. Brandon continues to extend his gap. A 1.5 seconds now for Brandon Lemke, who's on cruise control.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke, one of the best drivers in the United States in terms of like top 5 drivers in American karting right now. In my list, he's definitely in a battling going on further back. Eli Fox having to defend hard. That's who the mechanical black flag was for. We didn't clock it earlier on. Eli Fox is off the podium with a missing side pod. Enter Cash Perkins and Franklin Motorsport onto the podium. We have a fight on our hands between himself, Adam Maxwell, Shane Reddy for that final spot on the podium. Cash Perkins has never stood on a KA100 Sr podium before in Route 66 competition. Same can be said with Shane Reddy. Both of those rookies in senior competition against what has become an elder statesman of the senior class, Adam Maxwell, fighting for a home podium.
Fighting for a podium here halfway through this race. Perkins definitely in a good spot to put himself up into 5th. Again, you look at Olds, these guys are a little bit ways back. They're about 3 seconds back from Ian Quinn, from Austin Olds as well, who's now in the last of the podium places. And you look at Lemke, the lap he put in the last time around, 2 seconds, 2.2. And this is a runaway, an absolute clinic of skill, a clinic of technicality here, of everything for Brandon Lemke to pull away from Alexander Kardashian. Olds still in the 3rd spot. And this battle, the closest one we have, look at Shane Reddy looking on the inside on Adam Maxwell. Reddy's able to get through, up another spot. The 2 rookies having a pretty good showing here today, Nate.
Like we said earlier on in the weekend, Adam Maxwell is saving his good engine for the United States Pro Kart Series round at Trackhouse Motorplex later on in the week. So he's having to make do with an engine that they've been trying to tune throughout the weekend, and it seems like it's starting to get there. Obviously, Adam would have wanted to be a little bit further up the field and on a podium spot, but obviously that fight is not done yet. Cash Perkins looking to add another trophy to that list, but how about this battle for second? Alexander Kardashian, Austin Olds, and Ian Quinn doing battle to try and figure out who's going to be runner-up to Brandon Lemke on what has been a dominant weekend for the Wisconsin Wonder Kid thus far. The Millwright driver continuing to lead the way by 2.5 seconds at the moment.
I mean, we've talked about it this weekend already, right, Nate? We tried to propose a lot of things, talked about, you know, a lot that we thought could have been better for the rest of the group to try and get closer to Brandon, to try and get up to that rear bumper. But in reality, none of that has worked. They've had quiet starts. They've worked together. They've pushed each other along. But, you know, the fact of the matter is Lemke's just been better this weekend. He's just been that much better to get himself almost at 3 seconds ahead. And there goes Ian Quinn looking on Austin Olds into second. And, I mean, Nate, this is, I think, one of the biggest gaps that we've seen so far this weekend, and it's going to continue to extend. We're not even, we're just past the halfway mark, but when you talk about it, when you look at it, we proposed a lot of things. We speculated it could have been a number of things, and it's been none of those, right? Lemke's just been that much better this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. The talk when you ever go to racetracks is usually just the regular racer small talk. You usually kind of steer away from racing. This weekend, whenever I talk to the guys in KA100 Sr, it's how on earth do we catch Brandon Lemke? That's been the talk of the track all weekend long. Kudos, though, to Alexander Kardashian, like we were saying earlier on in the weekend. This is a driver who does maybe 4 or 5 events a year. He does the full Route 66 campaign and then the SCUSA Super Nationals at the end of the season. And somehow Caleb is just as fast as some of the best drivers who race week end and week out for a father and son duo at AMK Race Products. A second place finish obviously isn't what he would have wanted going into the weekend, but it will be good for his championship battle and defending his title. Ian Quinn and Austin Olds were just at the Stars Championship Series at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Those two running at the front end of both of their classes respectively in the shifter and OKN ranks. Both of them will be trying to find their way past Alexander Kardashian as Ian Quinn has consistently just been on the back bumper of that 955 EOS, as Austin Olds seems like he's starting to fall off just a little bit from this pack.
Yeah, Austin Olds, when you look at the lap times, a 49.3, a 49.2 there for Ian Quinn. Not losing all too much yet for Austin Olds. Again, some good pace out of that MPG Academy machine. And Olds, again, I mean, a busy year for him ahead. Looking at running the entire Stars Championship Series schedule. I think going to dabble in this as well throughout the year in Route 66. Obviously, this one came here close by as there's a yellow flag in turn number 12. One driver's gone around. It looks like one of the Franklin Merlins there that's gone around and just kind of stuck in one kart actually in the wall just right behind him. The 964, my mistake there. That driver that's lodged, that's Poprowski, and the 43 as well. That's stuck in there.
Yeah, as Caleb will be searching for an ID on that. Lane Gibbs also going for a full wheel off excursion there in turns 15 and 16. Caleb, you got an ID on those karts and who that might have been?
Tyler Goldberg, the other driver that was involved in that Burrell Art machine.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Caleb. Back to the on-track action. Ian Quinn has gone past Alexander Kardashian, the Steel Motorsports driver, up into second now. A driver I don't think we've seen in Route 66 competition, or at least it was before my time with the series. Kardashian and Olds have been with Route for the longest time as well. Let's look at this battle for the final spot on the podium, though. It's Cash Perkins v. Shane Reddy and Adam Maxwell kind of lingering in the back, waiting for the two young guns to try and battle it out for what will be the final spot on the podium. Rolled up black flag for Oliver Gaffer in the 916 machine. Further back in the pack, we'll keep our eyes on Shane Reddy though, and Perkins battling out for that final spot on the podium there, Caleb.
It looks battle further back. It looks like Charlie Roepke, Zervs fighting for a top 10 finish. Roepke got his first top 10 finish at the end of the year last year at Dalsman, and now looking for another one here this weekend. Slifer, the driver in the 910 for Millwright, just ahead of Roepke there further back. Zervs, the driver, holds on that LN kart.
Yeah, absolutely. Zervs has not had the weekend he would have wanted in his senior debut, but we've seen a lot of glimmers of hope from him throughout the weekend, and definitely going to see him battling for podiums and race wins. Austin Olds up the inside of Alexander Kardashian. That AMK Race Products EOS just doesn't seem to be doing exactly what Kardashian wants at this point of the race, and it's at this point damage limitation for the 955 to stay on the podium, because who's to say Cash Perkins and Shane Reddy, excuse me there, Caleb, aren't able to close into the back end of that 955 kart. We're on lap 16 of 18. It's probably going to need a generational fall off from Alexander Kardashian, which we don't see too often, so I think he's safe onto the podium, as Cash Perkins has well and truly extended his gap on Shane Reddy, as, surprise, surprise, Brandon Lemke going purple at this stage of the race.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke, I mean, there's no signs of him slowing down, right? A 49 flat. He's 0.2 quicker a lap. 5 seconds. The gap from the Wisconsin Wonder Kid back to Ian Quinn, back to Ian Olds, and Kardashian that are still fighting. Ian Quinn's finally been able to break away from the two drivers that are behind him, gone back and forth. This is the battle for the podium. Austin Olds, Kardashian. Again, two drivers that have probably a good number of laps around this place. Kardashian racing here at Route 66, and Austin Olds doing some coaching, doing some working out here, and obviously a track where he's grown up racing at as well. 2 laps to go for your KA100 Sr main event.
Yeah, and there you see Austin Olds continuing to hold off Alexander Kardashian for one of the final spots on the podium, the third spot on the podium. That is this one of the closer battles we have on track at the moment, at least for the higher up spots. Cash Perkins actually is getting closed down on by Shane Reddy for the final spot on the podium, so we might have to keep an eye on that, because at this stage of the race, I don't think Kardashian's kart has anything left in it. It seems like it was just overstuck in the middle portion of that race. Kardashian might be finding a little bit more time at the end of this, though, but Brandon Lemke coming across to take the white flag, but we keep an eye on Cash Perkins, Shane Reddy, and Adam Maxwell battling out for the final spot in the podium, and a first senior podium for the both of these drivers. Back up to Austin Olds and Alexander Kardashian. Kardashian unable to mount a charge at this point to the MPG Academy driver of Austin Olds. Ian Quinn is well and truly gone from that battle as well. And same too is Brandon Lemke, a driver who has been flawless this weekend and has shown us why the likes of Speed Concepts Racing went calling for him on the national scene. Through the final section now, the 901 Millwright and this helmet we've seen on top of the podium so many times in Route 66 competition. It's why he's a multi-time national champion, and the Wisconsin Wonder Kid is going to win in Whiteland for the first round of the Route 66 Sprint Series. He takes the win and full championship points going into Briggs & Stratton Motorplex at Road America. A huge win for the Millwright squad. Ian Quinn, Alexander Kardashian, Austin Olds, and Cash Perkins will stand provisionally on the podium.
Untouched all weekend long for Brandon Lemke. What a way to, I guess, quote-unquote, warm up for next week before he heads over to Trackhouse Motorplex for the United States Pro Kart Series second round. Ian Quinn, Kardashian, your podium. Some pickup getting set to come your way. 206 Jr. coming up next.
All the way up to the finish line.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
So welcome back to main event action with 206 Jr. Taking to the track now, Brady Schott has been the driver to beat all weekend long, but Jack Fieber found a little something or something in the second heat and was able to bring the fight to Brady Schott. Sam Tutwiler, Christopher Yautsy.
He found a little what? Little something,
something, yeah. Carson Benjamin in 5th place as we are ready to roll and actually talk about karts instead of whatever the heck that just was. Into the tram lines we go for 206 Jr. the final time this weekend. Brady Schad will lead them to the green. Looking at flagman Mick Gallagher, green flag, we get it. On the first time of asking, Millwright Racing's Brady Schad will lead us through. Sam Tutwiler right behind, then Carson Benjamin, one driver out into the Dandelions. I think that's Ethan Leroy on the Ricardo Kart. Braden Domont going for a spin, a weekend that went from bad to worse for Braden Domont, the driver that won here last time we visited K1 circuit Whiteland, and finds himself at the very back of the pack, and it's probably race over for Braden Domont, but he's going to keep his head down and see what scraps he can pick up for what will be a championship charge in 2025. Out in front, though, Caleb, it's this man, the 365 machine of Brady Schad, being followed by these two of Jack Fever and Sam Tutwiler. Swap those two around. It's actually Tutwiler that now leads the charge. I take that back. Jack Fever now to the lead as they go side by side.
You can't fight too much, gents. You got to work together. Got to get up to Brady Schad because that gap sitting at 9/10 of a second. Tutwiler back in third. Go back to Benjamin, Carson Benjamin, Christopher Yautsy, your top 5 drivers so far in this one. A couple of movers. Alyssa Eddy up to 10th. Ethan Leroy, Colin Eddy up to 8th. Porter Trudell, Theodore Gaffer, and then, like I said, Yautsy on the edge of the top 5 sitting in 5th. And they're all single file. Not too much action trying to chase down Brady Schad here, Nate, who, again, his weekend, you talk about qualifying, almost missed it, qualified on the pole in the little laps that he did get, and now just leading this field away, got challenged by Fever, but a very different racetrack than what we saw earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely, and another Millwright domination so far for Brady Schad after what Brandon Lemke just put on a clinic in KA100 Sr. Looking at this battle here, Steel Motorsports has 2 drivers battling away in 2nd and 3rd. Further back is Carson Benjamin, Christopher Yautsy still in that 5th spot in the final podium spot. Just outside, though, Theo Gaffer, the Hudson, Wisconsin native, trying to get back on to a Route 66 podium in junior competition as we continue to watch this battle for 2nd between Feber, Tutwiler, and Benjamin. No surprises, though, Caleb. Brady Schad going purple last time across the stripe.
Yeah, no surprises here. Jack Feber, like you said earlier, just this stage of the race, got to find a little something to try and get up to Brady Schad. Hey, those are your words, not mine, right? Yeah. So he's got to find something to get up to Brady Schad for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Brady Schad has found whatever that was. We're just going to leave that one on lap 1 in the formation lap. Out in the lead, though, by 1.6 seconds. Again, setting fast time. Last time by Jack Feber, 2nd fastest, then Sam Tutwiler 3rd. So it is pretty much the race order as well. Feber and Tutwiler have found nothing in these opening couple of laps to try and cover off what Brady Schad did on the opener. He did the same thing of running away with that race win. All he's got to do is to keep it on track. The final spots on the podium are all together between Feber, Tutwiler, Benjamin, and Yautsy. They are all on track, so might not have a battle for the win later on here, Kayla, but a battle to decide who's on what step of the podium later on today is well and truly on.
Yeah, the edge of the podium definitely going to be a good fight. Like we said, obviously Benjamin on the Kubica kart starting to close down that gap in 4th. Yautsy, again, single file as well. Looking for some hardware. It's going to be hard to catch Brady Schad at this point. 1.799 the gap in between 1st and 2nd. Feber holding on strong. It looked like Benjamin wanted to have a move on Tutwiler. Slotted back in a line, so nothing yet.
Yeah, nothing yet between these guys at the moment. I think they're just playing smart as it is for the time being. They're probably not wanting to battle too much and start the battle too early to bring the likes of Colin Eddy, Theo Gaffer, and Porter Trudell into this pack. There you see those 3 actually being led by the Burrell Art prepared by Steel Motorsports of Colin Eddy. One driver dropping a tire. That would have been the Kubica kart of Carson Benjamin. for Yahtzee, up the inside, gets that job semi-done, up and over each other. That's not what you got to do when you're locked in for a podium spot. Benjamin's going to lose the draft. Same with Yahtzee, and that just throws a wrench in the works there, Caleb, as I'm sure Colin Eddy, Theo Gaffer, and Porter Trudell will love to see what just happened in front of them.
How about Colin Eddy as well? Going up to 6 at 399 is definitely rolling at this stage of the race. You see him there on the Burrell Art machine, starting to gain some positions. Colin Eddy, a good drive for him already, closing down his gap to Benjamin, who also had a little bit of an incident there earlier on your screen. So for Eddy to get himself into the top 6 after, battling just outside of the top 10, inside of the top 10 on the edge, is definitely a good showing for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been doing well so far after a weekend that's been difficult for the entire Eddy Motorsports squad, not having the pace they would have wanted this weekend, but to come out of this weekend with a potential podium for Colin would be a huge relief as they head back to Minnesota to start off their club racing season as well at Stockholm Karting Center next weekend. At the front of the field, though, not a whole lot of change. We're still looking at Theo Gaffer and Porter Trudell. A new livery for Porter Trudell and Theo Gaffer, actually, for the 2025 season. So used to seeing Porter Trudell in that all red, I believe, Nitro or FMS kart that he runs, and a new camo livery for him this season. Take a look at how big that gap is between Brady Schad, Bieber, and Sam Tutwiler. 2.2 seconds, Caleb, between first and second, and we're not even halfway through this race.
Not halfway just yet, and again, there's hasn't been too much action up front, but everybody else further back is definitely starting to show us what they've got. The likes of Eddy, Gaffer, Trudell starting to provide some action further back as well. We got some drivers pretty close to each other. Wilson, Lucian Laser, the 308, the 363. Not too far away from each other. Single file line as we get onto the main straightaway.
Yeah, single file for the time being in this pack of drivers that I think a couple of us have seen at IKC events and probably were wondering how well they would be doing this weekend. They've got caught up in some other people's messes throughout the weekend and are further back than what they would have wanted. So unfortunate for them, but we have a ton more IKC streams coming to Kart Chaser this season, so be sure to look out for those guys and more of the Whiteland locals that are running here for the opening round of the Route 66 Sprint Series here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland. Coming across the line yet again is Brady Schad, as he'll get halfway next time by. More battling actually going on back here. Braden Domont is starting his recovery charge through the field, gets by, I believe that would be Evan Patton, into turn 12, making their way into the penultimate set of corners on the track. We'll have to see what Domont can do. He was down to last at one point, so that was 17th, up now to 13th, Caleb.
Yeah, making up another spot, and the driver just ahead of them, the young lady, the rookie in this junior class, Alyssa Eddy, sits inside of the top 10, the 300 Burrell Art machine. I know her dad here this weekend and her brother as well racing in the same class, and she said she was just excited to race against her brother this weekend and hopefully take the fight to him pretty soon here. So we'll see, obviously, that her pink livery definitely very unique here this weekend. She's out there just a couple of spots back from her brother Colin, and then just in between them you have Leroy and Trudell splitting them up just that bit. And again, that battling further back, and Shad looking away, that gap 2.431. Here goes Colin Eddy, caught up to Benjamin on the inside. Eddy looking in turn 2. He's able to get cleared. The 399 Burrell Art machine up another spot and into the top 5.
Yeah, Colin Eddy on to the provisional podium as things stand. He's going to have to hold off Benjamin for that spot. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch Yahtzee, another one of those drivers, on a Burrell Art chassis. I believe he's on the Stealth. He might be on the Stealth this week. I'm not too sure, but it is under the Steel Motorsports squad for this weekend. Speaking of Stealth chassis, Sam Tutwiler running in that third spot, continuing to follow behind the Burrell Art of Jack Feber in front. Feber is one of those drivers who is having a breakout weekend here at the Route 66 Sprint Series. Has not had the luck he would have wanted in KA100 Jr, but is really showing his true colors here in 206 Jr.
Side by side, Feber starting to defend into this one early. We're only on lap 11. Feber wanting to hold on that second position. These two drivers going to end up on the podium regardless. Just need to come across the line. It's all about points here, right? There's not going to be that big of a difference if you finish second and third here this weekend. And there goes Feber. Tutwiler not happy with a fellow, I guess you could say, teammate here this weekend on the Steel Motorsports machines. And Tutwiler just kind of trying to plead with Feber to get on with it, to go and to get ahead. Yautzy's, again, he's ways back, but it could definitely come down to that if they definitely don't get this settled out here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. They got to make sure that they're just staying in line for a little bit more, because Yautzy kind of is in that range right now where if they start to battle at this rate and battle hard, he might be able to close in, but they have a little bit of breathing room between the two of them where they can battle all they want for the next few laps, and I don't think Yautzy is going to catch up at a rate that will be able to have him further up on the podium than what he is. Brady Schad going purple from the front of the field yet again. 2.9 seconds is the gap between himself and Jack Feber. As you see on screen, he is leading Sam Tutwiler still. Both of the Steel Motorsports drivers have been a bit of no man's land since we had a bit of contact between Yautzy and Benjamin earlier on in the race. Speaking of Benjamin, getting past Colin Eddy for that final spot on the podium. We'll have to keep an eye on those two to see if they can rehash that battle that they had earlier on in the race to see who's the final driver on that podium. Closest battle on track, though, is still this Jack Feber versus Sam Tutwiler duel heading into 13-14, the penultimate two corners of the track. It is still Jack Feber leading the way. So 2 to go next time by for our 206 junior drivers. We have Feber leading the way over Sam Tutwiler for this battle for second. Brady Schad still leading the way out in front, Caleb, as not a whole lot has been happening in the tail end of this race. I think we're going to see a few passes for position later on maybe the final lap or so, but everyone just staying calm at this stage.
Not too much for Feber, for Tutwiler. Stress-free at the moment, and stress-free for Brady Schad as well. It didn't start that way, for sure. He talked about his qualifying a little earlier today. Feber challenged him in heat race number 2, but at the end of it, for the start of the last 2 laps of this race, It's been all about Brady Shad, and now we're going to have the battle for second. I don't know how much Tutwiler is going to want to fight for this one. Again, the two teammates just wanting to maximize points. Again, just can't afford to risk anything here this weekend, especially with a drive that Brady Shad has put on this weekend, going perfect throughout heat races and about to sweep the weekend. The next time we cross the stripe, it's going to be the white flag in the air for Brady Shad. That Coyote PPK has been on rails all weekend long, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see this battle continuing. Feber looking left and right, trying to hold off Sam Tutwiler for the win. At the moment, it looks like it's going to go the way of Feber, but Sam Tutwiler is not letting this go too easily as they continue to battle away. White flag in the air, this time by for Brady Shad, will lead them into turn 2. Feber going defensive on Tutwiler into turn 2. Tutwiler was going to hold behind as that was a brilliant bit of driving and defending from Jack Feber for that second spot. They'll continue to go at it through turns 5, 6, into turn 7. Late defense there from Feber. Goes all the way to the grass to try and hold him off side by side at the apex between those two. But picking up Brady Shad here, a driver who's been so dominant throughout this weekend. He made the move to the Coyote chassis at the end of 2024, and since then, he's been dominant, both at Millwright Raceway last season and at the Cup Karts Grand Nationals. He's a different driver on this Coyote, and he's gonna howl to the win across the line. Brady Shad takes the opening win here at K1 Circuit. Whiteland 206 Jr goes the way of Millwright Racing. It's 2 wins already for the Millwright boys, and they'll be looking for more later on in the day in both 206 Senior and the KA100 Jr categories, and a few more sprinkled in there as well. Tutwiler is going to finish in second. Third place going to Feber. Yotzi in the 4th spot. Carson Benjamin, the final driver on the podium.
You go back down, Yahtzee, Benjamin, Eddie, Colin Eddie. What a drive for him to finish 6th. Porter Trudell, Ethan Leroy, Theodore Gaffer, Alyssa Eddie, a rookie. The only young lady in the field, finishes inside of the top 10 ahead of the rest. More racing action set to come your way. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of Route 66. We'll be right back with more.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Micro Swift ready to get rolling here in their final, in their main event for the opening weekend of the 2025 season here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland. Austin Taylor, Dylan Braun, Bo Wyatt, Liam Ford, Lawrence Jorgensen, your top 5, leading them to green, heading into the tram lines for the final time this weekend. James Fox is out of position. We get the green flag anyway there. And Dylan Braun has the run around the outside. Braun will lead the way in the opening stages of this race, but for how long? Because Austin Taylor just retook that position away from his MPG Academy teammate. Bo Wyatt behind them, Liam Ford, Lawrence Jorgensen, your top 5, as Bella Brinkman makes a pass on Grant Heckman further back in the field.
A pretty tame start to this race, single file throughout the entire field. Austin Taylor has been the class of it so far. Won that first heat race by almost 11 seconds. The second heat race was that little bit closer, but not enough. And in this main event, he's already off to a good start. We'll see what the gap's at this time when they cross the stripe, but it looks like Braun is close this time around, and he is indeed not too far back from the lead of the race. Only a 10th. Bo Wyatt in 3rd. Go back to Liam Ford, and I thought we were going to have a move for the race lead. Not there yet for Braun. Thought better of it in a second. He's going to follow around.
Yeah, and Bo Wyatt in the Hotes driver development machine behind both of them hasn't really been a name we discussed in terms of race wins. He's right there on the drivers in this opening stage of the race. Yeah, it's only lap 2 of an 18-lap event, and a lot can happen in that time, but it'd be cool to see Bo Wyatt potentially get a first Route 66 Sprint Series race win. All 3 of these drivers, actually, I believe, are fighting for maiden race win. Top 5, actually, all in that fight for their first ever victory in Route 66 Sprint Series competition. So we're going to be looking forward to crowning a new winner at the end of the day on the podiums. As it stands, though, it looks like it's going to go the way of Austin Taylor, leading the way by 2.5 tenths over Dylan Braun, and fastest man on track, Bo Wyatt.
Wyatt starting to close in onto the rear bumper of Dylan Braun this time through. Onto the back straightaway we go, and the gap for the lead opens up. Austin Taylor starts to stretch his legs at this point in the race through to the banked corner. That gap extends bit by bit, corner by corner. Taylor, again, a great first heat race for him. The second one a little bit closer, but for Braun, just going to have to be perfect, going to have the same consistency that Austin Taylor has.
Yeah, Taylor's had that consistency all weekend long and doesn't seem to be letting up at any point at the moment. Going purple last time across the stripe over his MPG Academy teammate of Dylan Braun, who got a Badger State Challenge Championship last season in 2024. Was the best driver in Micro across the Road America and Badger rounds for the 2024 season. Out in front, though, you can see the camera on the banking as they make their way through what is turn 11. Austin Taylor continues to lead the way over Dylan Braun. Bo Wyatt, Liam Ford, and Lawrence Jorgensen still make out your top 5. driver in the barrier, Liam 4, is out of contention. Out in turn number 16, dejection for the OTK pilot. He's going to have to sit on the barriers and think of what could have been. A podium was potentially in the works for Liam 4. He is out of this race early. Unfortunate for Liam. Still though, Austin Taylor, Dylan Braun, Bo Wyatt, Lawrence Jorgensen, and Bella Brinkman now onto the podium here at Route 66 competition. Brinkman, I think, got one podium potentially last year at Millwright Raceway, so we could be seeing the number 88 machine back on the podium later on today.
How about that for Bella as well? A great showing for her, and my mistake. I forgot we do 5 place podiums here. So used to the 3, but yeah, 5 podium places. So my apologies, Nate. I guess I should have looked into that before, but regardless of that, as long as I keep it on the track, we're about to hit the halfway mark this next time around.
Lawrence Jorgensen going for a spin there. That's going to demote him down to 5th as Bella Brinkman gets by for position. Unfortunate for Mr. Jorgensen, but still on the podium by quite a large margin. So obviously he won't want to be doing that again, but if you have a couple more half spins, Lawrence Jorgensen should stay comfortably on that podium.
Little battle there further back. One of the MPG Academy drivers and another one with similar livery, a red livery, the 18 there of Apel and Heckman following each other along. The closest battle we have on the racetrack right now. A car length separates the two of them as they work their way around. The battle for the lead, getting that little bit closer here. Braun starting to close in. The fastest lap of the race for him last time around. That gap fell down to about 0.2 of a second, so the battle for the lead definitely heating up for Taylor as well, who has, again, been really good in this class, and Sportsman fell just short. Let's see what he can do. He has to hold on here. For again, we're just about to hit that halfway mark. You don't want to fire off too early. You don't want to fire off, you know, in the opening stage of this race, but for Braun, it's been good at this point for him to fire off just at the halfway mark, and again, setting in personal best lap times, just has to keep it consistent if he wants to attempt to pass on Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head with that one. Dylan Braun seems like he has a kart that's good in the second half of this race. He's just got to stay consistent at this rate and hold on to the coattails of Austin Taylor at this point, who is still leading the way as they got the halfway to go signal last time across the stripe. A long 18-lap main event for these Micro Swift drivers. The MPG Academy duo continuing to lead the way over Hote's driver development pilot, Bo Wyatt. Bella Brinkman and Lawrence Jorgensen continuing to be the drivers that are within your top 5.
Still a car length away in a turn 7. This is the closest Braun has been. Less than a 10th in between the two of them. Still closing in, still chipping away at it here for Dylan. Looking to put himself on the top step this weekend. Hasn't been there yet. Hasn't led any of the races so far this weekend, but he's getting really close, and he's starting to apply the pressure on Austin Taylor, and I'm sure the MPG Academy boys watching this on definitely getting nervous and definitely have the confidence on the consistency that their driver has had up to this point here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them being actually fairly consistent for how they're doing. Neither of them really making too many mistakes. It just seems like it's an accordion effect right now, and it seems like the accordion's getting smaller as we speak. Dylan Braun is closing in on the back end of Austin Taylor at this time. Taylor has been so dominant throughout the weekend, but race by race, session by session, it seems like Dylan Braun has found a 10th or 2 here or there throughout the race weekend, as they'll be hitting lap 13 next time across the stripe. Still a lot of racing left to go, Kayla, but it looks like momentum might be swinging in the favor of Dylan Braun.
swinging for now. They will catch up to Diesel Maxwell. The Mohawk-powered AMAX machine definitely starting to get closer and closer to these drivers, so that might throw a wrench at things this time around. That gap opens up to about half a second now, and we await for when that opportunity does come here for Dylan Braun.
Traffic for the two of them as they clear them nice and easy. If you remember back to last race, Dylan Braun getting stuck behind Diesel Maxwell when they caught them for lap traffic at about this time. Speaking of Dylan Braun, going purple, last time across the stripe, about 5 laps or so to go at this point. Update on the order: Austin Taylor, Dylan Braun, Bo Wyatt, Bella Brinkman, Lawrence Jorgensen continue to be your top 5.
We'll see what the run looks like this time by for Dylan Braun once we get to the straightaway. And again, just doesn't have a good enough front to try and make a move on Austin Taylor, who hasn't put a foot wrong so far this race, has continued to hit his marks, continued to manage his pace. For Braun, as well, setting some good lap times last time around a 53.9, his fastest of 53.2. So the pace still very much there, but just needs to dial it back in, needs to reel in Austin Taylor as best as he can. And again, we're getting close to the end. This next time around, 3 laps to go once we hit the stripe.
Race starting to close out at this point now. Just a few laps to go for our Micro Swift drivers to end the opening weekend here at K1 Circuit Whiteland for the opening round of the 2025 Route 66 Sprint Series Championship. Austin Taylor holding out strong from Dylan Braun. Gotta wonder if Braun has something in his back pocket and is just gonna been waiting to use it all weekend and is gonna bring that out on the final lap. We'll just have to wait a few more moments to see what Dylan Braun can do on his MPG Academy teammate.
Pretty close going into turn 12 and not enough yet for Braun this time around. Still working his way through, and again, not much left there for Braun. 2 car lengths, and we hit the 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go left in this race. Austin Taylor still leads us away. Braun still giving everything that he's got to try and make a move on Austin Taylor. Still leading, still pushing away, and a personal best the last time around for Austin Taylor. Looking to hold on here, Nate.
Yeah, Austin Taylor looking to hold on for what would be, I believe, a first win in Route 66 competition. Have a lot of MPG Motorsports drivers, team members, and mechanics on the fence line watching this one and cheering on their guys. Most likely it's going to come to the MPG Motorsports camp of the winner between these two. Just got to settle who's going to be the one on the top step. White flag in the air this time by for Austin Taylor and Dylan Braun. It's not over yet, but Dylan Braun needs to find something in the next couple of corners to close down this gap to Austin Taylor and then find a pass. Here it is. Braun up the inside lane of Austin Taylor gets the job done on the final lap of the Micro Swift Final. Out of turn 6 and 7, they will go. It is still Dylan Braun leading the way, looking for his first win in Route 66 competition, side by side down the back straight. For the final time this weekend between the two of them, Taylor's the one who decides to go through. It's never easy to go side by side through the bus stop chicane at the back end of this circuit. Austin Taylor has waited so long to try and get a race win in Route 66 competition. He has a couple in CKNA North, but out of the final couple of corners, welcome to the top step. Austin Taylor wins in Whiteland.
What a race for Austin Taylor. What a weekend. Only lost the lead once. Dylan Braun waited all weekend to make that move on the last lap of the main event. And that kept Austin Taylor on his toes. What a race in between these two young guns. You see the sign of sportsmanship. But for Austin Taylor, these boys not close enough to get that fist bump done. Oh, I'll wait until we get into the scales. But what a race. What a display. Austin Taylor, a winner at last at Route 66. Pickup coming our way. Bo Wyatt, Bella Brinkham, she's on the podium. Lawrence Jorgensen, your top 5. We'll be right back with more racing action. The best of the best, the 206 Masters, get set to hit the racetrack next.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart.
It's time for 206 Masters. Mark Steele, perfect on the weekend. 2 over-unders, puts him on the pole position here today. Jamie Bradford alongside him on row number 1. Kyle Landon, Scott Hamble, row number 2.
Chris Linden and Matthew Burpo find themselves starting alongside each other. Then David Galonia and Troy Toney on row 4.
You go back to Dakota Pesic, Lucas Rennick, your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. The Busch Light powered MPG machine, the 669, Austin Fairfield starting on row number 6 alongside Eric Spilling.
Jeremy Moe will find himself alongside Jared Spansel, and Chad King. Marvin Godsley will be starting alongside each other, 15th and 16th.
You go back to Gabe Villapando, Danny Cutshaw, Alex Cooper, Travis Wilbur, Tommy Stevens, Michael Schaefer, Jason Irvin, Wesley Bullock, Tom Harleman, Jesse Bullock, Joe Stevens, Brian Williams, Richard Lemasters for the opening for the debut of the 206 Masters class, the biggest field here this weekend. 29 drivers all racing for free to get this started for Route 66. What a show, what a display they've put on for us. And this is finally time to crown the first champion in Route 66 history, the first winner in 206 Masters history here at Route 66. We await the green flag as we work our way onto the straightaway. Green flag in the air. We are racing. A good start for Mark Steele on the inside. Jamie Bradford slots in a second, side by side. Hamble looking to go up to third. He's able to get clear. Landon side by side with a couple of others. Dakota Pesic looking to make moves early on in this race.
Chris Linden up to fourth there. Dakota Pesic is a driver who's been laying low all weekend. Watch out for the Top Kart machine to get onto the podium in Route 66 competition for the first time in 5, 6, maybe even 7 years for Pesic. Of course, that comes in about 18 laps time when we get to decide who's standing on top of the podium and who gets to stand alongside. At the moment, Mark Steele provisionally stands on top of the podium, is your race leader thus far. Jamie Bradford right behind him, and then you have Hamble behind. It's Christopher Slinden running the 4th spot, and then Kyle Landon in 5th.
Here we go, single file for the first time around. 1 lap down, 17 laps to go. Side-by-side action further back in the field. Everybody slotting in a line. Look at this move. Kyle Landon on the inside. He's able to get clear. Here comes Hamble. That Coyote machine looking for the 2nd spot. Bradford not making it easy, and he waves him by. Bradford doesn't want to lose too much time to Mark Steele, and again, he's going to lose another one because here comes Landon looking on the inside. Not enough, and you see Bradford pointing at his helmet, trying to plead with him, and pretty much telling him, you know, it's quite universal whenever you point at your helmet. It's be smart, use your head, let's work our way forward, let's get up because we're going to get ourselves out of the fight, and that's not what we need. Scott Hamble now, the driver who's serving as the pusher to Mark Steele. In 2nd, Steele your leader. Bradford, again, telling Landon, let's get ourselves up there. Let's work our way up there. We'll see how much Landon wants to work with that because, again, Steele and Landon pitting together here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting if any games are played throughout this race of holding other drivers up so Steele might have a better shot at winning. I don't think we're going to get that in a Masters category. I think all these guys want to be the first ones to win a 206 Masters race in Route 66 competition. Again, what a turnout it's been for these Masters drivers. A lot of them are locals to Whiteland Raceway Park, but having other drivers come from all over the Midwest, a few of them coming from Minnesota. I think we're having 3 or 4 of those making the long 10-hour drive down to come race here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland at one of the most exciting Masters field we've seen in North American karting for quite some time, especially at the regional and grassroots level. Further back, Jamie Bradford getting put to the wayside by Kyle Landon, who's getting promoted up into 3rd. Chris Linden on the 619 Comp Kart machine is still there and looming throughout this weekend and is hoping to stay on the podium. He said that was kind of his goal after figuring out where he was on pace throughout Friday. At the moment, Slinden finds himself on that podium.
Slinden still in the top 5, pushing along. Right behind them, Matthew Burpo, Pesic. They got into it earlier today in heat race number 2. Elbows out racing in between the two of them. Now find themselves having to work together to try and get themselves into the podium places and into the top 5 of this race. For Mark Steele and Scott Hamble, this is exactly what they need, right? As long as you have somebody else there pushing with you, pushing you along, that's good enough to pull away from the rest of the field. And these guys from 3rd on back are going to have to be way faster than everybody else to try and get there. Look at that, a little bump and run to try and get clear, hand up in the air. Somebody's motor just died and won't turn back on. That's a 683 there, Nate. That machine turned off, and that's a Gotzi there. Gotzi, who was running 13th, his 206 Briggs & Stratton machine turned off, and he was able to get it refired, but definitely a scary incident there.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. Not something you want to see. Something you always want to practice, though, of making sure you can get your 206 fired from within the seat, because that can save you more than a couple of times while out on track. Out on track leading the way, though, Mark Steele, Scott Hamble leading the way. Will say, though, P6, Matthew Burpo fastest overall, 2.9 seconds away from the lead, and is closing in on Chris Linden, the tail end of the second battle pack of the final 3 drivers on the podium as things stand. We're still not anywhere near that halfway to go signal, and a lot of racing left here, Caleb.
A lot of action still coming our way. Burpo sets the fastest lap of the race, like you said earlier, and the top 2. That gap at 1.4, just under a second and a half in between Landon, who's now putting a car length on Bradford, who's getting that push from Slinden. Burpo looks to be closing in as well to these top 5, so he's starting to pull away from Dakota Pesek. He's going to arrive on the scene here shortly. I think that's going to give him a shot to get himself into the podium places, and it looks like it's all coming closer and closer together. Scott Hamble just passed Mark Steele, which I think is going to help that group further back to try and get closer. So with the Coyote machine now leading this field away, it's a Burrell Art that's looking to help out another Burrell Art in Mark Steele's stealth machine. So we'll see how long it takes for the second group to continue to close down that gap. As somebody dropped a tire, and I think that was Hamble who dropped a tire. That's going to lose them a little bit of time there, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely, because that second group has really started to reel in the battle for the lead. We're going to have 6 karts battling for the win in just a couple of moments' time. One of the lap karts getting spun around in turn 2 and getting going again. Hopefully everyone inside that top 6 battle makes it through. Yes, they do. That's one of the top kart machines. There's another top kart machine of Dakota Pesek making his way up through the field. Doesn't seem like he has enough pace on his own to catch up to the back end of this field, Caleb. However, one of the fastest drivers we've seen all weekend, David Galonia, is right on his rear bumper. Don't be surprised to see those two catch up to the back end of Matthew Burpo.
Yeah, one driver with issues here as that front group starts to get closer and closer. Burpo again in 6th, starting to reel in the top 5, and here comes Kyle Landon already arriving on the scene. He's going to be in drafting range into the main straightaway. Mark Steele now not close enough, but he's going to have that push that he needs from his teammate just right behind him. And again, a longtime friend of Jamie Bradford sitting in 4th. So you see the respect those drivers have for each other. I think we're going to see that in display here shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. The Masters drivers will race each other hard, but they'll do it clean. Some of the best racecraft we see is in these Master categories, and in a class like the 206 Briggs division that we have here should invite some incredible last lap racing. We're going to be halfway next time across the stripe, or at least in 2 laps, I believe. A lot of blue flags are going to be shown. We have about 4 karts that are still a lap down. They'll probably get to the leaders. That being said, the leaders, though, there you can see AMAX driver Scott Hamble leading the way, the 641, flying the 41 number strong here on home territory for AMAX Racing. Another home territory, like we've been saying, Mark Steele for Steele Motorsports right there as well. Blue flag in the air for drivers about to get passed by this lead pack. There you see one of the new gen machines going to the right side, holding his line, doing the thing that you're supposed to do under blue flag conditions. Burpo, by the way, has caught to the back of Chris Linden. Battle for the lead with Mark Steele retaking it away from Scott Hamble. Kyle Landon still there as well. Jamie Bradford just waiting for his moment. Single file racing for the time being, Caleb, but we're again only halfway through. Once we get to about 5 to go, this should be a doozy to watch.
Yeah, how about that? We're close. We're stacked and packed here in 206 Masters. 6 drivers in the battle for the race one, in the battle for the podium. There goes Landon on the inside of turn 12. He's clear. He's able to get up there and provide that support for Mark Steele to push each other further and further away from the back. Hamble now back to 2nd. Not for long. Look at that. Hamble is able to get clear. Now looking on the inside, Bradford, Slinton battling. Here comes Matthew Burpo.
Burpo up the inside of Chris Linden gets that job done. Slinden off the podium for the time being. And of course, post-race penalties to be assessed. A lot of racing left, so none of these drivers are giving up yet. If you remember back a few laps ago when they were all bumper to bumper, it doesn't look like that too more. Mark Steele has stretched out his lead to Scott Hamble and co. Kyle Lane and Jamie Bradford, Matthew Burpo currently inside that top 5. Chris Linden also within that battle pack pack as well. DeGolonia has not been able to close up to these guys at the rate he would have wanted, as Dakota Pesek has lost a ton of time down in that 8th spot and looks like he's going to need a bit of a miracle to get in. Same with Hamble and Landon going side by side at the apex of 12. That's going to allow Jamie Bradford to go up the inside and leave Kyle Landon to the wayside around turn 14. It goes from bad to worse for Kyle Landon.
Yeah, Landon just, again, trying to make that move for second. I think just a little bit too early, right, to try and get himself up into that second spot, and he got swallowed up by the pack. He's ways back, way behind Slinden now at this point. Burpo was able to get ahead of him and up in a 4th. Jamie Bradford up in a 3rd, and now this group all going to try and work together to try and get up to Mark Steele, who's been, again, at times hasn't been the fastest driver in this field date, but he has been the smartest. I said earlier, was playing chess, had a checkmate move, back-to-back heat races for him, over-unders, and that shows the experience, that shows the class of Mark Steele and what he's been able to do across the National Series as well here this weekend. And you see a little bit of a trip up there for Matthew Burpo, loses touch with the rear bumper of Jamie Bradford, but they need to get back going. And you see him start to close down that gap to Mark Steele here.
Yeah, like you were saying, Burpo, one of the drivers that has been smart this race so far. I kind of hope so. He's the race director for IKC, so you kind of have to show off what you're supposed to be doing out on track. Off track, though, a contingent of AMAX drivers cheering on Scott Hamble, trying to get a race win for AMAX this weekend, but it's going to be hard with the likes of Mark Steele behind the wheel of that Steel Motorsports Stealth chassis heading on to the back straight yet again. More lap traffic for these drivers to deal with. 2 battle packs starting to form the front 4, and then the battle for the podium, 5th, 6th, and 7th at the moment, with Slinden, Landon, and Galonia in that second battle pack.
Yeah, Galonia just a little bit ways back. He's about a second off of Kyle Landon, half a second off, I should say. Kyle Landon, that gap in 6th and 7th still there, and again, I think Landon just going to need a little bit of support from a fellow Red Army driver to get himself up there. Blue flag waves for a driver ahead. Mark Steele, Hamble into turn number 2. Not much has changed, but it is getting a lot closer. Hamble now looks on the inside, looking to go through into turn number 4. He's able to get clear side by side. Not for now. Mark Steele retakes the lead of this race.
What a move that was for Mark Steele to hold it around the outside of Scott Hamble, to not let it go too early. Lap traffic right on the exit of turn 8. This is going to be interesting to see if they get held up in the bus stop. I think they will, Caleb. This is the worst possible place for Mark Steele to try and go around the outside of the banking. He thinks better of it. Up the inside lane to turn 12. Lap car goes wide, but that just brings all of these drivers right back together on lap 13 of 18. The laps are starting to tick down. They've all been brought right back onto the same piece of real estate, heading back on to the front straight yet again to hit lap number 14 with about 5 or so to go. That time across the stripe. Lead change potentially from Hamble, looking to the inside. Doesn't have the momentum. He jutted to the inside of turn 1 to maybe think about a move. Here comes the move. Side by side. Uses his side pods to try and get by. He's unable to. With the help of Jamie Bradford, is just unable to get that move done. More battling happening further back between Landon and Burpo, along with Galonia and Slinden. They got to be careful not to get too far away from these leaders, because I don't think any lap traffic is going to bail them out of it at this point.
Galonia was ways back at the start of 2 laps ago. Now he's well into the mix, well into the fight, looking to support Mark Steele here in this one. Bradford, Hamble working together, trying to get to the rear bumper of that stealth machine. This time through, we're going to start lap number 15. We're getting close to the end here, and it's too close to call. You don't know who it's going to be. Mark Steele's at the helm, though.
Mark Steele is going to be the driver that a lot of people looked at coming into this weekend thinking he's going to be the man to beat. Yes, he's leading the way, but he's got a pack of hungry masters trying to get this race win and to take it away from him. Lap 15 of 18. The time is starting to run out. If you're a driver about 3rd on back, you need to start making your moves up through the field, and that's going to cause trouble for drivers who are in 4th. Speaking of the driver in 4th, Landon up the inside for 3rd. He's going to put Bradford to the wayside, who holds it around the the inside of him, and he's going to lose that spot to Kyle Landon onto the back straightaway. Now, 2-kart battle pack between Steele and Hamble that might get a little bit closer between himself and the rest of the field, because we got 3 lap carts coming up here, Caleb, with 2 to go in just a few moments' time. Steele leading the way, but can he hold on?
Oh, look at that! Jamie Bradford gives the bumper to Kyle Landon. He's not happy about it. You see the hand signals. Not happy. It's going to be Hamble and Mark Steele to the end of this race. This is definitely fireworks erupting here in 206 Masters. Look at Landon back on the inside. Goodness gracious. It is elbows out racing all the way through. And again, Bradford wasn't happy with Landon at the start of the race. Wasn't happy a lap ago when Landon passed him. Bradford didn't want to give it to him, and instead he gave him the bumper to close this one out. Mark Steele is able to get through. Hamble, now those 2 drivers pulling away from the rest of the pack. They're able to go through, but a huge gap, a huge separation in between 1, 2, and the driver in third, which is still Jamie Bradford here.
Yeah, the battling continuing to commence here between Bradford, Galonia, and Burpo. These 3 are well and truly safe on the podium. Of course, we have pushback bumper penalties at this point, Caleb, and with the amount of pushing and shoving we've had so far this race, white flag is in the air one more time to be the first winner of a 206 Masters race in Route 66 Sprint Series competition. Low line goes Steele going into turn 2, holds off the challenging Scott Hamble for the time being, going through 3, 4, and the tight hairpin of 5 at the moment. One of the best passing opportunities on the track. Turn 7, Hamble all up and over the curves, and turn 7 dives to the inside. Switch back from Mark Steele. Can he get it? Hamble to the lead as they go on to the back straightaway. Mark Steele has a chance to get it right back. He is on the rear bumper, side by side, heading into the bus stop. He gets Steele in the grass. Mark Steele is out of this race. Hamble brings the rest of the field into it. Jamie Bradford's had a chance to steal this away when it looked like a 2-kart battle for the lead. The AMAX driver might be able to get this one at home. This entire race is going to be under review, but it doesn't matter because Scott Hamble, for the first time in Route 66 competition, is going to win in 206 Masters. An insane race to kick off this class in 2025. There's Mark Steele off and in the grass after having to bail out of what would have been an insane race winning move to get there. Mark Steele is not happy about that at all. Like I said, that entire race is going to be under review. Scott Hamble, Jamie Bradford, David Galonia, Burpo, and Landon, your provisional top 5, and you can already see Mark Steele pleading his case for what just happened there, for what was an incredible, an insane 206 Masters race, the first ever. It's going to be hard to back that one up into any of the 206 Masters drivers or mechanics in the field that might hear this. Please, please, please come to Road America so we can do that again in Norway and Badger, because that was most likely the race of the season, Caleb.
That was insane. Mark Steele, Scott Hamble, side by side on the chicane. Nobody gave each other an inch, and unfortunately, we talked about how thick the grass was this weekend. That just ended the race. Nothing more for Mark Steele. Again, we have to wait for post-race penalties. We have to wait for it all, but unofficially, Scott Hamble, your inaugural winner in 206 Masters. What a race, what an end, and what a start to 2025.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The KA100 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Well, it's safe to say tensions were definitely high at the end of 206 Masters on the inaugural round, the inaugural race of the year. But we go back to Mini Swift, your second youngest set of drivers here this weekend. Dominic Gaddis, Cameron Johnson starting on row number 1, William Feidinger, Danny O'Gara on row 2, Slayton Baldack, Simon Klein, Clayton Stiles, Daniel Dragonoff, Michael Supkia, Eric Wojciechowski, Lincoln Wiley, Rhett Johnson, Christopher Heinzen, your 13 drivers getting set to take the green flag here in Mini as we get set to take the green flag here.
So looking for the green flag. Is the Mini Swift field ready to go for the final time? this weekend here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. Into the tram lines goes Johnson and Gaddis. Johnson not happy with the speed of this start. He'll get waved off. They will try again. As Johnson had his hand up, wasn't too happy with the speed of the inside liner getting pushed from behind on that outside. So they'll take another warm-up lap to get those tires up to temperature. And we'll give it another go for what is now a 17-lap main event for our Mini Swift drivers. They'll be heading on to the back straight. More tire warming as now you have to hit the reset button for these drivers. They get all formed up yet again to try this again between Dominic Gaddis and Cameron Johnson. We'll see what happens here, Caleb. Who can get the better jump out of the gate? Again, just looks like McGallagher or Flagman wasn't too happy with that one, so sending him around one more time. Mini Swift has always been a bit of a tricky one to get started, so just want to make sure this one's all right and ready to go. Into the formation cones yet again. Attempt number 2, and the entire field is not happy with the amount of pushing and shoving going on in the early stages of this one. They'll head into the tram lines yet again to try and get this race underway. Looking for the green flag, and the second time of asking, they will get it. Mini Swift is underway with Dominic Gaddis getting a good jump. Cameron Johnson down to third, and just shows how much of a disadvantage that outside line is, but gets past one of the MPG Motorsports karts for that second spot back. Try and get back up to the back end of Dominic Gaddis, who goes a little bit defensive into turn 7 just to hold off that spot. Slayton Baldock up to 4th, then Danny O'Gara in 5th, or really a who's who of cadet drivers in the Midwest region, as it is still Dominic Gaddis leading the way on this opening lap here, Caleb.
Dominic Gaddis in the lead of this one. Cameron Johnson in a second. And you have Feidinger up into the third spot. Everybody single file line. Not too much fighting for now. And Wojciechowski, a good start of the race for him. Here comes Cameron Johnson looking on the inside of turn 16. Couldn't get that move. Thought better of it. Slotted back in a line. But already looking to make moves. Coming into lap number 3 of this race. Again, cut one lap short as Johnson now looks again into turn number 3. He's able to get clear that time. He's your new leader.
Yeah, your top 5 all in this front pack, and have the entire podium battle just all on one piece of real estate. Slayton Baldock getting moved back to 5th right now by Danny O'Gara, even though he did go purple last time across the stripe, did the 178 Nitro machine. Now having to climb back up the order as Cameron Johnson and Franklin Motorsports leads the way through the back section of the track. The final few corners, the old circuit, if you will, before they head on to the new add-on that they brought to K1 Circuit Whiteland a few years ago. Johnson, though, continues to lead the way out in front over the 2 MPG Motorsports karts. Not a whole lot happening there, but like we've seen throughout the races today, and especially in Mini Swift, you have to think that this battle for the lead should heat up not too long from now.
Again, we talked about Cameron Johnson. He fired off again later on into the race in the first heat race. In heat race number 2, he was pretty good, pretty consistent. Got himself onto the pole position, so we'll see what he can do this time. Behind him, Dominic Gaddis holding on strong, and he has some help, obviously. Feidinger just right behind. Danny O'Gara, we talked about him. He was just too stuck on the racetrack. A mistake there by O'Gara. Drops the tire on the exit of turn number 12. So we hope they got whatever setup issues they had wrong and a miss earlier on today. Hopefully they got that corrected and looking better in this one, but losing a little bit of touch here. Slayton Baldock, fastest so far in this session, now 53.173 on lap number 5. So we await for this battle to kick off as Johnson still leading this one away. A car length, 2 car lengths now in between first and second.
Yeah, Slayton Baldock not letting that pass from Danny O'Gara that brought him further down the field get to him too much. Setting purple time, like Caleb said not too long ago, last time across the stripe to try and reel in those race leaders. That being said, even Danny O'Gara is losing the back end of Will Fightinger in the third spot. Dominic Gaddis running in that second position, and really it's just been Johnson v. Gaddis the entirety of this weekend. Not a lot of other drivers have been able to poke their nose into the front of the field. Danny O'Gara grenading the back of his helmet, trying to signal to Slayton Baldock, let's go get him. Fightinger going fastest on track last time across the timing and scoring line. The MPG Motorsports duo definitely working together to try and get themselves up past the Franklin Motorsports man of Cameron Johnson as they head their way back onto the back straight.
We head on the back straightaway this time by Will Fightinger. Starting to pick up the pace here a little bit. A 52.770 for the driver in third. Looking to get himself well into the mix. It's been about Gaddis and Johnson so far this weekend. They've gone back and forth, battling it out so far in the first two heat races. Again, you look back at last year, Cameron Johnson was able to take the win here at KA100 Circuit. Whiteland at Route 66 competition, and now this year he's looking to go back-to-back at a track that he seems very, very comfortable at, and he's starting to pick up the pace as well. Fastest lap of the race now to Cameron Johnson.
Seems like the Wisconsin drivers always go very well here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland. They're used to driving at places like Badger Kart Club for their entirety of their junior careers, and a place like this that is nice and tight and technical with a lot of rhino patching now resembles a lot of the things you would want out of a kart and a driving style that also suit Millwright Raceway in Dousman, Wisconsin. Ironically, the final stop on the 2025 calendar for the Route 66 Sprint Series, a track that Cameron Johnson also goes well at. Same too with the man running behind Danny O'Gara at the moment. Slayton Baldock has found success at one of America's oldest kart tracks and really a staple of Midwestern karting. Cross the timing and scoring line yet again, Caleb. It's Will Fightinger resetting fast time and keeping the pressure on those drivers in first and second. But how about this battle between O'Gara and Baldock?
Yeah, Baldock was able to get ahead of Danny O'Gara earlier on today in the second heat race, and it was just too much grip in that top kart machine for Danny O'Gara. He was just kind of stuck to the ground, hopping a whole lot, especially in turn number 2 and in a couple of other corners where he just couldn't make up that time. And it seems it's either that or either just down on power here this weekend for Danny O'Gara compared to the top 3. Again, a big race for him next weekend, headed out to the United States Pro Kart Series. So we'll see what Danny can do, but again, falling under pressure. Baldock definitely on that rear bumper now, and we'll see when he decides to go here shortly. Not going to be in turn number 14, and again, biggest passing opportunities, turn number 2. One of the biggest passing zones we've seen so far. This time around, 9. We start lap number 9 halfway through next time by, Nate, but to me, it's really been a huge battle. When you talk about these kids from the Midwest, you talk about where they've grown up racing, the rhino patching over at Dousman, Wisconsin, a home track to a lot of the contingent that comes out here to Route 66.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one of those things that makes them maybe feel a little bit more at home, something that they've they've grown up learning, so they know at a young age how to drive on these surfaces really without having to think twice. That also being said, it's kind of the Wisconsin drivers versus the Whiteland locals at the moment here, with MPG representing the Whiteland teams and Franklin Motorsports' own Cameron Johnson leading the way for those who called the likes of Badger Kart Club home. Halfway to go this time by for our Mini Swift drivers as they hit lap number 10. Cameron Johnson and Dominic Gaddis, on both of them actually, are two drivers we expect to see at the pointy end of the field next weekend at Trackhouse Motorplex for the United States Pro Kart Series. So if you do have a KC Premium subscription, which of course if you're watching this you do, don't miss that next race next weekend, because that surely is going to bring the action as well. But for here in Indiana, KA100 Circuit Whiteland, it's still Cameron Johnson leading the way over Dominic Gaddis. Will Fightinger staying there or thereabouts here, Caleb, but he needs to be careful not to lose this main pack.
Yeah, indeed. At the moment, he's just about a 10th off. When you look at lap times, Gaddis setting in some personal bests, some purple laps as well. that time through, improves again. And there he goes on the inside, looking to go clear on Cameron Johnson. He's through and up into the lead of this race. Johnson knows he can't waste time in a turn 3. He's through as well, and this is exactly what Fightinger needed. The driver in third, we talked about him just missing that last 10th compared to your leaders. He's found it, and it's all due to the battling that we saw, and that was perfect by Cameron Johnson there again, right? You want to have control of this race. You want to be out in front. You want to be the one setting the pace, and you want to dictate the direction that it's going to go. And by him going back on Dominic Gaddis was him showing that he's here to control and he's here to stay in the lead of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Cameron Johnson making that move so quickly after Gaddis got past is a statement to the MPG Academy driver running in the second spot at the moment. Gaddis is going to think twice about passing Johnson now, which can play into both of their hands, where you have to think that unless Gaddis really feels that Kart Republic underneath them start to turn on throughout the mid portion of this race, that he's going to wait till the very end, to the last final couple of laps, to catch Johnson off guard to try and steal away this race win.
And again, now it turns into a little bit of a mental game, right? Dominic Gaddis already showed his hand and where he wants to go. Turn number 2, he showed that already. And Cameron Johnson did the exact same in showing that he's going to go back in turn number 3 and he's going to stay out in front. So now Gaddis, it's almost like a reset moment, right? And you start thinking under the helmet, okay, he obviously wanted to go back on me. He wants to be in control of this race. So I know I'm not going to surprise him again in turn number 2. I have to come up with something, and I have to set myself up to make a pass in a place where he can't pass me back.
Absolutely, and you might be thinking like, well, they are just kids. Maybe they're just passing whatever they want to. Some of the times I've asked these mini and micro drivers about their plans for the race, they're more complex and well thought through than most of the senior drivers that I talk to. So don't throw that one out yet. As one more thing to note, like we've been saying, Klein on to the top 5, completely missed what happened to Slayton Baldock over the past couple laps. He has just fallen completely off of the tail of Danny O'Gara, out in 4th, and unfortunately in a bit of no man's land compared to the rest of the top 3, which of course consist of Cameron Johnson, Dominic Gaddis, and Will Fightinger in the 3rd spot. Johnson continuing to lead the way nice and strong out here, Caleb, as Gaddis seems like he's falling off a little bit. That also being said, dropping back, cooling the tires will definitely help out Gaddis for the final stint of this race.
Yeah, we'll see how it all unfolds here in the closing stages of this one. Again, lap number 14 underway after this. We're going to get closer and closer to the end next time around. 4 laps to go. We're getting closer for Gaddis. Again, going to have to reel Cameron Johnson right back in. He's running that little bit quicker. I don't know where it is that Gaddis is really lacking that either pace throughout a corner or a setup in turn number 16 where he can get close and, you know, throw everything I just said out of the window, because Dominic Gaddis on that rear bumper of Cameron Johnson, the Franklin Motorsports Merlin machine, definitely going to fall under fire here shortly. And again, like I mentioned before, for Gaddis, just going to have to try something different. Going to have to surprise Cameron Johnson in a place where Cameron cannot pass him back like he did earlier today and earlier in this race. We'll see how it unfolds. Again, the start of lap 15 here, 4 laps to go.
I think it'll be interesting to see what the legs on Gaddis's motor has to offer down the back straightaway, because if you make a final move into turn 12, then it's kind of hard to come back from that, but it's also a really easy corner to defend, so it's a big chess match you have to be playing. Lap traffic, though, for Cameron Johnson to try and get by. It's one of the MPG carts that'll go around the outside of them, make that pass nice and easy, as Fightinger is not going to catch that lapper at a very good time indeed, getting stuck behind him before going on to the straightaway. Simon Klein actually is starting to close up on Danny O'Gara for that 4th spot, so a Route 66 debut for him could end in a P4 result and a solid podium for Klein as things stand. But getting past Danny O'Gara at Whiteland is not an easy task at all, is it, Caleb? But that battle for lead still staying consistent. They're still pretty glued to each other. About 2 laps to go. Next time by, we'll have to see what happens as Slayton Baldock retires into the pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, talked about Simon Jack Klein. He finds himself in 5th. Again, he went for a spin in heat race number 2. So to see him inside of the top 5 in the podium places, definitely a good showing for Simon Jack. A long ways up here to Indiana from Oklahoma for him and his dad. But again, getting ready for the United States Pro Kart Series next weekend when we go to Trackhouse Motorplex. The same for these drivers on your screen now. Cam Johnson, a good exit out of turn number 16, 2 laps to go. Give it everything you got, Dominic, because now is the time to do so. We're into crunch time here, Nate.
Absolutely. Cameron Johnson is going to have to hold off for his life throughout the next couple of laps if Dominic Gaddis can mount a charge. It looks a little far-fetched for Gaddis. Unfortunately, it would be huge for him to get a win in his Mini Swift debut in 2025. But Cameron Johnson leading the way as things stand here, Caleb. I don't know if Gaddis has anything left in the tank.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, we're at about half a second now in between Gaddis and between Johnson, who, again, Cameron has not put a foot wrong so far this race. And for Gaddis, he's had the pace to do so. And for Cameron, you know, who would have thought, how would this race have unfolded differently if he wouldn't have gone back on Dominic whenever Dominic did make that move in a turn number 2? If Cameron wouldn't have gone back in turn 3, we could have been seeing a completely different race here, Nate. But coming to the white flag this time, already passing through the white flag this time, coming to the checkered flag this time by Cameron Johnson has led the majority of laps here. Again, Heat 1 he had to work for. Heat 2 he had a really good showing. And now in in the final race of the weekend, Cam Johnson looks to go back-to-back at KA100 Circuit Whiteland.
After getting 3 wins in 2024 and unable to secure the championship over Tucker Trebe, they want to finish off their cadet season strong and their cadet career strong. Does Cameron Johnson. He's going to see the checkered flag first here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. He's going to go back-to-back for Franklin Motorsports. Cameron Johnson taps the side pod. He takes the win and championship points going in to Road America Briggs & Stratton Motorplex, and he definitely goes well at the Wisconsin track, so a big win on opponent soil here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. Dominic Gaddis finishing in second, Will Fightingsure inside the top 3. Simon Klein on the Route 66 podium for the very first time, so congrats to him and their team. And then Danny O'Gara rounding out your top 5, as you can see on screen, your unofficial results.
We take a moment to catch our breaths. 206 Senior coming your way next.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Car Chaser Premium.
206 Senior on track and ready to go. It's main event time for the premier class in 4-cycle racing for Route 66 competition. Jerry Fandry, your defending series champ, what better way to finish off his Sunday than to start on pole and to potentially get a win for his brand new Fandry Daniels racing team. Starting alongside, it's Mr. Amax, the driver who calls this track home, Adam Maxwell, then Quentin McPherson, Max Kraus, and Shane Reddy round out your top 5.
How about a little bit of intel here? Max Kraus finished the second heat with a completely broken bottom seat mount. Again, that thing completely snapped off. The second time it's broken because Max, again, being a rookie in the senior class, has so much weight on that TB cart that it's the second time that snapped in the weekend. Over 70 pounds on that TB cart seat for Max Kraus. We'll see what that rookie can do, and we'll hope that seat holds on for 18 laps here. Looking further down, Oliver Gaffer, Braden Zerves, James Mann, Dane Underwood, Peyton Klein, your top 10 starters here today. We go down a little bit more. Owen Oler, Miles Fodry, Jackson Barr, Lily Martineau, Tommy Bryce, your top 15 starters. Colton Kelly, Thomas Chirac, Nick Knotzman, Kendra Padilla, Angelina Vasquez, and Jackson Miller, Giovanni Vasquez, Levi Wilbur, Andrew Goldman, Wyatt Leslie, 25 drivers getting set to take the green flag here in 206 Senior. Jerry Fandry, Adam Maxwell shared battles here last year. Fandry hasn't won a race in over a year. Can that streak end here today? No start. Gonna have to wait one more lap, and one lap cut short for their race.
Absolutely. Kind of the anticipation is killing you here. How about Max Kraus, though? He was staying with the leaders throughout the entirety of that race as Tommy Boyce retires into the pit lane early. Max Kraus, to be able to hold with those drivers with a broken seat mount, with that fixed, Caleb, that could spell danger for the rest of the field with how consistent and fast he has been throughout this weekend. They're going to re-rack, try it again. Unsure what the issue was there, but again, race director Patrick Olson and flagman Mick Gallagher have a much better view of the start procedure than we do. There are your race-winning contenders. The entire field are actually race-winning contenders with how close this field has been this weekend, but those two will be leading us to the green. You have two Coyotes, two TB carts within that top four, and then you have Oliver Gaffer and Shane Reddy, two childhood friends, starting on row 3. It's about to all kick off here, Caleb, as we get ready to go for 206 Senior.
Yeah, looking here at the field, Wyatt Leslie starting from the tail end here, and again, a lot of work to do for him. He's been quick, but again, a DNF for him in heat race number 1. Found himself in the wall, going to find himself in the back of the pack to start this one up. So a lot of work to do for Leslie to try and get himself up to the podium places here and potentially take the fight to Fandry, Maxwell, and more. This time by, do we get the green flag? We do, and we're racing in 206 Senior. A good start for that inside line. McPherson up in a second. Fandry, your leader. Maxwell looking to go back on the inside. He's clearing up in a second.
Yeah, Jerry Fandry getting a very good start there. Out and away, about a cart length in between him and Maxwell. Not anymore. A late move from Adam Maxwell to take the lead in turn 7 in the opening stages of this race. Jerry Fandry now trying the over-under on Adam Maxwell. Side by side into the bus stop. Adam Maxwell is going to be the one to go through. Jerry Fandry having to back out of it. Quentin McPherson now in third. Shane Reddy getting a good jump. And then two more senior rookies with Max Kraus and Oliver Gaffer, the final two in that pack. There will be the battle for the final spot on the podium, and the rest of the field has a mountain to climb to try and catch up to the rest of this top 6 because they have been flying all weekend, Caleb.
Yeah, look at that battle further back. We were almost 3 wide there for a second. Looked like one of the Vasquez drivers was there in that battle, and it's all kind of calmed down here just that little bit. Adam Maxwell, for the first time this weekend, leads us away with Fandry looking on in second. McPherson in third with Shane Reddy. Max Kraus, your top 5. There goes McPherson on the inside, looking to go on Fandry. Not going to be enough for him to go through, and that's exactly what happens when you can't complete a move in 206 Senior. Shane Reddy was ready to pounce.
Shane Reddy up into third and now getting passed by Max Kraus, who gets put to the wayside. Quentin McPherson gets the spot back. Oliver Gaffer now is going to get brought back into things. How about Wyatt Leslie at the back of this field? In the first heat, he got put into the wall. In the second heat, where he made up over 11 spots, his head gasket failed, and he's having to start from the back yet again. Not the jump he would have wanted over the opening couple of laps, making up about 5 or 6 places so far. But again, a long 18-lap main event for him to try and get himself into some good points-paying positions. Adam Maxwell going purple last time across the stripe. He has a decent advantage between himself and Jerry Fandry. But Fandry and McPherson, who are right on each other, just need to work together and do the opposite of what Quentin McPherson just did, going up the inside of Jerry Fandry. That being said, though, Caleb, you do bring Shane Reddy into this. Shane has had some insane pace all weekend. He's been a great pusher, and that's only going to spell trouble for Adam Maxwell if they can catch up.
Yeah, we'll see. Maxwell's really quick on his own, and against all this battling not falling into their favor, right? This is one of the hardest classes to pull away, and it's almost impossible, I would say, to pull away all on your lonesome. But whenever you're battling for second, whenever you keep making moves, whenever you continue to go side by side, that definitely doesn't fall into your hands. So working together is going to be the best bet for McPherson, for Fandry, for Reddy. They all need to stay single file, push up to the rear bumper of the hometown kid, Adam Maxwell.
Absolutely, they just got to work together at this point. Seems like Quentin McPherson is able to build a little bit of a gap to Jerry Fandry without his help. Very uncharacteristic 206 race right now, with usually you see the tandem drafting or a pack starting to form. Not really at the moment, everyone kind of going by their lonesome. That being said, 3rd, 4th, and 5th with Jerry Fandry, Shane Reddy, and Max Kraus all working together at this point to try and catch up to the duo leading this pack. Adam Maxwell, who leads by over a second at this rate, and Quentin McPherson running in that 2nd spot. And don't count out Oliver Gaffer too, who stole a top 5 away from a couple of these guys in the Heat 1 yesterday.
Again, we have 3 Coyotes in the top 5, 2 TB carts of Fandry and Kraus for the Fandry Daniels Racing crew here this weekend on a debut regional weekend for them. And again, Fandry pulls away, and speaking to them a little bit last night, it was a difference in gearing for them, seeing what was better, because again, watching it from the side, spoke to Jerry's dad, and he was saying it was a big accordion effect between himself and Adam Maxwell, and now seeing kind of what they're deciding to do, where they want to be stronger, where they want to lose out a little bit as well, and tire pressures is the biggest thing, especially for a main event race that's 18 laps long at a track that's such high grip. That's also going to be one of the biggest keys here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look back to last year, Alexander Kardashian went out to a massive lead at the start of this 206 senior race, and everyone thought it was over. But with just how long these races are, Eli Warren, who was about 3 or so seconds back, was able to reel in the AMK Race Products driver and take the win last season. Basically saying it's never too late to mount a charge in this class. Quentin McPherson seems like he's kind of stalling out at the moment. He's got that gap down to half a second now. He did go a few tenths quicker, actually, than Adam Maxwell last time around. So both of the Coyote carts are flying. 3rd Coyote cart in line being Shane Reddy, who is stuck behind reigning series champion Jerry Fandry at the moment. In a bit of a TB cart sandwich is Shane Reddy.
Yeah, Fandry's struggling right now. A 56.284 last time by, a 55.571 for McPherson, and a 55.842 as well for Adam Maxwell. So they're definitely starting to lose some time here to your leaders. That gap's at about 1.8 back from the leaders, and McPherson's about half a second behind Adam Maxwell, and that's actually closed down just that bit more. Fandry going to need some help to get up there to your top 2. And we'll see. We've seen McPherson go for the lead right away, and I think we're going to might see the exact same thing this time in between himself and Adam Maxwell.
Yeah, I think Quentin McPherson isn't going to want to play any games. If he has the pace to be able to get past, he's going to take it on Adam Maxwell. No moving around in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spots. Oliver Gaffer kind of gaining on that battle as well. Let's watch them into turn 7. There's the move from Quentin McPherson to the inside. On screen there, Wyatt Leslie taking the move over Dane Underwood, going around the outside, making it hard for him as there's a huge battle going on into turn 7 and onto the back straightaway in that mid-pack. You can count another couple carts there for Wyatt Leslie. There's the front of the field that will be following around, and the mid-pack as they make their way through the oval this time. As there you can see Zervis, Wyatt Leslie, and a couple other of the Fandry Daniels driver development carts. Hopefully looking back towards the front end of this field, being led by Quentin McPherson and Adam Maxwell later on in the going here. Caleb, big gap though starting to form between Fandry and the 2nd place cart of Adam Maxwell.
Yeah, it's starting to grow here just that little bit, about 2 tenths in between Maxwell and McPherson. And now looking at the times and trying to think about what could possibly be going on, especially, right? Fandry struggled at the opening stages of this race. You got to think whether it was too low of tire pressure that's going out and he's just waiting for that to fire up for him, or if, you know, McPherson and Maxwell are just that much better than the TB karts at this stage of the race. Again, there's some time to find, but Fandry, the last time around, just barely setting his best lap of the race, and we'll wait to see what it looks like this time whenever they cross the stripe. But that gap, again, we're looking at it. It was 2 seconds that last time around with a pass, again, by your leaders. We'll see what Fandry does this next time by. He's improving, but it's not enough. Maxwell's a 55.5, Fandry's a 55.8. So unfortunately for those TB cars, going to have to find a little more. The reigning champ's going to need more out of his machine to try and catch up to the drivers in first and second.
Think back to last year, Jerry Fandry really struggled on the long run pace compared to the rest of the field. He might be suffering with the same fate this time around in 2025. That being said, him and Shane Reddy behind are starting to break away a little bit from Max Kraus and Oliver Gaffer behind them, the TB and the Cosmic Kart drivers behind this battle. Up in front, though, Quentin McPherson continues to lead the way from Adam Maxwell. The two Coyote Kart drivers looking strong as ever at the front of this field as we are just past the halfway mark this time across the timing and scoring line. Looking at the timesheets, it is Quentin McPherson going about a 10th or so quicker than Adam Maxwell, who just set in his fastest time. But look who just went purple, Caleb. Wyatt Leslie down in 8th is on a charge.
Wyatt Leslie is on his way to the front. He is now up to 8th and continuing to make up more spots. He's about a 10th behind James Mann, the driver who's in 7th. So I think Leslie going to try to pick up another one in the process, and I think he did. Leslie already ahead of Mann. So now next on the chopping block for him is going to be Gaffer, Kraus, Reddy, who are all just a little bit ways up the racetrack. There's Wyatt Leslie working his way through on his OTK.
Yeah, Leslie is going to have a bit of trouble trying to get to the next pack because they are well and truly far and away. That's Oliver Gaffer, the next card he's going to have to try and catch up to, running in the 6th spot. Coming across the timing and scoring line yet again. No changes in the 1st through 6th order that we've been following so close all race. You just have to think, Caleb, again, these guys are playing chess right now. They're waiting for the final couple of laps because they've seen throughout the weekend what happens if you start to battle too early and you bring even more karts into it. That being said, up the inside goes Shane Reddy for that 3rd spot in turn 7. You can just see in the back of shot there, Shane Reddy will lead them onto the back straightaway, and Jerry Fandry really just needs to push Shane Reddy for the next couple laps to see if they can try and build a gap between themselves, Oliver Gaffer, and Max Kraus.
They're going to need some help as well on the inside. There goes Gaffer looking to go through. He's into the podium places. Fandry falls back. Fandry lets Kraus go through, and again, just not happy, I think, with the move by Gaffer there in the 5:14, but slots back into line. Just seems like the pace hasn't been there today for Fandry. Unfortunately, he's falling back to 6th outside of the podium places here in this one. And his protege, a driver who he's helped bring up, Max Kraus, into the top 5, into 5th here in this one. Quentin McPherson, fastest personal best lap time of 55.398. Him and Maxwell trading back and forth for personal bests, but no moves yet. And I think Maxwell 3-4 car lengths away from your leader.
Wyatt Leslie's still on a charge, Caleb. Went purple last time across the stripe by quite some margin over the rest of the field. He's probably going to catch the back end of a struggling Jerry Fandry, who finds himself currently off the podium position. Wyatt Leslie isn't out of this podium contention fight, not just yet, because they have found something on that kart and he is flying through the field. Of course, there is a huge gamble of a severe fall off from that OTK machine if they set those pressures too high or if they tighten that kart up too much.
Oh my goodness, a 55 flat by Wyatt Leslie. You talk about falling off, I don't think anytime soon here. He is closing in on your reigning champ here by the second. Flyer after flyer. There's nobody who's gone faster than Wyatt Leslie so far this weekend.
I got no comment for that, Caleb. That is just sheer pace from Wyatt Leslie. The rest of the field should probably be scared looking at the next 3 races of the season, because he is going to be a contender for a championship if he can hold on to this pace. Of course, he still has a couple of TB karts to get by, including reigning series champion Jerry Fandry, who not a couple of laps ago, he was about 2 or 3 seconds back from, now on the back bumper of the champion.
Yeah, now he's on the back bumper. We'll see when Wyatt Leslie is going to have a go, when he's going to have a look. This time onto the front straight. Leslie closes in. We'll see if he has a peak on the inside. Definitely has a good enough run. And he's going to look. Makes it nice and easy into turn number 2. He's able to get clear and up into 6th. And you see Fandry shaking his head just, yeah, definitely. It's all come undone here in the closing stages of this race. Back up front, Quentin McPherson continuing to set in personal best lap times, growing his gap a 1/10 of a second a lap.
Yeah, Quentin McPherson is out for a Sunday drive at the moment over Adam Maxwell, who it just seems race victory continues to slip from his hands in Route 66 competition over the past couple years. Looking back to the battle for the podium now, you can see there Jerry Fandry kind of holding on to the back end of Wyatt Leslie as things stand, which is a little worrying for Wyatt Leslie because, of course, he did set that blistering 55 dead a lap or 2 ago, and now he's not able to close into the back end of Max Krause, which is the final driver on that podium position. What a story it would be to have 3 senior rookies on the podium here for 206 Senior, and what a race it would be for Max Krause, who, like I was saying earlier on the weekend, a couple of years ago was a driver who was really lingering towards the back of the pack, and now has been race-winning contention all weekend long. Currently finds himself on the podium, but for how long? Because Leslie has found the back bumper of that TB kart.
Yeah, Leslie definitely looking to spoil the party here for Max Krause, and they're all pointing forward, but I mean, you got to question, how much are they going to want to work together? Leslie going to look on the inside, pointed forward, sold the dummy, and that's a veteran move there by Leslie. Fandry going to go back on Max Krause. He's able to get clear for 6th.
Yeah, I was thinking that if Fandry got to the back bumper of Wyatt Leslie, that they were definitely going to be trying to hold him up to allow Max Krause to get on that podium. A bit of teamwork there. Now, though, Shane Reddy and Oliver Gaffer are going to fall under threat from Wyatt Leslie now. 2 laps to go here, Caleb, in 206 Senior. Quentin McPherson seems like he has this one under control, but the rest of the podium is still up in the air.
Yeah, still up in the air, and there's lap traffic in the way. They're trying to work their way through. Quentin McPherson, Adam Maxwell now much closer to each other. That gap closes down as we head into the Daytona back corner.
Quentin McPherson has a little over a lap to go to try and defend from a man who calls this place home, where their shop is located. Quentin McPherson leading the way at the white flag next time by. A little bit of lap traffic for 3rd, 4th, and 5th to deal with, so we'll have to keep an eye on Wyatt Leslie. But for now, the battle for the race lead is between these two. Quentin McPherson from Millwright Racing and Adam Maxwell from AMAX. Through turn 2 they go. No major mistakes there, but a little wide for Quentin McPherson. That's going to open up a move into turn 7. Expect McPherson to go low and block that move into the hairpin of 7. Here they come. He goes low. Adam Maxwell tries the crossover, puts the bumper to him at the apex. Unable to get that job done. They'll continue for the time being in this order. McPherson leading the way to try and get the opening round of the season, but it's going to be difficult for him. Mr. AMAX himself goes high. Quentin McPherson moves under braking. That's going to get reviewed from Route 66 officials. Looks over his shoulder once again. Into 14 they go. The final passing opportunity goes low. Quentin McPherson is going to take the race win here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland. Adam Maxwell comes in 2nd. Shane Reddy, big contact between Wyatt Leslie and Oliver Gaffer. Those were podium contenders. Shane Reddy onto the podium. We're going to see who the rest of the podium is. It should be Jerry Fandry and Max Krause on there as well. Didn't get what happened there between Oliver Gaffer and Wyatt Leslie, but unfortunate for the 2 of them. They are out of this race. Unfortunate for both of them. Wyatt Leslie clearly unhappy there, Caleb.
Yeah, not happy. Gaffer was another one of the drivers that was involved there, but man, we missed it. Didn't see what happened there. in turn number 14, but that puts Jerry Fandry back on the podium, and that's almost a consolation prize for them. And for Max Kraus, the rookie who was looking for his podium, definitely got it. You talked about Max, though, that bumper was pushed in, but again, you got to think about the last lap, and obviously they're going to have a good look at it. But that being said, provisionally, Quentin McPherson for Millwright Raceway, your winner here in 206 Senior. After the contact there, some pickup getting set to come your way. One more race to go for the opening round of Route 66 in 2025. KA Jr. coming up next.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Because Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the two-time world champion DPK100 Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
And we are ready for the final race of the weekend to come to a close for our opening weekend of the 2025 season. KA100 Jr is out on track for their warm-up lap and getting ready and set to go for the final time this weekend. Ben Abernathy leads us to the green alongside John Antonino Jr. and Brady Shad, Asen Dromalev and Landon Boer, your top 5.
You go back to Tucker Trebe, Jackson Baldus, Ryan Mort, Brandon Saraki, Tyler Johnson, your top 10.
Gordon Levian, Lucian Laser, Sam Tutwiler, Benjamin Hoy, and Pearson Gulseth, your top 15.
Felix Catch, back to Theodore Gafford, Jacob Majeski, Walter Kostrup, Jeremiah Thomas, your top 20 starters.
On the outside of the top 20, Jack Feber, Case Reth, Mason Ward, Jake Varial, and Elijah Madsen Vegas, your entire field for our KA100 Junior drivers. Everyone getting set and ready to go for their main event that they have been working throughout the weekend to try and get themselves in a good spot for this race for the final 18 laps of the weekend. Benham Abernathy and Holtz Driver Development versus John Antonino and MPG Motorsports will go into the tram lines on the front row. They've been the favorites all weekend long, but who will prevail? Green flag in the air this time for KA Jr. They get it on the first time of asking, and Benham Abernathy gets the jump. Brady Shaw trying it up the inside as John Antonino Jr. got a horrible getaway from that outside line, allowing Landon Boer past as well, and now feeling the threat from Asem Dromalev in that 5th spot. Top 5 not moving around too much after the opening couple of corners, Caleb, but it's a good jump for Benham Abernathy.
Antonino fell back to 4th. Landon Boer with a great start to get himself up to 3rd. Brady Shad, the other Millwright Raceway driver, has got himself up to 2nd. Benham Abernathy, your leader for Oates Driver Development, based out of Wisconsin, I believe, side by side further back in this field. Everybody making it through the first couple of laps this time through. Brady Shad looking real close as we head to the main straightaway. This time by, does he have a look nothing yet. Single file this time through, and this is a much better start to this race, we must say, for Landon Boer here, Nate. He's definitely one of the drivers that could probably provide some help for John Antonino, and as well Dromalev. I know Boer and Dromalev weren't too happy with each other post-race, but this time by, I mean, they got 2 drivers ahead of them that they need to chase down.
Yeah, absolutely. They got to work together for these next couple of laps to figure things out and make sure they can get up to the front of this field to battle for the win. Benham Abernathy was a driver who could have won the championship last season, but it came down to a mechanical DNF at Millwright Raceway in Dousman, Wisconsin that cost him the championship. I don't know if he's running the full season with us here at Route 66. When I talked to him down at Daytona International Speedway for the opening round of the United States Pro Kart Series, he said he might do a race here or there. He's more focused on USPKS's Asen Dromalev up the inside of John Antonino Jr. for that 4 spot. Back to Abernathy, though, he's focusing more on the national side of things this year, so it's great to see him here at the regional side and racing for our opening weekend of the Route 66 Sprint Series. More battling going on as Asen Dromalev up the inside of Landon Boer for 3rd, and the battle continues down the back straight.
Yeah, how about that for the Techno Kart, already making up some spots, getting himself up in a 3rd. And again, he's able to get ahead. Landon Boer, John Antonino, who has been arguably one of the quickest drivers here this weekend, just not the start that he would have hoped for. Again, throw out the questions, right? How low did we go on tire pressure, especially this early in the race? You got to wait for those temps to fire up. And again, that's, I think, when we might see John Antonino flourish in this one. But again, you got to think about what we saw with in races prior, what we saw with Fandry just never fired, and that could be just a matter of other things, right? Question marks that we could see, but we're gonna wait. We're gonna sit here and definitely wait for Antonino to get there as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Antonino and Boer need to get their way up there. The past 2 years, we've come to Whiteland Raceway Park. KA Junior victories have gone the way of Austin Olds and Jackson Deal, 2 MPG Motorsports drivers. They're desperately going to want to continue that streak of utter domination in the KA Junior class, but it's going to take a lot for them to find time and get themselves up there. Jackson Baldus, should say too, is up in that fight as well. He's closing in on the MPG duo in front of him on the final 2 spots on the podium. Back up front, though, Brady Schott is looking extra racy right behind Benham Abernathy.
Brady Schott again looking to go back-to-back here this weekend. Already has a win to his name in 206 Senior. Here in KA, I mean, he was one of the drivers that was telling me how physical this racetrack was, how hard it was on the ribs, how he was kind of getting thrown around in the go-kart all day yesterday at the end of it. And then today, he finds himself within a shot of going back-to-back, the only driver to do it here this weekend. And for John Antonino, just, again, nothing yet. And he's losing touch with Dromalev. He's able to get ahead of Boer, but, again, Dromalev just kind of left him right behind, and not much from Antonino yet, and we're still waiting. You know, we're still waiting for him to kind of show us what he has shown us earlier on this weekend. Antonino's not on the left-hand side of your screen. He's at the bottom. Again, going to have to be hand-scored at the end of it, but he is very well into the 4th spot here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to have to see if that kart does fire up towards the end of this race, but it's going to need to be Wyatt Leslie levels of fast to be able to close in on the leader. Shot purple last time across the stripe with the faster kart pushing the driver in front. That's only going to make it harder for karts behind to try and close up on the lead duo. Asen Dromalev having a decent weekend for him. He's a driver that's been there or thereabouts, always battling for podiums, especially here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. He goes on incredibly well. Has had a bit of bad luck over the past 2 years, but to stand on a firm spot on the podium in 3rd would be huge for him and the Techno Kart squad. No changing going on inside that top 5 for now, as everyone's really starting to spread out apart from the front 2, but we'll have to wait and see if we see any moves in the coming laps.
Yeah, Jackson Baldus finally showing his hand here in the main event. He's starting to close down his gap to Landon Boer. Long travels for Jackson out of Kansas here this weekend. I know his uncle Pierce Baldus watching on from home, as well as Derek Proctor, who's also been with us, raced at the Pro Tour not too long ago, watching their nephew throw some laps down at K1 Circuit Whiteland here this weekend, and 2 drivers come together further back in the field. 2 drivers have come together. It's an LN kart, one of the 888s it looks like, and then a 818 those two drivers out of this race early, coming together. That's Benjamin Hoy, and the 818 being Jordan
Lepfian, I believe. Ryan Mort also going for a spin there in the background as well. A lot going on in turn 7. Yellow flags out at the moment, Caleb, is that's treacherous. 2 carts that are stuck together. This might have to go red for Route 66 and K1 circuit officials to go to work on that, because carts are scattered all over the circuit. There's not really a safe spot for those workers to get to work on that.
It might force maybe even a full course caution here at some point as well. But again, yellow flag still waving. They're trying to find a gap to see where they can attempt to take those carts out of the middle of the racetrack, but nothing yet. And again, I think it may have to be a full course caution here to try and get those cleared from the racetrack. They are lodged together, so we take a look at it now. And again, you see they're finally getting them moved, and I think we're good to continue going. But it was a yellow throughout that corner, so no passing through there. But how about this? A change for the lead. Brady Shad passes Benham Abernathy. Has to be careful where he did it. And again, we just missed it, but for Brady Shad, he's your leader this time by. They're going to reach some lap traffic this time around. Side by side, Benham Abernathy retakes the lead of this race. He's your new leader for Hotes Driver Development.
Yeah, big move there from Benham Abernathy to take it right away from the reigning champion in KA100 Jr, Brady Shad, who now trails the Hotes Driver Development pilot by just a few tenths of a second, not even. He's right on the bumper of the Hotes cart, deciding not to make a move into the hairpin yet again. It looks like there's still yellow flags being waved at the apex of that one, so drivers opting not to pass there. It's yeah, pretty clear displayed yellow flags, so still that's a no passing zone as K1 Circuit, Whiteland officials, and Route 66 staff go to work on trying to make sure that section of the track is safe. Back out in front, Benham Abernathy leading the way as he's going to have to encounter Theo Gaffer as a lap cart. Gaffer pulling in to the pit lane. Smart move for the Gaffer camp to pull him in and stay out of harm's way and the leader's way in this one. Brady Shad, though, back to the lead on Benham Abernathy as we are following with Theo Gaffer pulling into the pits here, Caleb. It seems pretty mano-y-mano between the two of these drivers. It's going to be hard for Dromalev and Antonino Jr. to close in on these two, but if they start to battle a bit too hard, who's to say that we won't have more carts in this lead battle?
Yeah, we'll see more this time by Abernathy. Brady Shad goes a little wide there. I think he just hit the curb in the chicane before we get into the banked corner. That put him sideways, really got him loose, and Abernathy just couldn't take advantage of it. We'll see what it looks like. He's liked to pass in this place. Turn number 14 has been one of his favorite passing zones. It's a hard one to complete, but he's usually able to get it done. Not enough for Abernathy yet. Into the straightaway we go this time by. We stay the same. Brady Shad, so our leader here, Nate.
Yeah, Shad leading the way over Hotes Driver Developments, one of their most impressive talents on the national and regional field as well. One driver around in turn 5 and kind of stuck there. He gets refired and won't have to worry about that too much. No yellow flags needed for that one. Lap 12 of 18 as the weekend starts to wind down here at the beautiful K1 Circuit, Whiteland. Not a whole lot happening on track in terms of position. I say that. Benham Abernathy to the lead. There's the shot of the Hotes Driver Development pilot going past to retake the lead. They'll cross the line for lap 13 of 18. Shad, Dromalev, Antonino Jr., who just went purple, sitting in 4th, and Landon Boer in the 5th spot there as Benham Abernathy continues to lead the way.
A car length in between Hotes Driver Development and Millwright Raceway, fighting for the opening round of 2025. Dromalev holding strong in 3rd, Antonino so in 4th. Landon Boer holding up Jackson Baldus as those two drivers fight for the last of the podium places. We get to lap number 14 this time by Nate. And for Brady Shad, looking to do the double here this weekend. Abernathy looking to deny that And again, he's been strong, and he's finally coming into his own across the national circuit, knocking on the door of national podiums, national wins as well. For Brady Shad, just bursting onto the scene this year with their awesome performance group. These two definitely going to meet on track next week at Trackhouse Motorplex, when the United States Pro Kart Series goes to Mooresville for the second round. Antonino now starting to fire up that machine, that KR MPG Academy driver starting to come to life here late in this race.
2.6 seconds is easily a gap that you can close down if the drivers in front start to battle and catch traffic at the wrong time. Antonino Jr. and MPG's hopes on defending this KA Junior class win streak is not over yet. As you can see, him and Dromliv going in there hard into the barrier. One driver in the front straightaway. Yellow flags are out. One of the drivers towards the back of the pack. Yellow flags are out. He is in the dead center of the track. Flagman Mick Gallagher going hard to work there to notify those drivers. Back out in front though, Benham Abernathy has caught traffic, and Brady Shad is right on the back end. Antonino Jr. and it looks like Austin Dromalev are closing in on those drivers as we speak. Yellow flag still in the air as it looks like we're getting that cart cleared out of the way on the front straightaway. Back to the leaders now though. They come through the bus stop for yet another time. It's going to be lap 16 next time by Caleb between Abernathy and Shad. That gap though between Antonino Jr. and Shad not closing at the rate they would have wanted.
Yeah, definitely not for Antonino. Unfortunately, a 2.938 there. Brady Shad continuing to set in personal bests this time around. We'll see what he's got. Onto the main straightaway, turn number 2. Not yet. Not going to go just yet for Brady Shad. Still holding on strong to that second spot. But again, more lap traffic coming their way here shortly, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to be careful. Benham Abernathy's going to have to choose his passes carefully. That was good. Oh. That was really good from Benham Abernathy as Brady Shad got held up behind one of the top kart machines. There could be more lap traffic towards the end of this race in the form of a Franklin Motorsports Merlin heading their way into turn 13 now as the leaders are at the apex of 12. This could come down to the final couple of corners as another driver is just stuck on the exit of turn 8. It looks like a bit of a yard sale right now with how spread out some of these KA Junior drivers are. It's been a chaotic race here for the final round, for the final race, of the weekend for our KA100 Junior drivers. Lap 17 of 18, 2 to go. This time, white flag in the air. This next time by Caleb, and you have to think if Shad's got a chance here.
Yeah, you've got to go, right? You really got to surprise Benham. And again, there's more factors in this race, right? They're coming up to another lapped car, so making their way through that. And again, Brady lost some time, especially the last time they had to pass a lapper. Just went side by side, almost made contact. This time, I think if he's going to want to go, it has to be soon. Abernathy going to start to defend Brady Shad. Again, normal line for him, looking to set something up in a turn 12. Here we go. What do you got, Brady Shad into the lapped car? They both get slowed way down. This is going to be a lifeline for Brady Shad once they get to the main straightaway. What do you got? Your last chance of asking here, Brady. Can you set up an over-under? Not enough. Hand in the air. Brady Shad has an issue. Brady Shad is out of this race early. He's into the grass.
Hard break for Brady Shad and Millwright Racing. They won't be able to double up here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. The 865 is out and dejected out in turn 2, and that's not at all what you want to see or the battle that we were hoping for this race. But looking back out in front, Benham Abernathy was heartbroken after losing a championship last year at Millwright Raceway. He said, I'm going to come back and I'm going to come back stronger. He's done that on the National Scene of the Stars Championship Series. He's shown his talent in the United States Pro Kart Series and SCUSA Pro Tour as well. And he's truly showing it today. Host Driver Development and Benham Abernathy are going to take the win in KA Junior. Benham Abernathy wins at K1 Circuit Whiteland.
How about that for Benham Abernathy? Again, what could have been a championship in 2024 starts off on the right foot this year. Benham is a winner in 2025. John Antonino, what a way to save a podium. Across the line in second. Dromaliv third. Landon Boer to Jackson Baldus onto the podium in the end. Brandon Siraki, best finish of the weekend, coming across in sixth. And what could have been for that kid there, Brady Shad, had a chance to double up and just couldn't get it done. Unfortunate issue there for Brady. It ends one lap short And you look down the rest of the field coming across to finish 12th, and further down actually than that. This field was spread out, man. Nate, it's honestly been a great weekend for us here announcing this. It's been a pleasure sharing it with you. The opening round of the Route 66, first of all, your thoughts on the weekend and I guess what you're looking forward to for round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. K1 Circuit Whiteland always delivers here. So it was an incredible bit of racing. Fist pump for Benham Abernathy as he comes into the scale line as we close out our coverage of the opening round of the Route 66 season. Of course, we will be live at Trackhouse Motorplex at Mooresville, North Carolina in just a week's time for the second round of the United States Pro Kart Series. You're not going to want to miss that. It's a marquee event on the USPKS calendar, so be sure to tune in Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for live coverage here on Kart Chaser. But for what we've seen here at Whiteland, Caleb, some incredible racing. So excited to be going to Road America, Briggs & Stratton Motorplex for our second round of the season. Hopefully we have a lot of these drivers come in and give it another go, and some new drivers as well, some of the Wisconsin natives that weren't able to make it to this race. But what a way to start off a season.
Yeah, what a way to start it off as well, and what a way to come back here for us to Route 66 after being away for 2 years. Obviously, we were back last year here at Whiteland, but what a way to be back for a full season this year in 2025. The Route 66 Sprint Series is going to be live on Kart Chaser year round. We're excited to be it, Nate. It's been a pleasure joining you here this weekend. From all of us here at Kart Chaser, from everybody with Route 66, we thank you guys for joining us this weekend. We'll see you next week when we go live for the second round of the United States Pro Kart Series in Mooresville, North Carolina. Thank you, and have a good night.